Dominique, here we are, day 3, August 20th of the NCI National Citizens Inquiry hearings into our farmers safe in Canada in beautiful High River, Alberta, and it is beautiful. You live around here.
I do. Very blessed.
Well,
very blessed.
Gee, we might have to come visit more often.
I hope so.
What great people, the town, like, this is really, really nice. You've got a gem out here.
Yeah, no, we are very blessed. It's nestled in the foothills of the Rockies.
I
See
looked at the
mountains.
elevation, 3,000 feet.
I know.
And then I went to Langley, 49 above sea level, right?
That's right.
So you look down on us often then via, you have to
Never.
look through the Rockies, of course.
Never.
Okay, never. So day 3, I always am amazed at how fast these days proceed. They are busy, there's, lots to do, but wow, the testimonies this hearing have been just awesome. So many good people doing so many great things.
True Canadian heroes. Well, and international heroes.
Well, I don't know. When I hear about fungus protein in synthetic milk, I think they're courageous for even doing those kinds of experiments and finding out what they are putting into our food supply. It's like, you have to know, but do you want to know?
No.
But and they put that in baby formula.
I know. Isn't that astounding? And we wonder what's going on with our kids and their health. Well, the very early days of their life, we are unwittingly, as parents, believing that we're doing the best for our children, potentially poisoning them.
So
this is
people have got to be informed, and they have to take responsibility for getting informed on these fronts.
Absolutely, Carrie.
So, and all of this information is available on our website, nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. Of course, these videos take a little bit, but you can go to social media and watch day 1, day 2 of the live streams. They're still posted up there.
Yeah.
All the testimony from what we usually have 8 to 10 witnesses, experts, scientists from around the world, Belgium, Japan. It was quite an international day yesterday.
It really was. It really was.
All right, so what do we have going on today?
Quite a lot. And before we get into it, Carrie, I want to do a little bit of a sell. If that's okay.
You can.
And I want to sell the amazing volunteers who have been a part of this process. Now, we're all volunteers, in a way.
Yep.
But when you think of the amount of hours that they've invested coming here, helping, not just with setup and cooking, but just being here. There is a level of dedication to truth, but there's a heart in these men and women who really want to serve the community. And that has been remarkable across all of the NCIs, but we're reminded every time, right?
I don't think you have to sell them. This group of volunteers, and we have new people depending on where our hearings, because the hearings are held across Canada.
Exactly.
But there's also a core group that, on their own dime, fly out, come out to wherever we are, and we call them the NCI family because it is this thing that's happening. But I think that's kind of the spirit or the foundation, if you will, of the National Citizens Inquiry. I think Canadians understand that we're living in a time where public trust in our institutions is waning. So if government holds an inquiry, I almost fell out of my chair. If they were actually to hold an inquiry into some of the issues that the National Citizens Inquiry has looked into, I think there would be some apprehension on behalf of people even to have any confidence in that.
Absolutely.
I hope they would prove us wrong, and that would be my biggest hope. But while we're in this reality, and it is the reality in Canada right now, I'm so thankful for this organization, but this organization and what we do can only be done with everybody helping. So volunteers, those who send us donations, Dominique, every hearing is paid for by citizens. No big company corporate interests dictating what can be said or can't be said, telling us who can to testify and who can't, what they have to say or can't say. This is such a opportunity for truth to have a platform without fear. Well, although I have to say some of our people testifying are pretty courageous because there can be consequences. But citizen-led, citizen-funded, for the people of Canada, this is probably one of the most important tools for understanding what is transpiring in this nation, whether it was during the COVID year, what's happening to our children, because the last hearing was, are children safe in Canada? What we've learned about farmers, and forget farmers, you guys, these people you need to be protecting, because they're the reason why you have any opportunity for choice on what's your plate right now. And that is very fragile, that ability. So I think coming together as Canadians is what the National Citizens Inquiry does. Not only did we given this platform for truth, this opportunity for amazing people to come together as volunteers. We have Wayne doing the ambassador program. There's so much opportunity to be involved too.
Absolutely.
And you can talk a little bit about how they can do that. But you know, truly we are the Canadian platform for people to have a better insight. And the request we get for, could you please do a hearing into this and into that? It's really a privilege to be a part of this and watch this evolutionary process of how this organization is growing in influence and opportunity. It's quite an amazing thing to watch.
It really is. And we had a question this morning from someone who is going to be testifying today. And the question was, you know, I want to familiarize myself a little more with the National Citizens Inquiry, because to be honest, I didn't know much about it before, you know, I saw these advertisements. And he said, I'd like to understand really what is the purpose of the National Citizens Inquiry. So that's my lead in to what we're going to talk about today. Because at the end of the day, the biggest goal of the National Citizens Inquiry is to provide that independent platform where truth can be expressed, whether it's your own personal experience that you have had in what you do in your day-to-day life around, in this case, farming, agriculture, food safety, food sovereignty, or whether it's an expertise you have and research that you want to present. This is a place where you can platform it and anyone can access it. Free.
Well, and I'm going to take it one step further, because all that information is taken in by our commissioners, 4 amazing commissioners, and our lead legal counsel. I mean, this is a big deal. But not only do they listen and take in the information, and all the presentations are available to people, but they're also given during the hearings. But then the report writing time comes.
Exactly.
And my favorite part is identifying the issues, the challenges, the problems, and the recommendations.
Exactly.
In other words, we're not just hearing people who have something to complain about.
That's right.
Because there's a lot in Canada right now. I know, another shocking revelation. But concrete, you know, implementable solutions, right? We can implement this, we can do this, and this will change that. That is, if our elected officials are looking for change that benefit Canadians, keep our nation sovereign, serve the public interest as opposed to the interest of so many others. And, you know, I hope those recommendations will form some of the people's voting directions come elections, because you need to ask every elected official, are you going to implement, you know, this recommendation from the National Citizens Inquiry? And it'll give you a great roadmap on who's going to serve you and your nation and your children and your grandchildren, or whose self-interest and big party interests.
Yeah.
So
we could go on.
We could. There's lots to talk about, but let's talk about who's on today.
Okay.
Who's first out of the gate?
First out of the gate is Pete Kennedy. Now, Pete Kennedy is a lawyer out of Florida. He's been working for an organization called the Weston A. Price Foundation. And he will be coming to us to talk about legal policy around meat and milk. And you know, you would wonder, well, okay, so why is he talking about that? His expertise is primarily in the United States, but he is going to connect it to Canadian policy, especially Canadian policy around raw milk and milk. Why is that important? Why would one think that was important?
Well, because in Canada, people are not allowed to get raw milk. And knowing now the health benefits here, we are 2026. We've had millennials, of time to determine what's good for us and what's not. And Canadians are denied access to one of the healthiest foods possible. Some things have to change, and hopefully that'll be part of the recommendations. But from the evidence, so there's lots to talk about on that.
Absolutely.
And I think on the meat regulation, it didn't really ping into my mind, but with all the push, when we listen to the scientists about all the vaccines that are being pumped into animals now, without knowing what the repercussions are, do they stay in the meat supply because the government won't test?
And there's been no long-term studies for many of these vaccines.
None. So I think for Canadians, we have to maintain a right somehow to be able to obtain vaccine-free meat until the government can prove to us that this is healthy. We don't have that assurance right now. All right, so that'll be really interesting. Then we have Lorraine Dar.
Maureen Dar, yes, she is another Albertan who will be here in person, and she will be talking about a piece of legislation in Alberta called Bill 22, which is an animal protection legislation. And one would think, well, that's a good thing, right? Protecting our animals.
One would think, but we had somebody testify on this already, and I went, oh my goodness, people need to know about this.
And so she is bringing her expertise and going to be talking about what the implications of this bill are.
Yep.
And again, why is this important to us? What would be the reason for us to really need to know this? Well, it affects our farms. It affects our animals. It affects what happens to our animals. And as consumers, we need to know that.
Well, and it affects what choice you have as far as what you're serving for dinner that night.
Exactly.
So anything that happens to farmers, you guys, there's a direct correlation to protecting farmers, protecting your dining room table or your breakfast table or your snacking situation. Yeah, it covers all of it.
Yeah.
So farmers, we need to love our farmers. We need to protect our farmers, and we need, most importantly, to appreciate what is happening for our farmers in Canada.
Exactly.
Okay, at 2 p.m., because we've been really good about sticking to the times this go. We must be getting really good at these hearings and timings.
I think so. We're not going over. That's great.
No, so we have Rick Strankman.
Yeah. Now, Rick Strankman was one of a couple of farmers who ended up going to jail fighting the Canadian Wheat Board. And we had his friend, Jim Ness.
We did.
Another farmer who testified in Kelowna.
Great
Wonderful.
guy.
Yeah, very courageous. So Rick is also going to be coming in. Now, Rick has dabbled in politics. He's been involved in politics.
Well, after being jailed, I would probably dabble in politics too.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's coming to talk to us a little bit about his experience, about grain marketing restrictions connected to the Canadian Wheat Board. He also wants to talk about marketing rules and how they determine how farmers sell their produce. Now, why would that be important?
Well, because I think as Canadians we'll find out, there's a lot of rules, there's a lot of hurdles, there's a lot of obstacles from that head of lettuce to your salad bowl.
No kidding.
And, we had a great young guy, Jared Graff, testify about the challenges of young farmers. Make sure you listen to his testimony.
Yesterday.
Awesome. Well, that'll be, I don't think Canadians appreciate how many hoops and regulations and paperwork is associated with farmers.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Jackie and Aaron Solly.
Okay, well, this one, bring your box of Kleenex.
Oh, no, not another one of those.
Yeah, another one of those. We've had a few already of very brave farmers and ranchers come forward and talk about devastation. And we've already talked about this extensively. Jared is another one who mentioned this yesterday. When you make a choice to live out on the land, whether it's to produce animals and tend animals and care for animals and put them out into the market, or whether it's crops, there's a heart that goes into it. You have a devotion and a dedication to the work you do and the creatures that you are stewards over.
Right.
They lost, I believe it's 2,000 head. And
to culling?
Yeah. to culling, my dear. And some of what they
Wow, that
went through.
disease must have been rampant on that
Bovine
farm.
TB.
Oh.
Bovine TB. Now, we've had people talk about what does that mean? If your animal is diagnosed with TB or foot and mouth disease, what does that mean to the meat quality? Well, we've had testimony saying even after they've been culled, that meat isn't thrown in the garbage.
Nope.
It's still utilized.
Yep.
So they are losing all of their animals, but they're also losing their livelihood.
But even the testing, as we
Yes.
know now, and this is the crime, and I'm going to call it a crime, what is going on in Canada. And I would really like to give the National Citizens Inquiry credit for opening the discussion up on this. For so long, farmers have been afraid to tell their story, and people, there are stories to be told. So bring your box of Kleenex.
Absolutely
Yeah.
do. Yeah, this is, and just quickly before we go on, we've had a couple of farmers come up to us after testifying and thanking the NCI for giving them the opportunity to tell their story. And I mean, we are so grateful for them to come forward, but we're also grateful that we are able to give that opportunity.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well, and it's a discussion that's long overdue.
Absolutely, 100%.
And probably one that needs to be a focus,
Yep.
right, on what's really going on here. All right, then we have David Steffen.
Now, David Steffen, this will be really interesting. He is going to talk a little bit, very briefly, about the history of agriculture since about the 1800s and shifts that have taken place with the use of chemicals and whatnot. But what's particularly interesting about his conversation is he's going to discuss the impact on the food we eat and our mental health. And so how our food is produced and then we consume it, what does that mean for our health and our wellness, and not just physical. He's going to be talking particularly about our mental health.
Well, there's growing correlation between people's emotional, mental, physical well-being now and what's happening in our food supply. We've actually heard quite a bit of testimony on that.
We have indeed.
David Grant.
Okay, well, he is going to be talking about CFIA procedures, disease response, and testing protocols. David will address laboratory testing and disease response. He himself, I believe, is a farmer, isn't he? So he's going to be talking a little bit about laboratory results and what that triggers in terms of, well, what do the results say and what does that mean for our farmers?
Well, and that opens up the whole discussion, what we heard about when Katie Pastany was here from the ostrich farm, the testing and what are they looking for and is there confidence in testing? So that'll be a very interesting testimony to listen to. Okay, then we have Sally Fallon-Morrill.
So Sally Fallon, I got to give her a quick shout out, and I know we're pressed for time here. We're about to start, so we don't have a lot of time yet. We're going to rush through these next ones.
The people are gathering in the auditorium.
We're very close to the wire here, so we're going to do this really quickly, and hopefully this will give you a taste of what's to come, and you'll join us, and you'll stick around the entire time. Sally Fallon was the person who essentially saved my health and my children's health. She is also part of the Weston A. Price Foundation. Brilliant researcher, background in diet. She was a dietitian, talks about traditional foods, but she again will also be talking about milk and what milk means and whether...
Milk is a really big subject, people.
Well, it's a foundational food, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
And that's another discussion that's long overdue being on the national front. We've had that discussion in pockets, little tiny group pockets. It's time to blow that one open and have a real examination of what's going on. Stuart Standinger.
So Stuart's going to be talking about what it is like to, and his experience of operating a family bison farm.
I have a story, but I don't have time to tell it.
That's right. So he'll be talking about regenerative agriculture and ranch economics.
And we're hearing a lot about regenerative, right? Like that's regenerative is getting big time.
And it's not what we always think it is, right? So there is a broad discussion here worth exploring.
Well, and again, long overdue, as our soil's being depleted, as what products are our animals eating, et cetera, right? So lots to chat. Erin Durant.
Erin Durant is going to be zooming in from Ontario. She is a lawyer who actually was very involved in a project called the Alto Project. So high-speed rail project and what that meant for the communities around it, and what it was like to try and challenge some of the assumptions of, well, oh, this is going to be money, this is going to be good. What does that mean for the community, and why this is important for communities to be aware of things happening around them because of the impact on the land and their health. Very important.
And the cows in that field. I just had this momentary vision of a high-speed rail train zooming through a cow pasture and all the cows looking over going crazy humans, right? But that'll be great. And then our last testimony, John Graff. Again, and he was just a humdinger the last time.
Whoa, so much information, and John never shies away from lots of information. So
and
John,
telling it like it is.
Oh, he does, and he backs everything he says with research directly from the source.
But he's lived the whole situation. Yeah.
So he's going to really be examining electricity demand associated with artificial intelligence.
Oh, okay.
Data
now that's
centers,
a big,
and consequences, and what that means not only for the land, but also for your animals.
I'm hearing that music.
We got to run. So you're going to have to hold off on what we have to say and go listen to it for yourself.
Yeah, because it's starting right now. So stay tuned. The National Citizens Inquiry hearings are getting going.
See you soon.
Welcome to the National Citizens Inquiry. This is Thursday, August the 19th, August the 20th. I think it made the same mistake yesterday. We are here in High River, Alberta. This is day 3 of our testimony on the question, are farmers safe in Canada, and is our food safe in Canada? My name is Ted Kuntz, and I am the chair of the Board of the Directors of the National Citizens Inquiry. This is also day 45 of the National Citizens Inquiry. We began these conversations in 2023, and we have conducted hearings across this country, and again today represents day 45 of this ongoing effort, this citizen-led, citizen-organized effort to bring forward information that is often being withheld from the public. The evidence that we've heard over the last 2 days, probably the most repeated word that I've heard from people that I've connected with is disturbing. We are hearing compelling information. Evidence is being put forward that our farmers are not safe, that the regulations and the pressures being imposed upon our farmers are preventing them from continuing their craft, their profession, their livelihood. We are losing our farmers in this country at a rapid rate. But we're also learning that our food is not safe. Our food supply is not safe. It's a very fragile system, and there's reasons to believe that we may experience food shortages within the next 6 months. But even more disturbing is that the food itself is not safe. There is an agenda, a clear agenda being put forward by Health Canada and the World Health Organization to reduce and even eliminate natural proteins from livestock. There's an agenda to move forward with synthesized proteins. We've heard a number of presentations on the efforts to synthesize milk and the consequences that agenda may have, not only for farmers in Canada, but for the health of Canadians and people globally. It appears that the technology is far outstripping the regulations and the efforts to confirm the safety, the viability, and the actual quality of food that is being put forward for us. These are important topics for us to consider. And again, it underscores the importance of the National Citizens Inquiry, because these are conversations that are absent from our mainstream media, from our governments, from our public health agencies. Canadians are losing their ability to make informed decisions about food. They're losing their ability to choose food that they wish to consume. What we are witnessing is a loss of sovereignty at an individual level, at a national level. This should concern us all. In addition to the expert testimony that we received from those that are farming, that are ranching, those research scientists that are looking at the consequences of the agenda of reducing our access to natural proteins, we had a very interesting, and I would suggest again, disturbing testimony last evening from Michael Yon, who suggested there's a wider agenda and that we are on track for a global famine. And he recalled the quote that I am sure many of us have heard, that if you control the food, you control the people. And so it's hard to understand what that larger agenda may or may not be, but I think there is little doubt that our ability to exercise our independence and our sovereignty is being restricted. We are certainly seeing the difficulties that our farmers are having, and it's not just in Canada. It is a global phenomena that seems to be undermining the ability of farmers to produce quality food. I want to repeat what I've said a couple of times already these last 2 days. It takes courage to hear this information. It's disturbing. It would be easy to walk away, to say, I can't hear that information, it's too hard to hear. But that doesn't make it go away. It means that it operates without any oversight, without any accountability. And we're learning that the institutions that we trusted to provide oversight and to provide accountability are failing us. And so it is now our responsibility as citizens to step forward, to assume that responsibility, to claim our authority, and to act on that authority. And the very first step in taking responsibility is to educate ourselves. And I can think of no better place to do that than here at the National Citizens Inquiry. We are having discussions that are not happening anywhere else. And I very much look forward to the results of our commissioner's report, which will summarize the testimony that's being received, and more importantly, provide recommendations. Because that's what our goal here is, to listen, to learn, and to recommend. Someone shared with me the thought that the NCI is more than a series of hearings. It's actually the reclaiming of our sovereignty. And I think when we understand the significance of that, the importance of that, that is the motivation we need to rise to the occasion. Embrace the information that's being put forward, work with it, wrestle with it, have discussions about it, and then decide how we can participate in reclaiming our sovereignty. We have another full agenda today of witnesses. I think you will be well served by those that are stepping up and willing to tell the truth, because the truth matters. I look forward to seeing you at the end of the day when we have our closing comments. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Paul Jaffe, first of all, Mr. John Graff will open these hearings with a prayer.
Thank you, Ted. Let's all bow across our nation. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day, the last day in High River, this beautiful facility that you provided, Lord, with the beautiful people that you provided. And Lord, although the topic and the information is disturbing, we know that you know what the outcome will be. And Lord, may your will, may your light shine out from this place as we go through the information, as the commissioners look through the testimony and the exhibits. Lord, give them perception, give them discernment, and give them wisdom. Lord, we thank you for each of the witnesses who have had the courage, who you've provided for, that are able to stand and speak. Lord, may the truth be evident here today. We ask this, we ask for protection for everyone, whether you are here or whether you're listening online. Lord, may you protect them and guide them. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, John. And now I'll ask Mr. Paul Jaffe to come forward and just give us an overview of the day, of the witnesses that we can expect.
Good day, commissioners and everyone here and watching online. I have the pleasure of telling you that we've got another very, very busy day covering a wide array of areas related to the general theme, Are Farmers Safe in Canada? So if it looks as though I'm letting the clock push me around a little bit and speeding these witnesses on and off, you're absolutely right. We're gonna make the very best effort to get all of this very interesting evidence heard today. My first witness is joining us from Florida, and I understand I've actually been instructed by our technical guys to make a longer introductory statement than usual because we have some technical problems connecting with our friend down in Florida. I don't know how things are looking at this point. Just while we do that, I'll tell you a little bit about our first witness. His name is Pete Kennedy. He's a lawyer in Florida, but we won't hold that against him. He's going to talk to us. He's going to present to us an overview of the food safety and environment, with particular focus on raw milk in the States, and maybe to some degree a comparative study with how they're dealing with that industry in the States compared to up here. Just while we wait for Peter to get online with us here, and maybe Peter's listening. I don't know if he can hear what I'm saying, Peter, but hopefully I'm right about this. He'll be dealing with decentralized food production. He states that decentralization can benefit health, food security, and local economies, so smaller scale operations, I assume. He's going to be dealing with the subjects of local meat access and problems, regulatory problems with respect to meat inspection requirements. He's going to be dealing with the raw dairy jurisdiction, who has the control over production of raw dairy products in the States, taking us into the regulatory enforcement experience. So that's what we hope to hear from Peter momentarily, the second we iron out these technical problems. I know we do have another witness ready to go who is here if there's going to be any further delay. Here we go. Hi, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry for the delay. Yes,
No problem. I have just introduced you as a brilliant lawyer from Florida with some very interesting information for us. So I'm glad that that you're able to get online with us now. What we'll do at the NCI, we take our evidence under oath. It's a quasi-judicial administrative process of sorts. So what I'll do, Peter, is get you to state your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then I'll put you under oath.
Okay, Peter, D as in David, middle initial Kennedy, that's Kennedy.
Great. And Peter, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Peter, let me introduce you a little bit of what I know about your background, and I know you have that.
Correct.
And when were you called? How long have you been practicing law?
I've been working in this area for about 23 years. That's when I started working with the Weston Price Foundation, which is a 501c3 profit dedicated to restoring nutrient-dense food to American diet and diets globally through research, education, and activism.
Okay. Now, do you have a broader practice beyond the areas that we're going to be addressing today? Tell us a little bit about your legal career.
Okay. Well, I was the president of the Farm to Consumer Legal Defense Fund, which is a 501c4 designed to protect the right of farmers and consumers to engage in direct commerce. I was also a board member of an associated C3, the Farm to Consumer Foundation, and later executive director of another associated C3, the Food Freedom Foundation. I also work on the for Solari.com, which with a what's called the Food Series audiocast, just interviewing farmers, activists, trying to give people access to healthier food.
Okay, so you have a substantial presence in activism relating to food products and presumably related regulatory areas relating to, and I know we're going to be addressing the whole raw milk industry, food safety, and you're going to present to us your observations of those general subjects from the perspective of a lawyer practicing in Florida, and maybe provide some sort of comparative analysis with what we're doing up here in Canada, as I understand where we're headed here.
I'll tell you, I don't have an active law practice. I mean, my work right now is primarily advising the Weston Price Foundation on food policy and legislation. We work in different states around the country and also at the federal level.
What is the Weston Price Foundation?
Okay, it's a nutrition foundation, like I just mentioned, dedicated to restoring nutrient-dense food to the American diet through research, education, and activism. It has a chapter leader system. The main job of the chapter leaders is if someone calls looking for healthy meat or healthy milk or some other food, it's their job to give them a source that can provide them to it. And it has chapters in all 50 states and a number of provinces in Canada and many countries around the globe.
And then has your involvement with this Weston Price Foundation then essentially become a full-time practice of yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. One of their goals is to establish access in all 50 states to legal raw milk in this country. We're getting close. Hopefully, maybe in the next couple years realize that. But the Weston Price Foundation also has a campaign for real milk. And in 1998, when that campaign started, raw milk was legal, sales were legal in 27 states. Today, whether it's through statute, regulation, or policy, that number stands at 47.
Okay, well, let's get into that then. But actually, just before we do, I just want to understand a little bit more about the foundation and about what you do with the foundation and who calls upon the foundation for help. As I understand, just on a little bit, I may have known in the past a bit about it, but you're helping to sort of refresh my view as to the role this organization plays in terms of lobbying, both at the state level and the federal level, on issues related to, and in this case, we're going to go into the raw milk industry. Am I right that, who would make you, can you give some recent examples of activities related to the Western Price Foundation in connection with what we've now begun to talk about, the advocacy on these various issues? Give us maybe some examples on that.
Sure. I mean, so there's been an effort to establish pesticide liability shields for manufacturers in the country, at both the state level and the federal level. Unfortunately, in this country, there was a Supreme Court case effectively establishing a liability shield about a month or two ago. But that's something we've worked on. We had a lobbyist work in North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky on trying to stop state pesticide liability shield laws. And we also worked to get it out, and we're successful of getting out pesticide liability shield provision out of the Farm Bill, which is currently before Congress.
Okay, and just on pesticide liability shield, your group is advocating for a removal of the legal immunity granted to pesticide producers in the event of harm. People have some recourse to the courts?
Yeah, correct. I mean, one of the things, so my talk's going to be about meat and milk. One of the things we've worked for on the federal level is the PRIME Act. In this country, currently, we have custom slaughterhouses where there's no inspection, and inspection in this context means an inspector does not have to be present when slaughter and processing is taking place. In the, in the U.S. right now, you cannot sell meat that was slaughtered or processed when an inspector was not present. So what the PRIME Act would do is, right now, under the law of the United States, under the any meat slaughtered at a custom house has to go to the owner of that animal. The owner can't sell that meat. He can only distribute it to his family, non-paying guests and employees under federal law, which, as I'll get into, is preempted state law. So the states have to abide by that.
Okay.
And what the PRIME Act would do would be to allow the sale of custom slaughtered and processed meat in intrastate commerce. And that is currently in the House Farm Bill, not the full PRIME Act, but a pilot program where a state, if they adopt the pilot program, they can pick up to 5 custom slaughterhouses to participate the first 5 years, and another 5 the second 3 years. It's a program that would sunset after 5 years, and a farmer who gets meat slaughtered and processed at a custom facility, or the custom facility itself, could sell meat direct to a consumer. They could not sell to retail stores and restaurants like the original PRIME Act called for.
Okay, so the activities of the Western Price Foundation, of course, we've referred to pesticides and the slaughter process, and we're going to talk about the raw milk process. But as I understand it, it covers a number of agricultural related and food production areas. And you've been involved significantly with the foundation in connection with a number of these areas, it seems, from what you're telling us, I think.
Yeah, mainly with raw milk and meat.
Okay.
Usually, in this country, the main work gets done at the grassroots level, but we're there typically in an advisory capacity to help them,
Okay.
just
Now
be more knowledgeable.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so you started your story then about the raw milk. Historically, I've lost track of the dates, but you started telling a story about how at some point there were only 27 states that permitted the production and sale of raw milk, and I think you're up to 40 some odd states now, presumably in part due to the lobbying efforts of your foundation. I don't know if you want to start the story from this at what point did you personally get involved in the raw milk issues, and then what the foundation has been doing in that context?
I started in 2003. The foundation actually started a year after the campaign for raw milk was launched, so they've been at it since 1999. And like in Canada, there's a federal ban on the sale of raw milk, but unlike Canada, where the provinces have the right to legalize it within their borders, in the United States, most states have, and no provinces have done so in Canada as far as I know. In the United States, most provinces have done so, and there are three ways they typically do it. One is, sales for human consumption. They can, in that area generally involves passing a law. Another one is sales for pet consumption, and there's a group called the Association of American Feed Control Officials that publishes what they call, I think, an official manual or official publication, and under that publication, pet milk sales are allowed. And most states have adopted this model publication. The group is called AFCO by reference, and sales of raw pet milk have become legal through that. And then a third way is something that's been tried in Canada. It was upheld by a trial court in Toronto, later reversed back in 2010, was what is known as a herd share agreement, and that is where someone purchases an ownership interest in a dairy animal or herd of dairy animals, and through that interest can obtain raw milk. So out of the 47 states, I'd say 40 have adopted it, have passed laws or policies effectively legalizing it for human consumption, and about, I think 15 or 16 have recognized herd shares, again, through statute, regulation, or policy. Out of the remaining 7 states, they've adopted, you can sell pet milk legally there. And it's just the 3 states, Hawaii, Nevada, and Rhode Island, where you can't get it for human consumption through a sale or a herd share agreement, something similar, nor can you purchase it legally for pet consumption. And those are 3 states the Weston Price Foundation is hoping to change within the next couple of years.
Okay, just a couple
And
points.
those states are, Hawaii, Nevada, Rhode Island.
Okay, a couple points. As I understand, the herd share structure, which then the court in Ontario upheld the validity of that, so that if you own the cow yourself through some sort of corporate structure, you're not deemed to be selling it to the public, you're consuming the product produced by an animal that you own, I think is the basis for that herd share structure. And
right, and there's a policy reason behind it too. It's kind of a compromise between the people who want legal raw milk and the people who don't. This way, the herd share involves a closed loop transaction.
Right.
Basically, where only the people who are members of the herd share can get the milk. So if there is a problem, it's highly traceable. I mean, I used to work on foodborne illnesses attributed to raw milk consumption, and there was one outbreak attributed to a herd share where a number of people were sick. Typically, the state would have issued a press release warning the public about it, But in this case, they were confident enough about the closed-loop nature of things that they never bothered to issue a press release. So it's, under the herd share, unlike sales, the milk is not made available to the general public. Someone has to take the affirmative step of going to the farm and purchasing an ownership interest in the herd.
Right, okay. And the 3 states that are resistant still at this point and haven't allowed for the sale to the public of these raw milk products, what is there presently underway lobbying efforts and debates within those areas?
Yeah, in Hawaii, there's been a bill for years. They have a strong public health department there. They've stopped bills. A couple years ago, it passed out of the House and was partway to passing through the Senate when it was stopped. They do have herd share agreements there. We haven't deemed them legal. We want something in writing from the state. I mean, there are other states like Virginia where herd shares are legal by policy, where the state Department of Agriculture has indicated in writing that this is not against the law. And, in Virginia, there are probably over a couple hundred different herd share programs right now, but they haven't done that in Hawaii. And hopefully, it's very difficult to pass a bill there, more difficult there than in most states. So hopefully, there can be some kind of acknowledgement from one of the state agencies that this does not violate the law.
Okay, let's deal with the whole business of raw milk, and you've described how the number of states that have permitted the sale to the public of raw milk has increased. I think you said it's about 47 states now allow for that. Historically, and I'm not sure how long a period this is, there were initially 27 states that didn't prohibit the sale of raw milk, as I understand your evidence, and that is now up to 47 because states have begun to open up on this industry a bit, and there's 3 left that don't. Have I got that right?
Yeah, so the history is, so the governing document for the conventional dairy industry is the pasteurized milk ordinance. And the first state to actually ban raw milk that I'm aware of was Michigan. Raw milk sales, raw milk consumption is legal in every state, like it is in every province in Canada. You can't get arrested for possession of raw milk. So Michigan banned it in 1948. Then in 1965, the National Conference on Interstate Milk Shipments, which meets every couple years to rewrite the pasteurized milk ordinance, the governing document for raw milk sold for pasteurization in the U.S., added a clause saying only pasteurized milk could be sold to the final consumer. So I think at that point, a number of states banned it by simply adopting, this was Section 9 of the PMO, by adopting that section. And then, if a state adopts the entire PMO, but then they pass a law subsequently legalizing raw milk sales, that subsequent law will control an interpretation of the law. So subsequently, I think, there were, after this passage of Section 9 in the PMO, a number of states took affirmative steps, not just adopting Section 9 to ban it, but then, that process started reversing itself, I think, in the early 2000s and has continued to this day.
Okay, so the sort of incremental growth in the states as each individual state begins to allow, in other words, resist. Back in the mid-'60s, there would have been this moratorium of sorts, as I understand it, and pasteurized milk was the only commercially marketable dairy product, I guess, and then states began to fight back because it's within their state jurisdiction to decide whether or not to permit this, and it has gotten up to 47 states now over a number of decades that allow for this. And what I'm wondering is the 3 states that are still not allowing for this, we must have decades of evidence to show what the impact is of consumption of this product. You've got tens and perhaps a couple 100 million people that are consuming this over a number of years, or put it this way, who have had the right to, and presumably many have availed of that right. What are the states that are resistant to the raw milk saying when they look at the actual data across the states over the last 5 or 6 decades? What is the basis for continuing to resist the sale of raw milk in those areas?
Well, they think it's a public health threat where the evidence is, sure, people get sick from drinking raw milk, but they get sick from drinking pasteurized milk as well. And there have actually been more deaths attributed to the consumption of pasteurized milk than raw milk. So, their training is that raw milk cannot be produced safely. And that's why one of the trends in recent legislation is that every year it seems like there are a couple states that pass raw milk legislation, either legalizing it for the first time or expanding access. And most of these bills have little or no regulation, and I think the reason is at one time the health departments would fight them, but now they realize that the demand is so great, they're probably not going to be successful. And if it has to be legal, they'd rather not regulate it because they don't believe it can be produced safely. That's their bias. I think the data indicates otherwise. I work with a microbiologist who accumulated data from the Centers for Disease Control and Raw Milk Illnesses from 2005 to 2020. In 2020, the last year of her data set, there was a tremendous spike in the demand for raw milk due to COVID. More people were going to the farm then. Many were drinking raw milk for the first time. And for the whole year, there were 5 outbreaks associated with 28 illnesses, and I think there was 1 hospitalization. So her data found there were more illnesses during this 15-year period attributed to pasteurized milk consumption than raw milk consumption. I mean, per serving, yeah, there were more illnesses attributed. If you go on a per serving basis, there are more illnesses attributed to raw milk consumption, but they're both safe foods when it comes to foodborne illness. If you look at the record, I mean, we all see what's happening with this cyclospore outbreak right now. And one of the advantages of raw milk is, for the most part, it's sold locally. It's a highly traceable food. So if there is a problem, you can nip it in the bud. And I just think one of the things with our global food system now is traceability is very difficult. I was just at a food safety conference where it was the 15th anniversary of the International Association. Well, it was the International Association for Food Protection. It was the 15th anniversary of the Food Safety Modernization Act, which is the most consequential amendment of FDA's jurisdiction over food in this country in, I think, 80 years. And the officials there just admitted that the rate of foodborne illness has remained flat for the last 15 years, that FSMA has not improved it. So, I mean, one of the problems is with traceability, and with raw milk, that's a problem you typically don't have.
Okay. You said a couple things which I want to just revisit quickly if I can. You talked about a spike in the demand for raw milk over a period of time, and you referred to during the pandemic there was an increased appetite, it seems, with the public for raw milk. Are you able to explain that little bit of history?
Yeah, I think there were, we had rolling food shortages in this country of various products, including meat. And it got people out to the farm, and I think there was just more demand for farm food in general. There was more concern about the conventional food supply that arose because of the pandemic, and so for at least a period during the pandemic. On-farm sales of, especially meat, milk, were just booming in this country. They might have flattened out later in the pandemic, but there was just, in 2020, there was a big spike. And I think it was, more people were getting back direct to the farm as a result of what was happening in the conventional food supply.
Okay, there's been roughly 5 years or so since that big spike in the consumption of raw milk. Is there any data at all that anybody can point to as some evidence that the consumption of raw milk, and we've got this great recent example of a spike 5 or 6 years ago, any data at all showing health risks associated with this increased consumption of raw milk?
Well, I mean, the medical profession has a bias against raw milk. There are papers, many papers, just warning about the dangers. Interestingly, there was also a paper written, I think, by a couple of Canadians, I think Joanne Whitehead and Bryony Lake, that looked at the data in U.S., I think it was from 2005 to 2016, where, demand was still going up, but not at the level it was in 2020. And they found there was really the number of illnesses, as the demand was going up, the number of illnesses attributed to raw milk consumption was either flat or going down. And this paper, I think, was introduced in a Canadian raw milk case, the Affleck case, which concluded about 5 years ago. And I think there have been years since then where, I'm not saying every year, but there have been years since then, like 2020, where there was a big spike in demand, and the illness level was flat. I mean, I used to work with retired microbiology, retired doctor, had a background in microbiology and epidemiology, and he had the biggest database I knew of raw milk illnesses in the country. And he said the average number of illnesses attributed to raw milk consumption in the U.S. per year was somewhere between 40 and 45. And it held pretty steady. And he said that number was small enough where you could not really attribute any pattern.
You said earlier that the data suggests there's greater risks associated with drinking pasteurized milk. Where do you get that from?
There are more deaths. I mean, for instance, in Massachusetts alone, there were 2 outbreaks associated with listeriosis. One, I think, was in 1982 or 1983. 14 people died. In 2007, there was another outbreak attributed to a pasteurized milk dairy there, where 3 people died of listeriosis. The major 4 pathogens affecting milk are listeriosis, Listeria monocytogene, Salmonella, Campylobacter, and E. coli, namely E. coli 015787. And the illnesses that were, there was actually a FOIA request Weston Price sent that covered the years 1972 to through 2005, and asked how many illnesses were attributed to pasteurized milk during this time, how many were attributed to raw milk. And the response from CDC listed the pathogen for each outbreak, and there wasn't a single outbreak related to raw milk that was attributed to listeriosis, which is the deadliest of the 4 pathogens involved.
Okay, well that's interesting. The other point that you mentioned, I want to just revisit for a minute, is with the raw milk industry. There's this notion of traceability. So if there is a problem, causation, I suppose, is more easily identified because these operations are more of a local distribution, and therefore traceability, the prospect of traceability is enhanced through the raw milk industry as opposed to the general pasteurized product industry, if I've got that right. Can you tell us about traceability and why you feel that's one, well, define what traceability is and why it's important and why you feel that bodes well for the raw milk industry?
Well, there's a limited geographic range where most raw milk producers sell. It might be 50 to 100 miles. Many of them have customer lists, especially with a herd share under the laws of most states that allow that practice. you have to have some kind of customer list. So if there is a problem, you can quickly reach all of your customers. Sometimes it involves the farmer doing it. Sometimes it might be, a government agency calling. But yeah, and this is milk from a single farm. If there's a problem with pasteurized milk, you have many dairies selling it to a cooperative. It's not as clear which dairies might have caused the problem. There haven't been any major pasteurized milk outbreaks for a long time that I know of, but there was an outbreak back in the mid-'80s, I think, where, FDA said it was estimated that close to a couple 100,000 illnesses, 190-something thousand illnesses were attributed to the consumption of pasteurized milk from this one outfit.
Okay.
So it's just, you're talking about a single source and a narrower geographic base.
Okay. Is the I assume that within the states that have opened up to the raw milk industry, and you say there's now 47 of them that have for some time, maybe some recently, but some presumably many years earlier, opened up to this. And I know I've covered this, but I just want to make sure we understand that there isn't the evidence. There may be difference of opinions between some experts, but the states themselves, the health departments within each of the states themselves, presumably, that have allowed for this industry, some of which have been going for decades, aren't able to show any public health risk from the consumption of these raw dairy products. Am I right on that?
Well, yeah, there are still outbreaks, not as many as the health departments would like you to believe have occurred, but for the most part, there have been papers saying the states that legalize it have more outbreaks. And whether that's true or not, it kind of stands to reason. If the greater the consumption of any food, I think that there's going to be a chance of more outbreaks. Right. But, the other thing that's interesting to consider is just not only the contribution of a food to acute illness, but also chronic illness. And when it comes to pasteurized milk, I haven't seen any hard data, but I've heard of a number of different maladies attributed to the consumption of pasteurized milk. With raw milk, it's been very few, almost hardly ever hear of anyone blaming a chronic illness on raw milk consumption. And I think one of the goals of the MAHA movement in this country is to reduce the incidence of chronic disease. RFK has said chronic disease accounts for 90% of our medical expenses.
Okay.
So it's something that I just, it's my own opinion, but I think it's a safer food and just a healthier food that reduces the chances of chronic disease and can potentially reduce the amount spent in our healthcare system. Just for example, there was a survey done by Opinion Research. This was about 20 years ago on lactose intolerance. And the survey had one question: have you been diagnosed by a healthcare professional with lactose intolerance? I think the survey might have been sent to about 1,500 people, and maybe a couple hundred responded that yes, they had. And the follow-up question to that is, have you been able to drink raw milk without any problems, or worded similarly to that? And my memory is over 80% of the people said they could drink it. So not everyone, but just some people who can handle pasteurized milk can drink raw milk.
Okay. Peter, what we do here at the NCI is I ask you a bunch of questions and lead you through what we anticipate you wanted to speak about, and then I get the commissioners. There's 4 of them here, and they may have a few questions for you. But before I turn you over to the commissioners, is there anything else you wish to say that you intended to say today that you haven't just yet?
Would I be able to talk about meat?
Yes, we can. I know that's on a number of topics that you were going to address, so let's get into that. What can you tell us about that? What's going on in the States with respect to that?
Okay, well, I mean, like in Canada, the sale of inspected meat, for meat to be sold, it has to be inspected, meaning an inspector has to be present when slaughtering and processing is taking place. But in the United States, we have several exemptions to that. One is called the personal use exemption, where you slaughter an animal on the farm, and the farmer can give the meat to his family, employees, and non-paying guests. But USDA has added a wrinkle to that, where under this personal use exemption, a farmer can sell the meat, the animal live to an owner or owners. USDA said there's no limit on the number of owners there could be for an on-farm slaughtered animal. And one of the owners of the animal, or more than one, as long as the owners only, not the farmer, handle the slaughtering and processing on the farmer's land using his building and equipment, that would be under this personal use exemption, where no inspector is required. There's really no regulation. The meat can't be adulterated or misbranded like any food product. But there was actually a Freedom of Information Act request filed by Weston Price, and according to USDA, usually on a typical year, 90 to 95 million pounds of meat are slaughtered on the farm. And this FOIA request asked USDA, what foodborne illnesses are attributed to the consumption of on-farm slaughtered meat from 2010 to 2022. And the answer USDA came back with was they couldn't find any. So that's one exemption. There's actually a bill before Congress now called the Local Food Act. What USDA says, if the farmer assists in slaughter, it goes under the custom exemption, which involves greater regulation. And this bill would allow the farmer, the owner of the animal, the new owner, to hire an agent, which could be the farmer who sold him the animal, to process, slaughter and process that animal, which makes sense because you're typically talking about with someone with more experience doing that kind of thing than the owner of an animal. But the second exemption is the custom exemption. During slaughter and processing at a custom facility, like I mentioned earlier, doesn't have to be an inspector present. And again, USDA has a policy that there can be an unlimited number of owners for a custom animal, and the animal can be, so they haven't said this in writing, but they have said that, indicated that maybe, there could be bundles of meat divided up in as little as 10 pounds for a cow, and that would still be under the custom exemption. And then there's we also have a retail exemption, which they have in Canada, but I think it's interpreted more strictly in Canada, where like a butcher can take a side of beef, process that up, doesn't need to be an inspector there. But in this country, there are a couple of states that have expanded that to home kitchens, where as long as a home kitchen is inspecting using meat or poultry, they could take inspected beef, make a beef pot pie, or poultry, make a chicken pot pie. And that would be under their, cottage food law, where there's often no permit required and minimal or no regulation. So just another thing in the main problem to the main obstacle to a healthy food system in this country is, I think, the lack of slaughterhouse infrastructure. Just the Wholesome Meat Act, which, really gutted the infrastructure in this country, is, just a major challenge right now. And there was actually a bill that passed the legislature in New Hampshire that would have allowed the sale of of meat from up to 3 cows, 5 hogs, and a combination of 10 sheep or pigs slaughtered on the farm each month. And that's directly in conflict with the Wholesome Meat Act. But that bill was passed by the legislature, vetoed by the governor, and there was a veto override session yesterday where it narrowly failed. So as long as the lack of slaughterhouse infrastructure continues, I think you're going to see more bills by states that an attempt to roll back the Wholesome Meat Act. There's a paper, Small Business Administration report to a Senate Select Committee on Small Business back in 1971, when the Wholesome Meat Act had barely gone into effect, saying it was a disaster back then. It had turned a competitive industry into one where there was much less competition, and it says right in the report the effect of that act on small business was like a hurricane.
Okay, just trying to unpack some of what you've now gone through with us. As I understand what you're saying, and please correct me if I've misunderstood, these requirements for inspectors present in the slaughter process, you've said there's some exemptions that are coming out, Local Food Act and other such sort of small exceptions, but the general concern is that this, is it called the Wholesome Meat Act?
Of 1967. So that's when the federal government preempted state regulation of interstate commerce in meat, and they did that with poultry in 1968, I believe, the Poultry Products Improvement Act, or Inspection Act.
So when the feds did that, that undermined the prospect of small-scale operations across the states where farmers could go to the markets themselves without a big sort of institutional slaughterhouse. They could through smaller enterprises, be less centralized and more. This federal legislation, which you said has been disastrous, undermined the prospect for the small-scale farmer to operate their own slaughtering processes. Is that? Have I got that?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean. Today, there are 4 meat packers that control 85% of the beef industry in the U.S., and another 4, I think, control, I think it's something like 67% of the hog industry. So it's tremendous consolidation. It's a dangerous concentration. 11 plants account for 47% of the cattle. 15 plants account for 65% of the hogs. It's a threat to food security.
Okay, yes, let's talk about that. How do you relate the consolidation into these 4 companies, and I can't recall the exact percentage of the meat processing is consolidated within the control of just the 4 companies, and this is a consequence of this act, which essentially undermines the prospect of smaller, less centralized operations. How do you see that as compromising the public interest in either presenting health issues or impacting farmers? Tell us what your concerns are about that.
Well, what it's done is it's limited access to slaughterhouses. I mean, during COVID and in some states during other times, it might taken up to 2 years for a farmer to book a slot at a slaughterhouse. And back before 67, there were many slaughterhouses that just dotted the countryside. I mean, there were a number of states that didn't even have state meat inspection programs when the Wholesome Meat Act passed. And so what the Wholesome Meat Act did was it raised the cost of compliance significantly for these slaughterhouses. And this small business report notes that Congress considered an emergency disaster relief fund shortly after the Wholesome Meat Act passed, because it said the sovereign act of a government was responsible for the disaster. And this was known over 50 years ago. And just consolidation has gotten much worse since then. So just if you could have on farm slaughter, or if there were more custom slaughterhouses. I mean, Tom Massey, the sponsor of the Prime Act, said during COVID that he knew of 1,000 slaughterhouses that couldn't afford the cost of a compliance basically with an inspector that would start up if the Prime Act was passed, and they could slaughter and process uninspected meat for sale at their facility. So they would start up again if the Prime Act passed.
So is your association, the Western Price Foundation, is part of its lobbying efforts is directed at a move towards decentralizing and putting back into the... Go ahead.
Absolutely. And we mainly work at a state level. I mean, at the federal level, we definitely work on something like the Prime Act, which would decentralize power, revert power back to the states.
Right.
The states didn't have to adopt the Prime Act if they didn't want to, but at least they had the choice to legalize the sale of custom meat. But it's basically, just one state at a time, because, both corporate and government power has been substantially centralized in the U.S.
You've talked about the impact on farmers of this consolidated meat slaughtering business, the fact that you talked about a delay for a farmer to get his cattle into one of these places, and obviously the impact on the public, the consumer, because the industry is consolidated, presumably the prices are higher, so it's both impacting the farmer's cost of production and getting his product to the market, and the consumers who have less choice because the industry is consolidated. The states, and I understand it's a bit of a complex constitutional landscape in the states as to who has jurisdiction over these various areas. There's an interplay between the feds and the power of the states. You've talked about that in the dairy context. In the meat context, have some states begun to move on this front, and can we see any effect from any sort of decentralized meat processing industry in any of the states that have begun to move?
Well, they've moved in small ways for now. To give you an example, under the federal regulations for custom slaughter, the way USDA interprets the law, the owner of any custom animal has to be identified before slaughter. And in the, there have been a couple states, Colorado and Wyoming, that have passed laws where, they're called meat shares, where it's like herd shares for milk. The the owner can purchase an interest in a meat animal and get meat from that animal when it's slaughtered. And under these laws, that owner would have to be identified to the custom house, typically under federal law, and under these laws, they wouldn't have to be identified, and it makes it easier for the farmer to distribute the meat to the animal, where people don't have to come up with so much money up front like they might with the custom slaughter under the USDA interpretation.
Okay.
And another one is possibly this, retail exemption, where at one time USDA said, if you're going to be a something like a home kitchen further processing a meat product, you needed a commercial kitchen permit or something like that, even though none of their guidance said that. But
Okay.
yeah, there are a couple of states have gone ahead and have allowed cottage food home operations to further process meat, even though, as long as it's inspected, even though there's no permit requirement or registration requirement even in one case.
Okay, so you see that as an evolving landscape as more
Yeah,
states?
it's an evolving landscape. I mean, and from a food safety standpoint, even though many of these cottage food producers are highly regulated, unregulated, there have been very few illnesses attributed to them. And I think, one reason for that is it's not like a big corporation like a Tyson where a foodborne illness, paying for the cost of a foodborne illness outbreak is part of the cost of doing business. I mean, it can put them out of business, so there's a huge incentive, regulation or no regulation, to produce safe food. And another reason, too, I think, is they're selling it within a community. I mean, they have a reputation to uphold in the community.
Okay. Peter, I note the time, and I don't want to rush you through anything. I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners right now, unless there's something else you wanted to cover before I do that. I think we've talked about the raw milk dairy, and we've talked about the meat sector now. Is there anything else you want to talk about before we get into questions here?
Just one little wrinkle with poultry. In the U.S., you can sell, a USDA establishment can also do custom for red meat. Right now in the U.S., if you're if you're an inspected poultry facility, you can't do custom if if you buy or sell any birds during the year. And many of these smaller poultry facilities right now are, I'm not saying there's a lot right now, but there are more that are being located on farms where you can purchase a small quantity of, you can purchase a small slaughterhouse for your operation. And so, but you can only do one or the other. You can do inspected or custom. So what's happening now is that as a result, we have this exemption called Public Law 9492, where among other things, a small poultry producer can process up to 20,000 birds on his farm. But not everyone wants to do that. Someone wants to find an inspected facility. And because of this prohibition on dual use status, I've been told, and this is just a guesstimate, there are only 20 federally inspected facilities in the country that would be accessible to a small-scale poultry producer. So this is something USDA possibly could change their interpretation of the law on without there necessarily needing to be an act of Congress. So hopefully that's something will happen, but that's another example of the lack of slaughterhouse infrastructure in this country. And that's it.
Okay, and essentially depriving the ability of small operators to be commercially viable because it's consolidating the right to...
and it might not work for them to process their own birds on the farm. And
right, okay.
This other option isn't available to most of them.
Okay, great. At this point, Peter, I'm going to invite the commissioners to ask you any questions if they have any at this point. Vincent?
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I appreciate your knowledge on this matter. Are there any words of wisdom or recommendations you can pass on to Canadian legislatures?
Well, I think I think the demand for raw milk in Canada is there to legalize the product. I worked a little bit with Michael Schmidt over the years, and I know he bent over backwards working for legal raw milk in Canada. And I think what happened as a result of all the attention he brought to raw milk was that demand for raw milk definitely went up, but all the farmers who might work for legal raw milk too saw what, the Ontario government did to Michael Schmidt, and they, wanted the revenue, and I think a much bigger black market evolved over the years. There's actually, interestingly, there's a study the microbiologist I work with provided me on outbreaks attributed to pasteurized and raw milk in North America from 2007 to 2020. And during that period, there wasn't a single fluid raw milk, outbreak linked to fluid raw milk consumption in Canada. And I just, through Michael Schmidt's experience, and again, this is just hearsay, but it sounded to me like the black market increased significantly in Canada during that time for raw milk. So I think, a move should be taken to legalize it. I mean, a first step in individual, I think it's better to be done at the state level. I mean, at the federal level in the U.S., there's more of an anti-raw milk bias, so it's better to keep it at the state level. And often the first step is to legalize herd shares, because instead of maybe the outright sale, because like I said, it's more traceable, it's a closed loop, and it's easier from a food safety standpoint if there is a problem. And, I would say overall, raw milk has a good track record for food safety in this country. I'd say the great majority of illnesses legitimately attributed to it are self-limiting. So I think given the demand, the legislature needs to start respecting freedom of choice more.
Thank you.
Okay, done. Okay, Peter, our timing is perfect. I'd invite you, if you have any closing remarks, any advice for us north of the 49th in terms of your own experiences down there, and if you wish to, and I know this is a huge question, but it invites a comparative analysis between what you see happening up here and what you've described as happening down there, or anything else. I'm going to leave it with you for the next 30 seconds or so, and you can sum up if you'd like.
Well, I think movement to decentralize, localized food production checks all the boxes, food security, benefiting local economies. I think overall healthier food is produced at the local level, so just lead to reduction in healthcare costs and keep money in the local economy and rebuild the countryside.
All right, that's a very inspirational and interesting way to sum things up. We are very grateful up here at the NCI that you've joined us today and given us some comparative perspectives as to what's happening in the States, very similar to what's happening up here in many ways. So on behalf of the NCI this morning, we're actually not, we're into the afternoon. I think it's almost 5 o'clock out your way. So Peter Kennedy, thank you so much for joining us, and all the best in your continuing efforts in your area. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to testify. Wish you all the best as well.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And we do have one more witness before the break. It'll be a half-an-hour witness, and Wayne's going to lead that evidence.
Our next witness is going to be Lorene Dar. So if you could give us your full name, spell your last name, Lorene, and then I will do an oath with you.
Okay. It's Lorene Dar. Last name is D-A-R-R.
And you swear that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. You're going to give us some views on Bill 22, and I gather that you have a slide deck that you're going to use.
Yes, I believe it's already loaded. Something is
So-
happening on my monitor.
Yeah, there we go. Is that, if that's the start of your slide presentation, I
That
think
is
I'll let you
mine,
just get
yes.
into it, okay?
Good to go? Okay. Is this going to show the?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll just be quiet now.
Yeah. Okay, maybe first of all, tell us, are you acting for a group? Is this?
I am not. I just happen to be a consumer of food, and I know a lot of farmers, and I have good relationships with farmers who are the suppliers of my food. And that is why I have the concerns I have and why I'm here today.
Okay, if you could just continue with your slideshow.
Okay, I'm assuming that the arrows will work even though I'm not seeing quite the same as what you guys are seeing, but it should work. Okay, so I want to talk today about Alberta Bill 22, which is the Animal Protection Amendment Act. It is new. It was given royal assent in May of this year, and it has created quite a stir. I'm talking from a consumer point of view, as I mentioned earlier. So why do I care? I used to be a vegetarian. I didn't feel good about the large commercial meat industry and the way that it tends to treat animals. I also didn't feel good about when you go to a grocery store, you don't really know how they get that meat looking so nice and pink, what's happened to it, or what the animals live like who happen to be on that shelf. And that is important to me. So for about 12 years, I just didn't buy meat. And I had my health spiral downward to the point that I had to acknowledge that I probably needed some animal protein in my diet. So I now enjoy close relationships with small independent producers, with butchers. I know where the meat comes from. I know how the animals are treated. And I know how the meat is processed after slaughter. And I can feel good about what I eat again. My fear is that the continually increasing cost, legal risks, and complete uncertainty for farmers will lead to way fewer producers, fewer choices for consumers like me. Who is going to want to farm? Who is going to encourage their children to farm when their farming business becomes less viable all the time, when there is high risk of personal catastrophe, basically financially and emotionally, from the regulations that continue to be put upon farmers? Before I get into the meat of my presentation, I want to say unequivocally, animals should be protected. We should not tolerate animal cruelty, and people who harm animals should be held accountable. And definitely, animal protection officers need tools for enforcement. But the powers in Bill 22 must have limits and definitions. Currently, they do not. We must protect responsible farmers. These are my key concerns with Bill 22. Colossal increase of penalties without definition. Number 2, full discretion and no accountability for enforcement officers. Number 3, broad language creates broad interpretation. Number 4, no definitions of accepted agricultural practices. Number 5, no limit on future regulations added within the legislation. Number 6, farmers appear to have been left out of the conversation. So number 1, this colossal increase of penalties without definition. In the original Animal Protection Act, the maximum penalty was $20,000. Now, to me, that's a fairly good deterrent for bad behavior. And if it's not deterring bad behavior, something else is at play. Either the person just doesn't have the wherewithal to take better care of the animals, or they may have a criminal lifestyle that allows them to evade paying fines. And in that case, I have no problem with a jail term. But in this case, now we've gone 12-fold. We have increased the maximum penalty, kind of, to $250,000. But that's per animal per day. So your final fee could be multiple times $250,000. We're talking, you could be in the millions of dollars if you have a herd of animals that you are accused of harming. Something else I'd like to say about this, in Bill 22, it doesn't give a schedule or a table of how these fines are to be applied for what offenses. It is simply a blank check for the enforcement officers to say, I think your offense is worthy of a great fine. I really did expect to see a table or a schedule of some kind that would say first offense, minor, $1,000, you know, and go up from there. But that just doesn't exist in this bill. So these are very serious consequences. They require precision in the law. This type of fine and enforcement is more, it's hard to not see it as something that's meant to ruin people rather than deter people. So instead we see open-ended powers, and that puts farmers at serious risk every day that they go to work. Well, enforcement officers decide who has crossed the line, but farmers have no idea where the line is because, again, that's not defined in any way in Bill 22. So broad interpretation can lead to catastrophic outcomes, and farmers need certainty. Animal seizure creates also financial loss. The immediate consequences when an officer comes onto your farm and says, we are taking your animals or we are quarantining your animals on your farm, you immediately have your operation interrupted. You immediately are losing current and future production. You will have disruption to your breeding program. You might lose your genetics that you have worked for generations on. You're still obligated by your contracts and your business agreements. And you have no certainty on what the final cost will be or what the timeline is going to be. The farmer has likely been told that he must produce records, documents in a certain time frame. He is likely thinking, do I know anybody who knows a lawyer? Do I have any rights at all? So there is great consternation around this. And you could imagine that a farmer and a farm as a business may not recover from even just this initial stage, even if there's no wrongdoing found in the end. There are no guardrails in Bill 22 to ensure the tools are used fairly, consistently, and appropriately. Losing custody of the animals, the breakdown of where the costs go, the farmer has no control over the type of transportation, where the animals are transported to, the type of board, the type of feed, and even where they'll be. Veterinary decisions, those may include medications and procedures that the farmer would not agree with, and whether the animals will be killed or allowed to live. He has no control over that. And yet he may be invoiced for all of that. Again, there's no way for a person to calculate what that's going to be until it's all done, and a farm may be lost because a family can't afford the fight. There are no safeguards in Bill 22 around seizure and custody costs. There's nothing to motivate an enforcement officer or agency to keep the costs minimal. Number 2, full enforcement discretion with no accountability. Bill 2, in this clause 20, this is a similar statement that was made in the previous version of the Animal Protection Act, but with the larger powers that are given by Bill 22, this becomes a much more concerning statement. So no action lies against a peace officer, registered veterinarian, etc., for anything done in good faith under this act or the regulations. In my experience, it is impossible to prove bad faith, which means essentially that there is no limits on power provided by Bill 22. The default assumption must be that farmers are acting in good faith and to the best of their ability. This assumption is afforded to the enforcement officers, but currently not to the farmers. They must be perceived as innocent until proven guilty, and there must be accountability for abusive and incompetent officers. Currently, there is nothing provided in Bill 22. Where are the safeguards? Where are the accepted agricultural practices listed in Bill 22? Where are the clear standards? Where is there a reference to appropriate training for these officers? Where is there a reference for a mechanism of a meaningful review process where somebody unbiased can review things as they're happening and step in and say, hang on, there's something not quite right here. The more power, the more accountability should be given as well. Number 3, broad language creates broad interpretation. I was at a meeting by Zoom with a group of farmers a couple of weeks ago. They had asked for an audience with MLA Devin Dreeshen, and there were 2 representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture there. They both emphatically claimed that farmers have nothing to worry about, that Bill 22 does not target farmers. That is not the concern. However, they seem to be missing the fact that words matter, and in a legal document of legislation, words really matter. So here's an example. The term animal distress has been expanded to now include adequate exercise and movement, expression of natural behaviors, undue or prolonged fear, anxiety, or frustration. Anybody who cares for animals will agree that these 3 points definitely help to characterize the quality of life an animal has. But each species will be different, and Bill 22 provides no guidance to help someone decide if what would cause fear, anxiety, and frustration to a sheep needs to be applied to a dog or a bison or a duck. Each person's interpretation in each case will be different. Bill 22 provides no clarity. Bill 22 also allows for intervention based on suspicion of future harm. Intervention if an officer just thinks an animal might become distressed. This is so concerning. I don't even know why we have to talk about it. People can disagree, people make mistakes, and more importantly, people can misunderstand agricultural practices. Again, we go back to where are the safeguards, where is the clarity on training for officers, where do they come from, what's their background? Wrong decisions can have irreparable consequences. Government authority based on perceived future harm is very concerning. 4, no definitions of accepted agricultural practices. These 2 clauses from Bill 22, I'm going to use as an example. So when they say that farmers have nothing to worry about, 22B says, subject to the regulations, an activity carried out in accordance with reasonable and generally accepted practices of animal care, animal management, animal husbandry, all 3 of those could be farming, but it doesn't say so. Hunting, fishing, trapping, pest control, or slaughter, that could be farming as well. Again, no reference to agriculture. In fact, in all of Bill 22, you will not find the words in any form, agriculture or farm, which is interesting to me. So that's a very general statement, and these agriculture ministry representatives said that covers farming. You don't have anything to worry about. 22C says, subject to the regulations, the use of an animal in a sporting activity that is carried out in accordance with reasonable and generally accepted practices is exempt. That's pretty general, but it clearly says sporting activity carried out in accordance with reasonable and generally accepted practices. However, that was not seen as protection enough for chuck wagon racing and rodeo. So that has been carved out. You won't find that in Bill 22. That's a special part, a special document called Amendment A1. So that has been carved out as a protection. But there is no carve out for farmers. Number 5, no limit on future regulations. Bill 22 provides that the Minister of Agriculture can add or change the regulations basically without limit, without consultation, and without formality. This obliterates due process, transparency, and accountability. Even for people who think that Bill 22 isn't so bad right now, This allows for that to be a completely different bill a year from now, 3 years from now, 6 months from now. And number 6, farmers appear to have been left out. Again, when I was at this meeting 2 weeks ago, the representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture said that farmers had been consulted because their agricultural representative bodies had been consulted. Those are not the same thing. This reading 1, reading 2, reading 3 passed in the Alberta legislature while farmers were calving. If anybody who knows a farmer who has cows who calve in February, March, April, when it's still snowing, it can be very, very cold, there is no sleep. These people are up day and night. Their entire focus of life during those weeks is to keep animals alive. This is when this was pushed through. So whatever these bodies might have done to try to consult with farmers and get feedback for the government, farmers have been caught by surprise. Everybody in that meeting that I attended had been caught by surprise, and every farmer that I know personally has been caught by surprise. So let's talk about ostriches. I'm talking specifically about the situation in BC in 2025, where the Canadian Food Inspection Agency killed 300 to 400 ostriches on a privately owned farm. As we've learned since that happened, this is not an anomaly. This is not an unusual occurrence. The CFIA does this quite regularly. It's just their preference. They don't want to have to worry about sick animals. They don't have to prove that animals are sick. They would just rather stamp them out, and their policy is stamping out. It's a great current example of Canadian animal protection authorities in action. And it raises serious questions about accountability when government authorities have unlimited power over privately held animals. It raises serious questions about humane treatment throughout the process once a group of animals has been targeted. And it raises serious questions about meaningful accountability and exploration of logical alternatives. The lesson here is that every system needs safeguards because humans make mistakes. But there is nothing in Bill 22 that would prevent this same situation happening in Alberta at the hands of an Alberta Animal Protection Agency. In fact, Bill 22 facilitates the same all-encompassing, unquestionable power. So coming full circle, what kind of food system do we want? We know that family farms face untold increasing pressures from many directions. I don't believe we're creating an environment where the next generation will want to become farmers. I don't believe we're strengthening our local food systems. And I do think that we're creating conditions where production is concentrated into fewer and larger operations. Consolidation affects consumers because we get fewer choices. If you can imagine, farmers are people that want to take care of their animals. They want to get up in the morning and be outside. They want to run equipment. It is a lifestyle choice. The more regulations you foist on these people, the more that lifestyle is gone, because they're going to have to hire somebody to actually take care of the animals while they're inside their farmhouse office taking care of paperwork and record keeping and whatever else is being foisted on them. I do not accept a system where my food choices and my food quality is limited by government decree. I do hope that generally people start understanding and acknowledging how important their food is to their overall quality of life, and I hope they start paying attention to the plight of farmers. I don't believe in Alberta that we have to choose between protecting animals and protecting farmers. I think it's obvious that these are complementary goals, but this requires clear objective standards. We have to have regulations that are developed not just by the people who will be enforcing them, but by everyone who is affected by them. And I would even argue they need a legal scrutiny, because if you look at this Bill 22, I can't see how it fits within the Canadian Constitution. There must be enforcement officers who understand the realities of livestock production in Alberta. There must be some mechanism for an objective and timely review of any officer and agency decisions when something big is happening to a farmer. And very importantly, we need protections for responsible agricultural practices clearly written into law. So my reasonable request is that Bill 22 be rescinded until such time as it has gone through the proper consultation and scrutiny. This is not something, I think as you can see from the number of concerns I have, this is not a bill that can just be edited, have a few clauses shifted around, and it'll be good to go. There is a lot of work to be done on this bill, excuse me. If the government's position is truly that responsible farmers have nothing to fear from Bill 22, then the required protections should be easy to articulate within the bill. Good legislation should protect animals, farmers, and the food system we all depend on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The clock is showing about 6.5 minutes left for comments and questions, so I think I'll turn you over to the commissioners at this point for questions and comments, and I think we can go over time a little bit, and we'll have a short break after this this presentation. So, commissioners, do you have any questions, comments, suggestions? Yeah.
Thank you for your very professional presentation. I took special note when you talk about crossing the line. Crossing the line when the lines are blurred, undefined, or in some cases invisible can also be used as inducements. And I've seen that happen in law enforcement many times. You act on the fear of the particular individual when they don't even know where the line is.
Right.
And I have to say, what I find troubling here, there is a component that you left out of your presentation, and I'll bring this up now, is with such vague wording, and I have never seen such casual vague wording before, how this wording eventually then extends into future bills that we don't even see coming. I think that's incredibly important. Your professionalism in this presentation is well received and accepted. It is consistent with other testimony that we have heard this week, and it will certainly be taken into consideration in drafting this final report.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, Krista?
Thank you very much. I concur about the professionalism that you brought to this presentation. It was most informative. Thank you for that. When you say that farmers have not been consulted, could you just elaborate a bit upon that? An earlier presentation, I believe, quoted the actual statute, and they talked about certain stakeholders, but I did notice absent reference to farmers themselves. So I am interested a bit more in your personal experience on the farmers not being consulted, or what groups were and what groups weren't, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not a farmer, so I'm not a member of any of these organizations, but I know about them. So the folks from the Ministry of Agriculture at the meeting I was at, they didn't name the organizations that were consulted with, but I'm assuming that they would be guys like Alberta Beef Producers, Cattlemen's Associations, Dairy Associations, and those kinds of folks. What they did to try to get those questions to their membership, I don't know. I don't know if they even did. But again, I'm talking about the timeline when this was given royal assent, and when this had all the readings in legislature, and the farmers were at their busiest. So even if they were sent emails with questionnaires or anything, they very likely would have been missed, and nobody would think that something this momentous of a change to the Animal Protection Act as we knew it would be rushed through in a matter of weeks, like it was.
Are you saying it was rushed through from start to finish in a number of weeks? And was there no lead
All
up
I
to
know,
this?
all I know, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. All I know is that from reading one, the first reading it was given, I want to say, like that was, I think, in February or March, and by May, it had been given royal assent. So how long people had been working on it, I don't know. I don't think they asked farmers for input in the draft stages. That's all I can really tell you.
Are you aware of anything that the farmers are doing as a group to push back on this?
I'm aware of small pockets of farmers that are working together. I'm not aware of a large movement per se. They're busy people, and it's difficult for them to get together and have, you know, a designated leader and a spokesperson and things like that. So where they're at, the group that I attended the meeting with a couple of weeks ago, they're definitely energized and activated, but I don't think that they are particularly organized just yet. It's caught everyone pretty flat-footed.
Whose ministry is this legislation under?
This is the Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Daniel?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I agree with the other commissioners that have commended you on the quality of your presentation. I understand the Ag Minister that is involved in this is Tara Sawyer. Was she at that meeting?
She was not. It was her deputy minister, I think it's Jason Hale.
Yep. Have you had any conversations or provided her any information with respect to this?
I haven't. I've honestly, literally from that meeting 2 weeks ago to today, that's what I have. I knew something was kind of out there in the ether, and I knew there was something bothering people. But I had been very busy, and I had not had a chance to speak directly about it with people. So when I started touching base with that group of farmers, I actually just by happenstance got their contact information on Facebook. Somebody had put it as a comment to a post about concerns of this, and I emailed, and I was put on a mailing list then, and that's how I ended up at that meeting. And prior to that, I hadn't read Bill 22. I didn't know how bad it was. I am appalled, frankly, by it.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, discussion? I think that's a no, so thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, and I wish you well in your discussions in the future on the topic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll have the next witness in person.
So you meet the most amazing people at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I was graced with meeting Grace, and we go back about 5, maybe 10 minutes now, which is all the time that we've had to talk with one another. So Grace, I got just a few questions for you, and we'll see how it goes from here. Can you tell us just a little bit about yourself, and share whatever you want, whatever you feel comfortable.
Okay. I come from a small farming town in Ontario where I work on my family's horse farm, and I'm excited to be here.
You're excited to be, well, I got to tell you, I think we share something more than we thought. I've got a granddaughter, and she has a shirt that says, "Just a girl in love with horses."
Oh, my sister has the same shirt.
Get out of here. Okay, so Grace, we're going to jump into another question here, and it goes like this. Why did you come to the National Citizens Inquiry? Like, something drew you here, and I'll jump in and I'll give you a little bit of an example for me. Like, I come to the National Citizens Inquiry largely because I get to meet a lot of different people.
Okay.
And, but that's just me. Like, what drew you here today? Like, there had to be something.
I find it interesting to meet lots of different people that are like-minded and looking for answers. But it's also, I came here because of I have the horses at home, and looking at the government overreach with the ostriches in BC and other cullings of herds, that it concerns me for my horses' well-being, which is why I thought we could make a difference.
Yeah, the question that we're trying to get to the bottom of here is, are farmers safe in Canada? And that certainly includes taking care of the animals that they're in charge of. And, you know, we heard testimony, I think it was yesterday, from one of the guys that was first talking about injecting horses during pregnancy and stuff like that. Like, man, I tell you, people need to watch that stuff.
Yes.
So there's another question that I got for you too, Grace, and I only got 2 more. And the question goes like this, is, what's important about the National Citizens Inquiry to you, and what do you think might be important for everybody else?
It's important to me that everything is on record, and everyone's sworn under oath giving testimonies, and there's nearly 500 people who have given testimonies under oath, so that it's on record so that people can share it and look back at it throughout time. And I think everyone should take a look at it because it's important.
Yeah, no kidding. We have nearly 500 people testifying under oath, and to date, not one government official or one government agency has contested any of the evidence that's been given by every single witness. So that's huge. Last question for you, because I know that you're busy. It goes like this. If there's one thing that you think people need to know about the National Citizens Inquiry, and one thing that you want them to remember, based on what you know so far about the National Citizens Inquiry, what would that one thing be?
That everyone should get involved and listen to the hearings, because they're the witnesses are very knowledgeable, and they're giving testimonies sworn under oath.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You maybe can jump in there a little bit more if you want, but one of the things that I've learned as far as, like, we've got all this amazing evidence that can be shared with people.
Yes.
Like, who can we share this information with? You can think of, like, got any ideas?
With friends and farmers and like-minded people.
Friends, family, neighbors?
Neighbors,
Yeah,
anyone.
awesome.
Yes, for sure.
It's volunteers that make the National Citizens Inquiry go around. Nothing happens without a volunteer here. And I tell you, I feel most grateful that you took the time to come here all the way from Ontario to spend some time with us. So thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you.
Yeah, just take care. You take good care, and we're all done.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's day 45 of the National Citizens Inquiry, and trying to pin down the commissioners or any one of the commissioners is almost impossible, because they sit there for hours at a time, and then they get a couple of minutes for a break, and everybody wants to chat with them. And I'm fortunate now to have Vincent Gersey with me, and we're going to talk about the National Citizens Inquiry and a little bit about him, add a little bit of a human face to this magnificent thing that's happening right now. So Vincent, welcome. And I start out this with, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what it's like to be a commissioner for the National Citizens Inquiry, a little bit of your background so that people get to know you better, and then we'll go from there.
So my background was in law enforcement my entire life. I spent 32 years with the Ontario Provincial Police, and then retired just prior to COVID. And when COVID came along, that really woke me up to a lot of problems that were taking place in this nation, from a lot of decisions that were made by government that was, quite frankly, shocking. And so I became quite active and aware of a number of things that were taking place that were just wrong in this country, and I say wrong on a number of levels. And eventually, I came to discover a number of people that I now know as good friends and valued Canadians. And when the National Citizens Inquiry started, I was extremely supportive. I saw a need for the ability for Canadians who still had the opportunity to put together a venue or forum where information that was not readily available to the public could actually come out. Those that had different viewpoints on things, those who understand what's going on that our media is not talking about can actually come out. And back in April of 2025, last year, I was approached and asked if I would take on the position of commissioner for the NCI, one of four. There are 4 commissioners that operate at any particular time. So I took on that position. I agreed to, and I saw the importance and necessity. And so here I am today, having done, I think this is my 4th or 5th hearing that I'm on, and sticking with it to this point.
You know, this just occurred to me as you were talking. I think we go back a little further, you and I, than we might remember, because I know that you've been on lots of online calls all the way back to, I'm sure, 2021. And I want to share something with you that you might remember. And it goes like this. I was volunteering for another organization, and you'd actually came on a call with this, or it was Action for Canada.
Yeah.
And so I was sitting there, and there was another event that you were at, and you asked a question, and it resonated with me at the time, and it still resonates with me today. And I ask people this question all the time. The question you asked was, what do you stand for? I don't know if you remember that or not, but you were talking about other members of the police and things like that. And I've taken that question and I've added to it. And I ask people a question that goes like this: what do you stand for and what are your values? And I've asked my family questions like that too, to try to get to increase the awareness of, you know, like the COVID response and all the rest of that. So I just remembered that now, and it's an important question. And I don't know if you want to jump in on, you know, that question. What do you stand for and what are your values? I think it wouldn't hurt for people. I know this is a little impromptu, but it wouldn't hurt for people to hear from you on that.
So on that issue and to that question, it was something I was asking myself and asking the entire law enforcement community back in 2020, 21, 2022. But you know, we're a ways away from that now. We are in a different place. And as much as that particular question is something people should ask themselves every day, and it's extremely important, I'm shifting to this awareness issue with the National Citizens Inquiry into, you know, is this my opinion or is this your opinion? Do we just have a difference of opinion? No, we're getting way beyond opinion here, and we're into mass propaganda from our media, which started back in 2019 and 2020, and I'm sure it was existing prior to that. But the importance at this point, with so much geopolitical change that we're seeing, that our media will not cover, and that provide us with, well, yesterday we heard about
Welcome back, everyone. Our next witness is Rick Strankman. Hope I got that correct. Rick, if you could give us your full name, spell your last name, and then I'll do an oath with you.
My full name is Rick, or Richard Strankman. Last name is spelled S-T-R-A-N-K-M-A-N.
And do you swear that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as a quick introduction here, I'll get into the details here, but this is a bit unusual for us. We don't usually have a lot of witnesses that have spent time in jail and then gotten pardoned for a terrible crime that you committed of selling your own grain to a buyer in across the line. So In that regard, let's just do a bit of background. How long have you been a farmer, and where do you live? I think just tell us where you live in Alberta and give us a bit of background on your work history.
I was 70-some years ago. I was born and raised in the little Alberta border town called Oyen, or near the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. I presently live near the Alberta border town as well, Altario, which is approximately 120 miles south of Lloydminster. And I've been involved in farming, in our farm operation since 73. So I have some experience in the farming end of things.
Okay. So you've been in the farming business for quite a while in Alberta.
Absolutely. If you would care for me to give a bit more of my biography, I would proceed, if that's amenable to your group. I was involved in 1995. I took it upon myself with, at that time, 37 other farmers to challenge what was known then as the Canadian Wheat Board legislation by hauling our grain into the U.S. at the Coots border crossing, which has received some notoriety during the COVID era as well. But we did that and then returned 1995, 96, we did the same thing. 2002, we had ran the whole procedure through the Alberta legal system, charged federally for not presenting a Canadian Wheat Board export license, therefore customs charges. And in the fall of 2002, we surrendered ourselves, 13 of us, the Dirty Dozen, we called ourselves, surrendered ourselves to the Lethbridge Courthouse, and then spent some certain time at the pleasure of the province of Alberta in incarceration.
Let me stop you for a minute and just fill in some blanks here. The Canadian Wheat Board is an organization or structure that was set up by the federal government, correct?
That's true. The Canadian Wheat Board was federal legislation covering the province from sea to sea, east and west. But the farmers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba were treated differently under that federal legislation, in that should we do, as we did in 95, 96, export our grain outside that what was called designated area, we would be charged as opposed to farmers outside that would not have that encumbrance.
Yeah, if memory serves here, I believe if you were growing grain in Ontario, you were not subject to the Canadian Wheat Board at all. This was just the western provinces, I think. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, there's a slight clarification. The legislation is from sea to sea, or was from sea to sea, but the farmers outside of that, what's known as a designated area, did not have to apply for what was known as a buyback permit to buy their own grain back from themselves under the auspices of the Winnipeg office. So it would be an anomaly, an analogy would be the use of the Income Tax Act federally, where peoples outside the designated area did not have to pay income tax.
Okay. Yeah, it was, again, if I'm correct here, you actually had to sell your wheat to the Wheat Board. In other words, they actually took title. This was not just telling you how you could handle your own grain. Am I correct? I think you had to convey title to the Wheat Board if you were in Western Canada, I believe.
You're exactly accurate, Wayne. And part of my message that I want to get through to the organization, and that was what was so jaw-dropping for many people outside the designated area in the federal arena, was that it was our property. And that was my message to the organization today and to any people, viewers, is that it was a property rights issue.
Right.
In Canada, there's a long backstory. I don't know if you want to get into it, for the formation of the Wheat Board and the actual in 1943, the actual legalization at one point of the wheat board to keep, and the inception was to keep the price of wheat down for Mother England after the war, during the war era. But it translated into a bureaucracy in Winnipeg that was viewed by some as a marketing agency. It was never incepted as a marketing agency. The greater sin, in my view, though, was that it was an infraction of our property rights. And a lot of people, because of their patriotism at that time, believed that they would accept that infringement on their property rights. Right. But a number of years later, in the 90s, then there was our group like ours that were challenging that mantra.
Yeah. So you were in the grain farming business. When did you or your family start the grain business that you were in?
My grandfather actually immigrated to the area in 1913. And so I'm the third generation on our farmland. Okay. For that.
Yeah. Do you recall when they brought the wheat board in? I don't think it was as early as 1913, was it?
No, there was early iterations of it in the late 20s and 30s. Right. It was voluntary at that time, and certainly it was a different era than now, some 100 years ago. But it was ironclad in 43, and the legislation that we actually challenged was 1943 legislation.
Okay. And you were involved in the farming business since you were a very young boy, is that fair?
Absolutely. I was born and raised on the farm.
Okay. Okay. So what led you to this run-in with the law? Give us a little bit.
Well, it's a kind of an interesting, civil disobedience has many forms, and through all hours, and particularly when I led the convoys in 95, 96 in Alberta, I made myself known to any officer in charge on the location that this was going to be a non-violent demonstration. We were there simply to challenge the federal legislation, not interfering with any of the officers on site. And there are certain backstories that we got after the fact of the reception by the officers on site, that they understood what we were doing and they agreed with our right to challenge legislation in a peaceful manner.
Okay. Was it just yourself, or did you have a few of your friends involved? And tell us what happened, the mechanics of it.
Well, it's I don't know if that's germane to the presentation, but I'm happy to ramble. Initially, there was 37 of us that hauled grain across the border, but ultimately, one young fellow was only 18 or 19 years of age at the time, and so the prosecutor chose not to challenge or charge him. But in the end, there was 13 of us that actually surrendered ourselves for our payments due. And it caused quite a federal stir, actually, because Jean Chrétien was the prime minister at the time. Right. And only until Stephen Harper became majority leader was the legislation actually removed as their first bill.
Okay. And you were a provincial MLA at one point. Were you an MLA at the time that you did this civil disobedience?
No, I was a regular farmer. I thought that 5 years of activism and whatever, and we'd have that all done. I was 40-some at the time, and I thought by the time I was 50, I'd be on Easy Street being able to market my own grain. Well, it wasn't the case. It was 2012. I was elected to the upstart Wild Rose opposition under Danielle Smith, and that was in May, and in August 1st of that year, Stephen Harper then granted me a pardon for my transgressions of hauling grain across the border. I was so pleased that he did that, and as I told him one time, unlike the situation with Louis Riel, they hung him, and then 75 years later, they gave him a pardon.
Okay, okay, but okay. So you took some grain over the border into the U.S. Is that correct? And you sold it there. Am I right?
Yes, we sold it for commercial value, $1 a bushel more I found it interesting that during one of our initial court hearings that the judge in Lethbridge Court said that I was particularly devious in the fact that I was doing it in a commercial manner. And I thought that it kind of struck me that this judge would decree that I couldn't do anything commercial in Canada, as particularly as a farmer.
So did they arrest you? I'm assuming you sold it in the U.S. So where were you arrested and by which?
We were never actually arrested. When we returned from the U.S. With our transgression of selling our own grain, our vehicles were seized, and that was deemed to be a transgression against the Customs Act, or the Government of Canada at that time. Correct. The only time we came into custody was some 7 years later in 2002, when we turned ourselves in at the Lethbridge Courthouse that day. Okay. Backstory to that, actually at the demonstration across the street from the courthouse that day, one Premier Ralph Klein attended and walked through the crowd. It was an honorable day.
So did they charge you and you showed up in court, or?
Well, we from 1995 to 2002, we proceeded through the courts and carried on. It actually went to the Appellate Court of Alberta.
Okay.
And we had broken the law. The law, as it was at that time, was such that we had broken the law. So we thought, well, then you broke the law, and the heck with them. We're not going to give them our money. We'll go to jail and see how that works. Well, it received national media that John Chrétien's government had actually thrown farmers in Alberta in jail for selling their own grain. And the court of public opinion seemed to hold greater sway than the judicial system, even though we were penalized and spent time in the Huskow. Actually, backstory to that, one of the unfortunately now deceased Canadian Wheat Board Advisory Directors, Jim Chatney, was also incarcerated with us. It was quite a stunt for him to do that, and then return back to his position in the Wheat Board offices in Winnipeg after he spent his time in jail.
Okay, but so you actually did spend some time in jail. How long did they give you?
Well, depending on our various infringements, it was a varying time from 90 days to some guys pled out and did community service work for 100 hours or whatever after the fact.
Right.
But the media was our friend in that case.
Okay. And did it result in any change to the law?
Well, in 2012, as I stated earlier, when Mr. Harper was able to achieve a majority government, they were able to change the law and remove the monopoly of the Canadian Wheat Board. In fact, ineffective, made the whole organization ineffective. One of the previous witnesses made a comment, the gentleman testifying about the milk industry and the raw milk industry made an interesting comment that struck it with me, and he talked about freedom of choice. Right. And I think that's basically one of the things that became our war cry. Another previous witness, Ms. Dar, made an excellent presentation. She used electronic graphs and presentations. I brought along physical prompts or whatever. In my case, I started out as a farmer, and then during my activism, I wore this hat under the Farmers for Justice. And then beyond that, in 2012, when I got elected, I wore this hat because part of my constituency of Drumheller-Stettler involved the coal industry. And now I'm wearing this hat that's kind of a knockoff of a popular and unpopular American hat that says "Make Alberta Great Again." So I've worn many hats. My roots are with this hat as a farmer, and I'm honored to stay with that.
Okay. Okay, I think on that note, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions or comments or discussion on this, these matters. Yeah.
Rick, so since the Canadian Wheat Board has been disbanded, has there been any greater freedom for farmers marketing produce in Canada?
Absolutely. In full disclosure, as I stated earlier, the Wheat Board was entrenched in 1943 to keep the price of grain down for Mother England. The communication devices and the methodology, the methods that we have to learn of our markets and transport our grain, it's been a whole paradigm and a switch or evolution. But just today, driving in here to the facility here today, to see modern transportation, modern elevators, modern production, it's a whole other paradigm of farmer production, farmer-led innovation, and production going on. Just up the Highway 2 here north of Innisfail, there's going to be one of the largest fractionated milling plants. I'm not sure if it's, I can name the company that's developing it. It's going to be the largest processing plant of grains on the prairies. And that was not allowed under the Canadian Wheat Board. They would have actually, that company buying that wheat or barley would have had to buy the grain from the entity in Winnipeg at some price dictated by them, not a market price. And so we grow our grains similar to, at the time, off-board grains of lentils, canola, canary seed, other grains, dictated by market forces as opposed to government forces. The people in Winnipeg had zero idea, zero understanding of what our costs were, what our production models were. It's a whole new paradigm, kind of like an industrial revolution, if you will, for the prairies of Western Canada. And the wealth creation, in my view, has been spectacular. There has been no people marching up and down the streets or doing things as we did to reinvigorate the Canadian Wheat Board. There's been legal challenges to the disruption of it, but there's been no mass support rallies, you name it, by producers to get the Wheat Board back.
So are there other regulations that still limit how you can market your grain?
Please say that again.
Are there any other regulations that you're subject to in marketing your produce?
Not necessarily in marketing our grain, but in the companies that buy the grain. They are under the Canadian Grain Commission, which is a policing and legislative organization that makes sure that they have the cash in hand to buy the grain and to do the commercial transfers of cash for the grain.
And so how would you view that commission with respect to protecting farmers?
That's a very good question. Some would say that it's onerous, but on other hands, there needs to be a model of something there, in my view, to provide some sort of a financial backstop to unscrupulous operators.
Krista? Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. My concern is, what concern do you see on the horizon, and what recommendations do you have?
It's a modern world, and I recently had an opportunity to travel to the U.S. where the conversation was about artificial intelligence and the form of industrialization paradigm shift that is going to create. and the abilities and the knowledge that is going to come forward. In my small history of farming, for some it's been extensive, but going forward, to go from farming with a two-wheel drive tractor that I learned to drive initially, now our son drives a 500 horsepower four-wheel drive that's guided by satellite technology. The seed is placed by satellite, the seed rates are placed by satellite technology. And if there is a disruption to that, there could be a big issue. And I don't know the accuracy of what I'm going to say next, but recently a large green tractor manufacturer in the U.S. was stopped from enforcing manufacturers' infringements on, it's called right to repair. And that, I view, is important for producers, particularly in our area, and many are hamstrung by time of the year. They have to get the crop in the ground. They have to get the crop off. You can't wait for 8 to 5 service or repair or manufacture. And it's a very important to get, particularly because of the monstrous investments in there now, to get the crop off, to get it harvested, to get it marketed in an accountable fashion. And I think to the previous lady's testimony about legislation, to write legislation that she was describing, like I sat across from an NDP opposition in the legislature that brought forward Bill 6. That had very similar the opportunities for regulation to be created by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. And that's in my view, there needs to be a level of accountability. And I was dismayed to understand that a Danielle Smith government would bring that kind of crap forward. That's why I got elected in the first place, was because people were sick and tired of the government cronyism and such going on with the progressive conservative government of the time. I don't know if I answered your question, sir.
Oh, you did. Thank you.
Krista, did you have something you wanted to?
No, my question was answered. Thank you very much, Mr. Strankman.
Okay. Any last remarks that you'd like to make, Rick, before we close down?
I'd like to thank you and the inquiry for allowing me to come. My underlying part of my reason for driving 4 and some hours to be here was based off my long-term quest for basic property rights. I think we're losing that in many of our ways, regulations and such like that. And I would encourage all your viewers out there to do their own individual best to try and make government bureaucrats or regulators respectful of that. I happen to live in a municipal jurisdiction known as the Special Areas. The Special Areas was formed in 1938, just a few years before the Canadian Wheat Board. But the Special Areas only has an advisory board of councillors. We're not allowed to have councillors. The government, under Section 7H of this 1938 Act, the government can actually, under strict interpretation, can tell us how to farm. It just makes you want to give your head a shake going forward. And counties of Cypress, Newell, Tabor, 40 Mile, Warner, parts of Vulcan, all too were special areas in the 30s. This was formed as a part of the 1930s regulation because of the taxpayers losing their land. But we need to grow through that sort of stuff. And like I just described, artificial intelligence is going to be the next new paradigm, in my view, going forward. And with that, we need to maintain our intellectual rights to developing whatever we may have, and we need to maintain our personal, greater than that, property rights. And if I can just leave it in, in that last sentence of, we need to maintain accountable regulators and politicians to to maintain our property rights.
Krista? Yeah.
Based on your last comments here, I do have a question. What do you consider to be our property rights?
Our property rights are in many ways similar to those under the Declaration of Independence. Our property rights are we are born with them. They're not the rule of law is not determined by two lawyers making a deal over your property rights. Your property rights can be your driver's license, your marriage license, your land title, your intellectual abilities to design a new device going forward. Initially, I lost my way on property rights. I thought property rights only had to do with dirt, but it doesn't. Your property rights include, as I just said, your many other things that are part of your daily life. The title to your car, the license to your car. Under Bill 36 in Alberta right now, I think it's section 13H or something like that, the provincial government can extinguish any legislation issued by it. Provincial government can extinguish your firearms license, your driver's license, your land title, everything. They still have that right. It's still on the books. It's not they haven't extinguished their own legislation. In the state of Texas, to my understanding, every 5 years, all legislation that the state invokes is reviewed. And the timeliness of it is reassessed.
Thank you very much.
Just as an aside, when I first met Danielle Smith back in the 1990s, she was the head of an organization that she called the Property Rights Institute of Alberta.
Completely correct, sir.
Yeah. So maybe that's an avenue somebody ought to explore again. Anyway, okay. Any final comments, sir?
My sincere appreciation and thank you for allowing me.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming the distance you did in order to give us your testimony here at the NCI. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Commissioners, we have our next witnesses. The two of them together will be testifying momentarily. Jackie and Aaron, can you both hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. And you're going to be testifying together, but I want you to take turns, okay? So don't don't try and argue with each other. Take turns. And Jackie, let me start with you. Could you? What we do at the NCI is we put everyone under oath first, and then I'll introduce you as best I can, and then I'll let you take away with your presentation. Jackie Solly, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Jacqueline Edith Solly.
Go ahead.
Last name S-A-W-L-E-Y.
Okay, and Aaron, please.
Yeah, Aaron Christine Solly, S-A-W-L-E-Y.
Okay, and I'll do you both together. I think that's permitted. Do you both swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, you do. Great. Thank you so much. I understand that you're related in an extended family fashion. Aaron, I understand you are married to Jackie's son. Have I got that right? Okay. And which would make you Jackie's daughter-in-law by my calculation. Okay. And you're joining us from, I think, is it the Melville region of Saskatchewan? Okay, I've also got, Jackie, I got you in at a place called Fenwood. Is that
Yeah, it's just a little town, but we're close to
Melville, okay. And you're here today. The theme of this week's hearing, just as it was back in Kelowna, this is the second time we've had a hearing addressing the general theme is are farmers safe in Canada? And I know you have very strong views based on your own history as to what happened to your cattle stock starting in 2024, which you're going to tell us all about in a minute. But first of all, tell us who you are and what you do. Give us some background before we get into the actual story, which I understand starts in 2024.
Yeah, I'll start. I farm here with, like I said, Jackie's son, Shane. And actually, Shane and I grew up, Shane grew up at Nanton and I grew up at Vulcan. And we moved to Saskatchewan in 2009 to start cattle ranching out here at Melville. And yeah, so we're out here now with our 3 kids, and Dan and Jackie actually made the move too, and a sister. So we're kind of populating the area out here.
Okay. And I understand that you're both in the cattle raising business. The story that we're about to hear about is in relation to a farm in which there was a huge culling of a very substantial stock. My notes say 2,000 or so cattle were essentially ordered to be killed after an order was issued by this Canadian Food Inspection Agency. We're going back a couple of years, and I don't want to preempt your chance to tell the story, but that's the general story that we will be addressing. Tell us a little bit, before we get into what actually happened with the CFIA, tell us about the farm operation. How long had you been doing it, the size of it, the nature of, give us some background.
Yeah, we're like I said, we moved out here in 2009. We had then, we had built up to at the time of our depopulation. 2,075 head is what we lost. But we just run a cow-calf operation, and we have about 10,000 acres. Farm 3,000, and the rest is grass, hay, and yeah. I don't know what else to say.
And then we moved out here in 2011, and we purchased our own farm, and we run about 500 cows, and just produce feed for those cattle. We don't do any other farming. We got a farm close to where Shane and Aaron are. Our yard sites are about 8 miles apart, and our land actually touches. So.
Okay, so the story that we're about to hear about is at Aaron's farm, and Jackie, your farm, which is close by, that you've now just described, it is not the subject of this story that we're about to hear about, right?
So they were the main herd. We got depopulated, only 59 head because of our proximity and because of purchased cattle from them. So.
All right, well, let's start then with what happened. Take us from the beginning of the story in terms of what happened and gave rise to this order that your whole stock be culled. What happened?
Yeah, so I guess we'll start right from the very beginning. December 4th of 2024, we received a call from CFIA that we had suspected that a cow testing positive for bovine tuberculosis at the JBS plant in Brooks, Alberta, that we were the herd of origin. So meaning that cow was born on our property. So that was December 4th of 2024. And actually that same day, we were actually weaning our 2024 calf crop and loading liners, preparing them to sell on the Friday.
Can I stop you there for a second, Aaron? As I understand the process, and I understand we're dealing with a tuberculosis case that was detected at the slaughterhouse. So you had raised the cattle, and then when it goes to the slaughterhouse, there's some investigation, some testing. What is it? How do they find it? Is it an X-ray or something they run the cattle through?
So at the time of processing the inspectors at the plant look for visible lesions on the cattle's tissue, so lungs, livers, things like that. And then when there's visible lesions, they're able to do an acid fast test.
Okay.
That's sort of a quick test that gives them the indication that there is bovine TB present. And then they further take those tissue samples and they grow them in a lab for, is it 90 days?
Mm-hmm.
They grow the culture for 90 days to confirm that it is a confirmed case of bovine TB. So when they had contacted us, they knew that it wasn't they only said suspected to us because they weren't 100% sure that we are where it had come from, but they knew for sure that it was positive.
So the cattle that you shipped off to be slaughtered, it wasn't until about 3 months later that you would have heard back as to a positive diagnosis of that condition?
Yeah, we actually sold her as a cull cow to Fort McLeod. So we sold her to an auction market.
Right.
And then a feedlot would have purchased her, and then the feedlot sent her to JBS.
And so when the confirmed finding is communicated back to you, it's a number of months after the cattle have left your lot, I assume,
yes.
Based on what you've described. And so you get notified then, as you've now indicated. Take it from there.
Yeah. So they notified us that day. Give us the CCIA tag of the animal. We looked it up. We said, yes, we know that animal. She was born here. And so that very same day, they issued us a quarantine. So meaning we couldn't move any animals off of our premise, couldn't sell anything, couldn't do anything like that. And as you can imagine, panic sort of sets in almost immediately because, we sort of, what that means. And it's really scary. And actually, so
Can I stop you there for a second? There was a one test positive and I don't know how many you shipped off to the market that year, but only one, or was there more than one that were actually tested and found to be positive for this bovine TB?
Yeah, not initially. This is in the initial first stages when they issued their first quarantine. It was just the one animal.
Okay. And when the test result came back, I assume you had not seen any evidence, any symptoms, or any indication that you had seen with your stock as to any sort of disease. So when this news came back to you, everything you were basically shut down. The stock was quarantined. You couldn't move them or do anything with them. And you said you had about 2,000 and some odd at that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So after the quarantine order is issued, then what happened?
So after the quarantine order was issued, we kind of hit the panic button a little bit, and we actually started phoning, our local organizations, right? Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, our provincial veterinarian, just trying to get some answers of what was going to happen to us. And we actually reached out to the fellow in Alberta who was in the 2016 TB investigation. And, leading up to that, everybody kind of had said, it'll be okay. And he was the very first person that told us, no, it's not going to be okay. That he just gave it to us with brutal honesty. He just said, they're going to come and they're going to kill all your cattle. So you need to just start preparing yourself for that and preparing yourself for the worst. He said it's going to be a horrible experience. CFI is awful to work with. And we thought, he's just being sour from his experience. But that was probably the best advice that we ever got was from him, just to prepare us for what was coming. So
you mentioned really quickly a couple of other organizations you reached out to just before you had a chat with this fellow from Alberta. What are those organizations and what do they do for you, or if anything?
So the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, those are the ones that they are our lobby groups, I guess you can call them. They take our, when we pay checkoff dollars when we sell cattle, that's where the money goes.
Okay.
So they're our representation in Ottawa and also our representation provincially in Saskatchewan.
Okay, jumping ahead, maybe perhaps too much here, but did they go to bat for you on this? What you're about to tell us?
No, not as much as we hoped they would have.
Okay.
We actually, as we started engaging and started moving through the process, we made the decision to hire a private lobby group because we just found that they couldn't or wouldn't push as much as we needed them to, and we needed somebody who could really go to bat for us, really talk to MPs, and get us in the media spotlight where we needed to try and get the leverage that we needed. But I mean, that was at our own cost, right? We pay checkoffs to those groups in the hopes that they're going to be able to provide that for us, and we had to go out and privately hire somebody to the tune of, it cost us nearly $80,000 to have that.
Okay, let's go back then. So after hearing from this fellow in Alberta, this terrible news that the CFIA was going to do what it ultimately did here, you then began to take steps to avert that outcome. You've just mentioned incurring some big costs and stuff, and I want to get you to go into that a bit.
That's a pretty minor cost in the scheme of things.
Is it? Well,
that was a pretty small piece, that one, but
well,
yeah. We really started engaging those because we kind of knew, well, we were scared, right? We sort of knew what was coming for us, and a few of the really key things that we were fighting right in the beginning was that the compensation rate for cattle ordered destroyed. So when your cattle are ordered destroyed, in the Health of Animal Act, CFIA compensates you, but that amount has a compensation cap, and that cap hadn't been addressed in a decade. So it was less than half of current market value. So, right away we're fearful, okay, we're going to lose all our cattle, and then compound that with, we're going to lose all our cattle, but the maximum that the government can pay us is less than half of what they're worth.
Okay, let me ask you this. I understand that this would have been a real concern. The economics of what's about to unfold would have been a huge concern. But and I'm drawing from my recollection of some of the evidence given about the whole universal ostrich farm thing. The efforts by the family in that case included going to court because the CFIA refused to let them do some independent testing of the stock that was about to get culled, and they wanted a chance to do that, and they were unsuccessful in the courts to get CFIA to back off, even though they could have been in a position to show that the rest of their stock was healthy. Did you go through any of those steps with your own stock to show that there was no actual risk from the remaining stock that hadn't been tested yet?
No, we didn't. Because much like the ostriches in the case of cattle, it doesn't matter that the other animals are healthy. If you have one positive case found on your premise, all animals on the premise have to be depopulated. So it doesn't matter. And as you'll find out, further on in the testing, or further on in our story, we did have lots of healthy animals.
Right. Okay. Well, don't let me detract you from where you wanted to go on this. It just
no. It's good. This is great.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, some of the early key points that we really were fighting against in the beginning was that compensation cap, and the other one that really kind of pushed things along was that 2025, those cows were very heavy in calf. So they were going to calve. And so that was really put kind of a bit of a time pressure on us. And so in that, we engaged CFIA, lots of, higher ups, these lobby groups and things like that. And we were assured in those times that we would be treated fairly. CFIA used terms like whole herd compensation. And, looking back, we feel that it was very coercing. They needed us to move through our testing in a timely manner, because if we got too close to that 30 days, they can't ship the cattle then. Okay, so the cattle would have had to stay and been calved, and then they wouldn't have been able to be tested. We would have pushed testing probably 6 to 8 months further back.
Can you go through that timeline a little bit so I can understand it? You've referred to a 30-day period.
Oh,
And
there's a
just,
lot.
just
There's
before
a
you go through the
lot here.
timeline, just before you go through the timeline, let me ask you this too. You talk about, I mean, you had folks speaking on your behalf to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Did you guys have any direct contact with anybody at CFIA yourselves?
Yeah, I pretty early on really pushed hard, and so did our private lobbying group, pushed really hard for us to speak to CFIA directly. They don't want that, and they really try to make you work through your case officer that you're given. But I really pushed hard, and I said, no, we need to have some conversations with some higher some higher ups here. And we were able to get that. And that's when I say, and again, that calving date that we were working with, I think they agreed to it because they knew that they needed to push us along. They knew that they needed it to happen quickly. So they, reneged and gave us those meetings to try and put us at ease so that we would carry on and not fight.
Okay, so Aaron, as I understand what you've said, that they appointed what you called a case officer to be the contact person for you guys, and you made efforts through that person. Was that a local person, or is that somebody back in Ottawa, or who's that?
In our case, it was local. He was from Manitoba, so he wasn't local, but fairly local. Lots of other producers got caseworkers that were all over the place, though. Like, it was kind of a crapshoot. Some were in Vancouver, some were over in Atlantic Canada. Right. Yeah, we had just.
Did that person ever come out to the farm at all, or?
Yeah.
So you met that person. There was some human contact there, and did you get the sense that you were being listened to and had the prospect to maybe make some progress through this guy?
Yeah, he was actually very good. He was really good. He was a producer himself. And so he very much understood, what was happening, what we were going through. But that's where it kind of stopped. He didn't really get to make any of the decisions or anything. He was just sort of the messenger, right? Like, he would take our concerns up to a planning group who would take it to a next one, And then same thing when a decision came down the pipes, he was just the messenger. He just had to deliver us the bad news or how things were going to go.
But he
didn't really get to make any of the decisions.
So at least he indicated some empathy for your circumstances, but he had no authority. You're saying he had no authority.
That's right.
And so you wanted to go past this fella and go direct to those who could actually make decisions which would make a difference to you, right? So you tell us about those efforts.
We were able to get some of those meetings with like I said, with higher ups. I don't know that it really changed anything a whole bunch as for the process of the testing and the decisions made. I do think that it did help us in the regulation change that we were able to get for the cap, the compensation cap.
Okay.
So that was a bit of a win, but I think otherwise they're very detached from, what is actually happening.
Let me ask you this as a complete stranger to your industry and your life on the ranch and your story that you're telling, but it has remained mystifying to me, and maybe you can explain it. Why, if you had tested the animals on your farm and all showed to be entirely negative of bovine TB, this cull order of the entire stock couldn't be revisited? Like, okay, are you able to explain that? And I assume you might have raised that with the CFIA in your efforts?
Well, and I'll maybe just run you through, I guess, the timeline a little bit more. Sure. So it was determined that cow did originate on our ranch. Because of that, we had to test everything. So CFI was going to come. They were going to test all the animals, which was going to give us two outcomes. So they would come and they'd test all these animals, and if another positive was found, we'd be completely depopulated. Okay. So, but if they came and they tested and they found nothing, we were still going to be required to remain under quarantine for an entire year with no animals to leave the premise. So if you can imagine, that would include our 2024 calf crop that we were going to sell just shortly, plus the 2025 calf crop would have been born and would be living, all that we wouldn't have been able to move or do anything with. We would have simply just had to keep everything and feed it and try and make it through the year. And that was option 2. And so neither were great. Neither was a really good option. But what happened was they came to our farm and they started the testing process. So we had 1,200 animals that were test eligible. So when I say test eligible, that means they were over 3 months old. Or 6 months old, sorry. They were over 6 months old. So in that, so all those animals had to be tested. So 1,207 animals, it's the middle of winter. And all those animals have to run through the chute twice. So once to be injected for their test and another time to be read. And going back to the Health of Animals Act and the compensation, you are only paid for animals ordered destroyed. So you're not paid for any of this testing. So not like it took us weeks to make it through all the animals and to test them. And, now we're feeding a calf crop that we were supposed to sell. And now we pay for all of that. There's no compensation for any of it. It's right. All on the producers. So January 17th, we began testing, and we were able to test an initial cohort that positive cow was in. And so what happened there was we said, well, that cow lived with this black group, we called it a cohort, right? Like we have lots of animals and they kind of live in their own groups. So we were able to test that group first. And so that was good. But so we got their test results back for that first cohort, which means we had only tested about 300 animals of the 1,207. And they did find more positive animals in that group. So we can't deny that it wasn't here.
All right.
But of those, we had tested those 300 animals, so we were issued our depopulation order. So didn't matter. There was another positive case, everything on your place has to be depopulated. But what really was that CFIA told us, well, no, you still have to test everything. You still have to test all your animals. And we said, well, why? You're gonna kill them anyways. What does it matter? Mm-hmm. We don't, why do we need to test them? And they said, yeah, for our own research and our own knowledge, we need to, you have to run the rest through and you have to test the rest of your animals.
Okay, well, I don't know if that makes sense or not. I understand what they're saying, and I understand why you don't think it's...
I guess what you were saying is why did the rest have to be killed even though they were healthy? Because in the Health of Animals Act, if there is one, it doesn't matter if there's one or if there's 1,000. It's just, that's the stamping out policy set forth by the Health of Animals Act that we follow in Canada. And so, there was a lot of healthy animals that died, and
I understand. Okay, so that's a distinction from the example of another culling that I referred to earlier, but which is that there was some testing after the initial order was made. It did show some positive tests. Of the 300 that were tested, how many were infected, roughly?
So out of all of the animals tested on our place, there was 25.
Was that the full 1,207, or is that just...
That's the 2,075.
Oh, 2,000. Oh, because you tested, all the other ones became eligible too for being tested. So the full stock was tested. Is that a cost on you guys, or is that the CFIA's cost?
Absolutely. They pay for the...
I know you
injected into them, but we pay for absolutely everything else. Yeah. All the labor to do it, the extra feed, everything. It was it was something else. Like, you know, it was a lot of work and a lot of extra
So
people.
if we're going to make the world a better place, all of the operating costs that you incur by way of these orders, from which you can't recover any economic gain because you're all locked up, it's unfair, one might argue, that's inflicted on you because you're simply complying with these orders issued by the CFIA, but incurring an absolutely huge cost being able to unmove your cattle, but still having to pay all those operating costs.
Yeah, that's one of our main objectives that we, you know, wanted to have everybody take away with today. Is it's incredibly onerous on a producer. Even if you're involved in a trace out, like, you know, we were the main herd, but even the trace outs, like CFIA has no financial responsibility for any of the process. So there is no urgency. There is no, you know, they don't manage funds correctly. They, you know, none of it, because they have no skin in the game, so to speak, right? Like, so, you know, aside from us approaching this 30-day cattle date, and I mean, we can get to that in how horrible our depopulation was. But yeah, they don't take responsibility for any of the costs.
Okay.
They point you towards your industry groups and towards your government, who also did nothing.
Now you refer to trace out. So is that like, Jackie? You had some cattle slaughtered at your place. Was that a function of the trace out from the findings made from Aaron's farm?
Yeah. So we had over the year, like they do a 5-year. They go back 5 years. So we had purchased some, you know, twin calves and stuff, and then we purchased some bulls from Shane and Aaron, and so that was their, you know, their concern. So they, with us, they came and tested, and like we were running for just about 500 head. And so they tested us once, and we ended up with 21 reactors, but they were all negative. Then they wanted to, because those calves go on to special cows, nurse cows, and the bulls they felt were high risk. So what they did is they tested those 48 head, meaning breeding bulls and those nurse cows. And they came back, they did a blood test with those, and they come back and they said 28 of the 48 were atypical. And they couldn't tell the difference whether it was avian or bovine tuberculosis. They have to do an enhanced postmortems. And I said, then they said, it's very unusual having that many and that small a test. And we said, well, maybe there was a problem. Like maybe we need to retest them. No, it won't be any different. So we lost another 28 head. So then we went and we said, okay, look, you've tested us. They've all come back negative. Like, can you release us now? Because we were quarantined in March. And thinking, yeah, we'll be free to go. No, they want now to test everything again. And we were in the middle of calving. So we had to wait because they can't test them for a month after the calves are born, like test the cows after they're born. And yeah, they tested us again. And we had 7 more and that we lost, and then they finally released us in August
of 25. Yeah. Okay. Well, getting back to the main cull order, which is kind of the focus, but I just wanted to understand what this.
Yeah. So what happens is when there's a positive case found on a premise,
right?
They then have to trace out the animals, right? Like they then trace out every animal that ever was born here or lived here, right? Like, or moved through here. And they then trace them out. And those animals are the herds that they reside in are tested, and those animals are depopulated as well.
Okay. Well, tell us, you've referred to, I think, did you say the 30-day cull order? Did you refer to that phrase, or you mentioned 30 days? What's that about?
The 30 days that I was referring to is you can't legally ship a cow who is 30 days from calving.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So if they didn't get us tested and depopulated by March 31st, they wouldn't have been able to they would have had to wait till those cows calve
Oh.
and then move through that.
Well, do you want to, unless there's something else between what you've gotten up to here on the timeline and the actual culling of these animals, tell us how that horrible ordeal unfolded. I imagine it's hugely impactful, not just the economics of a farm, but on you guys personally, because you're obviously very connected with your cattle. So tell us about that.
So like I said, we were issued our depopulation order on February 18th, and the last animal didn't leave until March 31st. So yeah, the depopulation process was really something else. Like you said, it wasn't bad enough watching healthy cows get on a liner, but watching cows that were 30 days from calving was even worse. And actually there was local CFIA employees from the Yorkton office that were asked to be removed from our premise because they thought that they knew that was so wrong to watch those pregnant animals.
Well, they actually fine producers that take their cattle to
at
market.
auction markets, you would be fined for doing what they were asking them to do. So anyways, so we watched all that happen, and it was a very tedious process. CFIA didn't have any forward planning. They didn't book plant space. We'd have a liner come and pick up a half liner load because, the plant couldn't take that many, or, they couldn't, there was just no planning and no foresight. And CFIA had the ability to shut us down completely, but yet they couldn't do that to the plants. They couldn't tell them that they, had to take so many or had to do any of that. So it was a really tedious process. We had lots of cancellations. We had to fight with them tooth and nail to get all these animals gone. And
let me ask you this: they get removed incrementally as by the truckload, I suppose, over a period of time?
Yeah.
And do they go to the same plant, the same slaughter plant that the other cattle were going to?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They enter the food chain. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I can understand being concerned about the spread of infectious diseases between cattle, and it would compromise the health of cattle across the province, and a hugely important issue and a hugely justifying factor in the imposition of these quarantines. I mean, I can understand the rationale there, but maybe you could explain why it is then that all these supposedly dangerous cattle are being shipped off in the same trucks that are used for other cattle, going to the same slaughterhouse, housed in the same corrals, put through the same machines that all the healthy cattle are going through, and quite frankly, most of yours were healthy too. But in any event, if the bovine TB thing is such a risk as to put you through this whole ordeal, you're telling us that those cattle went through the same stuff and into the supply of meat for human consumption. Am I right on that?
Yeah, I can't answer that indefinitely, but that's what they said. Or that's what we were told, is that the ones, any animal that didn't test positive for TB was just slaughtered like a regular animal and just carry on.
And I understand you do get paid a little bit per pound for the animals that are being culled, not nearly as much as fair market value in the normal course of things. Can you explain that a bit?
Yeah, so producers receive payments from the processing plants directly, and then that amount is deducted from your final compensation. But yeah, like we were paid pennies on the dollar, and those packing plants were able to purchase those animals for very, very cheap, less than half, and then sell them for like full carcass value, full rip. And while being paid by CFIA for processing. So those plants then, they got to buy that carcass at a very low price and sell it and gain all the profits. And they charged CFIA for taking those animals because they did them a favor, or said they maybe had to do an extra step of cleaning or something like that. So we can estimate, I don't have exact numbers to work up, but we can estimate that the plants made millions off of our cattle by
buying cheap and then putting the product into market-driven arena. Okay. And I'm trying to pull together some of the pieces of the story.
I know there's a lot of pieces.
I know
here.
it is. I'm sure. Well, let me give it a shot. You talked about spending $80,000 on something, which you, by your standards, is chump change, not by mine. But tell us about that. Who are you spending money on, and what were they doing?
In the grand scheme of things, yeah, that was our private lobby group that we hired to essentially do the work that our lobby groups were supposed to be doing. Another huge cost that, as we're talking about depopulation, was somebody had to feed those cows.
Yeah.
From February 18th, when we were issued depopulated, and we knew that all those cows were going to die, but we still had to feed them till March 31st and keep them alive, all at our labor, our diesel fuel, our feed, everything. Estimated, we're right around about $145,000 to keep those cattle alive, simply so that they could be killed.
The efforts you made through this lobby group that you were funding, were those efforts primarily directed at the compensation cap and to, for instance, cover your operating costs, which you were sustaining as a result of the quarantine? Am I right about that? It was sort of aimed at economic objectives to change the compensation cap?
Yeah, it was. The compensation cap was our main focus. Mm-hmm. And then, like you said, we did transition to lobbying the government to put in an agri-recovery ask or something of the sort to help cover the economic loss of it.
All right. So you did refer earlier to having achieved some degree of success in terms of but before we get to your description of this regulation, which you say was somehow changed pursuant to your efforts, did you reach out to your local MLA or MP or anyone else? And if so, tell us about those efforts.
Yeah, we did. We did, actually. We hosted a dinner here at the ranch just to try and get everybody to come and see what an empty ranch looks like. Mm-hmm. And we did have some MPs. We had our Saskatchewan Minister of Trade, our MLA, same thing, Saskatchewan Cattlemen Association representatives, Canadian Cattlemen's representatives came, and yeah, everybody, tried, I think. But it's also a good indication of how these groups don't have the pull that you think they do, and that they don't have they don't sort of swing the stick that you think they do.
Right.
They're your groups that are supposed to support you, but when the rubber meets the road, they really aren't able to do what you need them to do.
Okay. And just before we get to the regulatory change or tweak or amendment or whatever it is you managed to achieve, can you tell us, were there any other incidents of bovine TB outbreaks in Saskatchewan that you're aware of? And that was, how unique was your situation from the industry at large?
Ours was the largest in Saskatchewan ever. There was previous cases in Saskatchewan. I don't have the years right in front of me. I think 2023, there was a very small case up north, the one I mentioned in 2016. And there was another one in BC, but I don't have the year for that one.
What about concurrently with your situation in 24 and 25?
Nothing. And I actually don't have the number in front of me either of how many cattle they had tested in trace-in and trace-outs from ours, but there hasn't been anything found.
Okay.
No more positive cases. No.
Okay, tell us about...
Interestingly enough, there has never been a case found outside of the initial herd. Ever.
Okay, can you...
So they call us, what's the word that they use for us? We're the index herd. Sorry, the index herd is what you're called when you are the herd that's been found to have positive bovine TB. So index herd. So in all these other cases, BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, there has never been a positive case of bovine TB found outside of the index herd.
Okay.
Meaning that
In a trace in,
in a trace in or trace out. So meaning in their investigations of trace ins and trace outs, there's never been another positive case found.
Okay.
and they always are a strain they've never seen
Yes.
in North America. Like whatever type theirs was here, they've never ever seen it before.
Okay.
Yeah, no cases have ever like been linked to one another.
Wow, that's interesting. Tell us about the that change to the regulation, which you guys were able to achieve. What happened there?
Yeah, so we were able, so I'll take you through the compensation process. That once we were done depopulation, so that takes us up to March 31st, which at that point we were 100 days in from when we started the conversation about compensation. So we had spent that entire time lobbying the government and CFIA and anybody that would listen to us that this needed to change. This compensation cap needed to change. And so on June 18th, the Ag Minister did announce that the compensation cap would be changing and they would be increasing it. So that was a win for us. It was really good that they were able to get that done and get that pushed through, but long overdue. Like really, it was, they hadn't addressed it in a decade. And so it was so far out of touch that it was just ridiculous.
Was that a substantial change? Did it make a big difference to you?
Yeah, it was a substantial change. It went from $4,500 for a commercial cow to $10,000 for a commercial cow. And it was $10,000 previously for a purebred, and they increased it to $16,500.
So did those new significantly increased numbers accrue to your benefit at some point when you did get finally paid out?
Well, it was good that compensation cap did get increased. Don't think that we got paid those numbers. We then had to, so that happened on June 18th, 2025. And we spent a whole nother year fighting for compensation and trying to work through compensation with CFIA. So we weren't done our compensation till July 3rd, 2026 is when we received final payment and finally knew what we would be. And you got to remember, up to this point, they didn't say, oh, well, we think we'll pay you this much. It was a black box. We had no idea what we would be paid for our cattle.
And they don't give you the cap. You have to prove what yours are worth.
So that's what we did for a year, was tried to prove to CFIA what our cattle were worth.
And they eventually concluded at some number, and you were paid, but it took almost 2 years since the initial detection at the slaughterhouse of the first cow, and then 2 years later you finally get paid out, even though throughout that whole period of time you incurred all these operating costs and just the ordeal, the stress and misery of having.
They don't care that you have loan payments. They don't care that interest on that money. The interest on the money from depopulation to the interest on the money, till we got paid out is huge.
There is no interest paid.
And there's none of that, right? Like CFIA doesn't.
And somebody had asked us, well, why didn't you have them value the cattle before they go? And there was a producer that asked them to do that before they loaded their cattle up to depopulate. And they said, no, we don't do that.
Yeah.
Really?
So how do you value something you can't see?
And the real problem is that the people that are valuing your cattle have no cattle knowledge at all. One meeting that we sat through with our compensation lead, I asked her, I said, have you ever worked on any kind of cattle compensation before? And she said, oh no, only ever birds, only ever chickens.
Wow.
And so you then are determining what my cattle are worth.
With an admitted lack of expertise on the subject.
Lack of expertise, yeah. And we were able to force them to hire outside evaluation. And they hired an insurance company, and in the end, that valuation came back so ridiculously low that CFIA themselves even threw it out and didn't use it. They were like, so what did that cost the taxpayers to have a 3-month evaluation done that they couldn't even use, and they knew they couldn't use it because it was so ridiculous.
Right, but you did in any event achieve some success in getting that compensation cap moved up to a more respectable level of compensation. It took forever, 2 years almost, since the initial test before you got paid out. I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners, who are going to have a few questions of you in a minute. But let me ask you this. Have you got back into the activity of raising all these cattle, and how are things going now?
We did. Yeah, we did. We did have to endure cleaning and disinfecting. So there was another cost. Guess who paid for that? Yeah, we had to clean and disinfect 57 quarters of land, plus our yard site. Significant dirt work had to be removed, and everything pressure washed, disinfected, everything like that. CFIA had to come back and inspect everything. But yeah, July 20th, 2025, we started again. And they're not done with us either, though. They're not done with us. The CFIA still wants to come back here and subject us to another herd test.
Of the ones they purchased.
Of the purchased cattle, to determine that we aren't the unluckiest people on the earth and contracted bovine TB again.
Okay. And just one further point before I allow the commissioners to ask you a few questions. This idea of funded by checkoff dollars, maybe you can describe that process and your view on how truly independent, this Canadian Cattlemen's Association is in terms of going to bat for you without being conflicted somehow in its relationship with the CFIA. Do you have any confidence that these folks were really going to bat for you? And explain what this checkoff dollars thing is about.
So when you sell your cattle in Canada, there's a checkoff that automatically is taken off of your check. The auction markets, or whoever you sell it to, automatically takes it off. It's mandated. And a portion of that goes to the Canadian Cattle Association, and a portion goes to Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. So you can ask for your Saskatchewan portion back. You cannot ask for your Canadian portion back, so that you don't have a choice. That money goes to them no matter what. I'm a little bit conflicted on whether I think that they still wanted to play ball with CFIA. They did not go all in for us. Right.
Okay. So, all right. Well, that's helpful to know. Unless there's anything else you want to add, I'm going to turn you over then to the commissioners, who I think will have.
I don't know. The only thing, I guess, what's been very disturbing through all this for me is I would have never have guessed that our CFIA is as incompetent as they are. Like, you cannot imagine the errors they have done that we have asked about. And their whole thing is, what was the one? Oh, like, this is very stressful on us, they said. And, or they'll, well, that was just.
Let me see if I understand that. The bureaucrats are telling you that they're stressed out from this? They're looking for empathy from you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that too. That was another point of our, the three things that we wanted everybody to sort of leave with was, that's definitely one of them. Like, they are not equipped to manage their own protocols effectively. Basic business skills like answering emails and, giving the right information to the plants. We were issued checks wrong, in wrong names to wrong ranches. Like, you had a condemned report that came back.
Some cows they had to condemn because we vaccinated them. And when I got the condemned report from the plant, it wasn't even in our name. It was in two different producer names. So we asked, like, what? Oh, that was just a clerical error.
Yeah, I agree. It was really alarming how.
There's a lot of doubt in your mind
really
on any of it.
Okay, so you said there were three things you want to get across.
Yeah.
So there's the bureaucrats complaining about how they're stressed out. There's the
So,
basic
no.
business skills that weren't evident in their activity. And what was the third one?
Well, the very first one was, like I said, the process is incredibly onerous on producers. The CFIA needs to they have got to have more financial responsibility in it. Like, for example, once those cattle are issued depopulated, they own them. So they have to pay you to feed them.
Right.
So if they can't get those cattle shipped and depopulated for 30 days, that's on their dime. Right? But they have no urgency. They don't care when they ship because they're not paying to feed them. They're not doing the work. Same with testing, right? Oh, let's do a third round of testing because that doesn't matter to them, right? They, let's ship half loads. Let's pay the plant whatever they want. They have no financial skin in the game. So there's no urgency or onerous on them to do a good job.
Right. Okay, well, those are very helpful insights. I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners here. Krista?
Thank you very much, Jackie and Aaron. My question's for Jackie, at least my first one. Why is it that you got to keep and not have culled some of the animals that you had, given that there were positive tests?
Yes.
No, you had no positive tests.
No, we didn't have any positive
I
tests.
see.
So, yeah, ours were all negative. They just reacted. So once they react, the only way they can determine if it is to do an enhanced postmortem.
I see.
And
So
when
the
they did
ones
that-
that reacted, they killed those ones?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you're not entirely sure whether they had a positive test result.
They
Oh,
were
no,
negative.
they are
They
negative.
actually were negative, and so is that consistent with the law then?
Yes, because until you actually have a positive, they don't depopulate all of you. They only can do the ones that are reactors to determine if they are positive.
Okay, and that's in the law, that's consistent with the law?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Dan?
I still have a further question to one or both of you. Maybe Aaron's the right person. When the animal gets this TB, does it negatively affect the food quality of the meat?
Not that I'm aware of. You can't eat the liver and the lungs, and that's where the lesions are. But yeah, I don't believe so.
Yeah.
The main concern for bovine TB is milk. That they believe that that's how it transmits to humans is through milk.
So when they took it to these processing facilities, that was the comments you heard from the lawyer here. When they took it there, they went and processed it and then sold it in the normal course, and you didn't get any benefit from the sale of your product?
We were paid like very minimal for them.
like half of what?
Just to be clear, you were paid at the rate the regulated rate that they made changes to. That was your total compensation. Is that right?
So when they go to the packing plants, the plants pay you directly. So
right, but it's deducted from the total amount that you receive. So it's like so the cap drives the money that you ultimately receive.
That's right.
Is that right?
It's
included.
That's the maximum that they can pay you. The maximum amount that they can pay you.
Right. So their position. So their position would be like, we compensated you for the meat, insofar as we compensated you at this rate for the value of the.
Yes. Yeah. Like it's not that we lost money on that, because what the plant paid us was just minused off of what our final compensation was. So it's not like we lost money in that. It's just alarming that they were able to make that much money on that was, essentially paid twice, really, because,
They paid 50%. Is essentially what they did is they paid at a price of the plant paid at a price of 50% value of the meat to Shane and Aaron. But then they sold it at 100%. That's where Shane and Aaron didn't lose, because then, well, our taxpayer dollar paid ours for the rest, right?
Right, so the who benefited mostly then are these processors, who then in effect get to take on and then sell at market rates things they bought for half or less.
Plus they got paid for processing.
Which they would have gotten paid from processing by you in any event, so.
No.
Oh, okay.
So the packing plant at that time, the normal price on them cattle should have been $4.60 a pound, based on like a carcass weight. And on some of them, they paid like $2 or $1.50 or 20. In some cases, they paid 25 cents. And the current rate was $4.60.
How did it vary so much? Or you don't know?
They get to say whatever they want.
Yeah.
So this is really arbitrary, it feels to you? Is it, you don't have a good sense?
We weren't involved in the negotiations at all. We didn't get to say where they went, what they paid, nothing. CFIA does all that.
Okay, and tell me, why is it after you've experienced this, you've gone back to the well on it?
Ask that one.
It's a lifestyle.
Yeah, it's
bred into us.
Yes.
Do you feel that farmers are safe in Canada?
No.
Whoa.
No.
And is it your CFIA experience that would encapsulate it, or are there other issues for you?
Other, just anything from what you got or what comes out of the National Citizens Inquiry. We talked about a few things that you guys have all seen this week. And we said, the problem is we don't have, as producers or farmers, we don't really know what's going on outside out in the big picture, because we're all busy, got our heads down and our butts up, trying to get the work done. So, we need groups like the National Citizens to go and we need to fight and lobby, and the CFIA needs to be remapped or broke down. It doesn't work the way it is.
Well, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's and other cattle organizations, and that was our third point that we brought up with, is the disease control and oversight of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. It needs to be moved back to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and away from the Minister of Health. Because then at least we could maybe get some oversight from officials that understand the industry. And maybe we can just get some, it wouldn't be so, you wouldn't get people that have no idea what your industry is like making the decisions that govern it.
Right. Thank you very much for this.
You have described a 2-year process that sounded extremely stressful. I'm concerned about your emotional health. How did you deal with that emotionally? Were you offered any emotional counseling or support from CCA or SCA or anyone else?
We were. We were offered. There's Saskatchewan has a mental health hotline, and the Cattlemen's Association has someone that you can reach out to as well. So, and that very much was top of mind for those organizations. Everybody was very mindful of the stress that we were under and the strain that it was. CFIA, not so much. They just didn't understand. They didn't understand, how this can affect you.
Well, and everybody realized Shane and Aaron have a young family. They have 3 children. What ages at that time was 16, 14, and
11.
8
Back then.
And it's hard to go through that, to see their livelihood, like go out and for the kids, there's no cattle in the fields when they drive by. I feel as a family, and we stayed close together and we talked it out. And these two are amazing for what they went through and how they've come through it. Because Dan and I said, at our age, if it had been us, I think we'd have just thrown in the towel and said, we're out of here. Because it's huge. It's, you know, not just financially, but like you say, mentally. It's trying to understand the process that just didn't make sense, and you had to check all their work because they sure as heck didn't check it, and yeah, it was difficult.
Okay, good. Okay, Jackie and Aaron, we're up against the clock here, and we've really enjoyed and learned a lot from your presentation today. Congratulations on making a difference in terms of changing the regulation and establishing a more realistic compensation cap. Congratulations on on landing on your feet, reestablishing your farm. I know how important that is, not just as a matter of economics, but socially and culturally and family-wise, hugely impactful and hugely important. So that's a wonderful story. And congratulations on participating here at the NCI for helping to sound the alarm on some of these problems and reminding Canadians that of the importance to protect farmers who supply our food. Just one closing thought of mine, and I'll invite your comment, but it seems to me the better you get treated by the regulatory authorities, the more you will comply with their objectives, so the earlier it will be for you to report any instances of cattle disease, because you know you will be treated fairly. Is that a fair comment? I think it is. Any last comments from you before we let you go?
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Oh. Okay. And we are going to take a brief 5-minute break before the next witness.
Yeah, again, we meet the most amazing people at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I have a guy that I learned just yesterday that was actually able to isolate the DNA and SV40 in the COVID injections. And anyways, that's just one example of the great people that we meet at the National Citizens Inquiry. But this is about putting together the human side of the National Citizens Inquiry and letting people know a little bit more about them from a personal perspective. So, Dr. Speaker, welcome.
Wayne, it's good to be here.
Awesome. You know, we start out with a question, it goes like this, you know, like, tell us a little bit about yourself. Like, we already got your testimony from yesterday, and I think that's the second time you've testified. Third time.
You've been here 3 times.
I always stand to be corrected, but, you know, tell us a little bit about yourself so that people know that might not have gotten to know you in the last 3 times that you've testified.
I'm a PhD scientist who's confirmed all of the DNA and the SV40 and the COVID vaccines. I personally tested 44 vaccine vials. I've written up the paper. It's been peer reviewed and published. And I'm all about scientific fact. I don't care what the narratives they want pushed. It's about what is scientifically, factually going on. It's about good data, good evidence to show what is going on. And then it's clear that these COVID-19 mRNA vaccines are not safe or effective, that they are not good to be injected into us. They should not even be injected into our cows, pigs, and our cats and dogs.
Well, you know, and again, we meet the most amazing people here, so I'm curious about what is it that actually drew you to the National Citizens Inquiry to begin with? Like, what is it that pulled you in and said, geez, you know, I've got to go spend some time with those guys because, like everybody else, you don't get paid to come here. We all get paid the same amount to be sitting here right now.
Yep.
And, you know, so what is it that draws you here to volunteer your time and commit your time like other people do, where we know that they're volunteers and there's no harder worker than an unpaid volunteer?
The fact that in the past 5 years, we were told that these mRNA vaccines are safe and effective, and were mandated on us for no good scientific factual reason at all. And they did cause harm, and our own governments are not discussing the facts. They're wanting to cover up things, ignore it, and the NCI puts the facts first. It puts people's health first and ensures that it's a well-written, transparent record that in time can be looked back on and document everything that is going on now. I came here this time because there's a big giant push in the driving of synthetic milk that is grown in fungal culture, cell culture, and these things, there are 293 fungal proteins in there, 93 of which are completely uncharacterized at all. And our own Health Canada has approved the synthetic milk products as safe. And in time, 5, 10, 15 years, here's a major threat to our dairy farms and our entire food supply. No one is talking about this, and the facts need to be made public, and the information needs to get out there.
Well, one thing that I've learned is that the truth isn't negotiable.
Nope.
And, you know, I got to say, like I mentioned, you know, we meet the most amazing people at the National Citizens Inquiry. You're certainly one of them.
Thank
you.
I
think what you just mentioned there exemplifies the fact that when institutions fail, citizens have to lead.
Exactly.
So you're an example of one of those citizens that's leading. So the other question that I've got for you is this: why is the National Citizens Inquiry important to you? That's a two-sided question. Why is the National Citizens Inquiry important to you? And why should it be important to everyone else? Because
it's important to have a scientific fact documented record. No one out there in the government or the industry leaders are taking heed to these important things. And it's very important to ensure all of this information gets out there and informs the public at large.
You know, I'm 100% with you. And while you were talking there, I think an example of what you're talking about is the case of Dr. Charles Hoff, who testified. And, you know, it's absolutely amazing that he was, or the College of Physicians and Surgeons of BC, was trying to strip him of his license. He got something like 7 expert reports from different people. And once it was finally got to the point where the college had to hear the case based on the facts, things like that you're talking about, and the truth that's not negotiable, all of a sudden, all those charges evaporated. So they didn't want to hear it on what they call, I think, the merits of the case, which is just unbelievable. And it's things like that that make it so important to all of us that we pay attention to things like the truths that you draw. You're going to say something there, and I jumped in.
The concept is called jurisprudence, and it's like if Health Canada says the mRNA COVID vaccines are safe and effective without basing things on evidence at all, the court will rule and accept that these things are safe and effective. And in Dr. Hoff's case, he challenged it and said, no, the facts are that they are not safe and effective. They have not been properly pre-clinically tested at all. And it's because of the challenge and the presentation of the scientific fact that Dr. Hoff won his case.
The big thing, I guess, to sum that up in one short sentence, they got nothing, we got everything.
And the facts count.
Yeah. So the last question that I got for you is, if there's one thing that you want to leave with people that they can carry forward as it regards the National Citizens Inquiry, what would be that one thing that you want them to remember? That the National Citizens Inquiry puts the facts first out there. It puts people's health first, and is a body of citizen-led initiatives that our government should wake up and listen to and take very seriously. Well, I certainly hope that they do in the future, because I can assure you right now, I'm doing everything I can to draw it to their attention and ensure that every single elected representative knows about it. I do the best that I can to draw it to the attention of the media. I also do it to draw it to the attention of the various institutions that are supposed to be there to protect us. And I'm also doing my best to inform the public on a daily basis. Awesome. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you so much. It's awesome to meet you in person. Anyway. I've seen you only online and that sort of thing, but this time I get to shake your hand. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Take care. Yeah, again, we meet the most amazing people at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I have a guy that I learned just yesterday that was actually able to isolate the DNA and SV40 in the COVID injections. And anyways, that's just one example of the great people that we meet at the National Citizens Inquiry. But this is about putting together the human side of the National Citizens Inquiry and letting people know a little bit more about them from a personal perspective. So, Dr. Speaker, welcome.
Wayne, it's good to be here.
Awesome. You know, we start out with a question, and it goes like this, you know, like, tell us a little bit about yourself. Like, we already got your testimony from yesterday, and I think that's the second time you've testified. Third time.
Been here 3 times.
I always stand to be corrected, but, you know, tell us a little bit about yourself so that people know that might not have gotten to know you in the last 3 times that you've testified.
I'm a PhD scientist who's confirmed all of the DNA and the SV4T and the COVID vaccines. I personally tested 44 vaccine vials. I've written up the paper. It's been peer reviewed and published.
Our next witness is going to be David Stefan. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. David, could you give us your full name, spell your last name, and then I will do an oath with you.
Sounds good. David Robert Stefan, S-T-E-P-H-A-N.
Do you swear that the evidence you'll give today to this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do affirm.
You're basically going to talk to us today, I think, about nutrients and soil conditions and soil content and all that sort of stuff. So maybe you could start out by giving us an overview of your views there, and we'll sort of analyze that a bit further if we could.
Okay. So you'd like an overview of what I do and what my expertise is?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. What brought me into this field of understanding the nature of nutrition, especially when it comes to fundamental nutrients, the nutrients that should be found in our foods, stems back to the early 90s when my family was decimated due to the effects of mental illness. After the suicide of my mother in 1994, when she followed in the footsteps of her father, who suicided in the late 1970s due to mental illness, and having 9 biological children between my father and her, and all of us suffering with one form of mental illness or another, it would come about that my father would make a discovery, that he'd be led to this discovery that fundamental nutrients were the causation, or the lack thereof, was the causation of serious mental health conditions, and this would be discovered in January of 1996. It would eventually go on to become a main formulation that would then be utilized to help many, many, many people, and when I say many people, I mean in the hundreds of thousands at this point in time, across the world, overcome serious mental health conditions simply by putting the proper nutrition back into their bodies and allowing their bodies to produce the various neurotransmitters and hormones that are necessary to regulate mood.
Okay, so to do a quick summary to sort of kick us off here, I think what you're looking at is you're going to grow things in the soil, and it depends on what the nutrients are that are in the soil, and they will get depleted on occasion, you know, with continued farming over the years. And how do we kind of balance that all out and make sure that our foods have the proper nutrition in them? Maybe you could kick it off from there. This is a kind of a vague overview.
Perfect.
I think you're talking in the summary that I've got here, you're talking about toxic chemical residues, you're talking about nutrient deficiency, the toxic burden, balanced bioavailable micronutrients, and attempts to address mental health concerns, that type of thing. It's sort of, if I can crudely go back, I think, farmers years ago used to do what would be called summer following. They might have, say, 4 or 5 fields, and every year they would leave one of them fallow. In other words, they would simply not produce a crop that year, and that would be taken to be a year of recovery for the field so that it could recover its nutrients or whatever in order to produce another crop the following year. So what have you found, and what do you find the deficiencies are? What kind of agricultural farming practices are good? Which ones are not? Maybe you could just give us your view.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, this would put me out of a job if agriculture went back to the older practices so that we had nutrient-dense food, which would be a fantastic thing because we wouldn't have the chronic disease that we see across the board when it comes to the Western nations. So if we were to go back about 100 years, that's when it was first identified in 1936 by Dr. Charles Northern's work. He was an agricultural researcher, and he identified that there was a massive reduction in the mineral content already found within foods due to what was taking place within the farming methods at that point in time. The Industrial Revolution didn't do us any good when it came to agricultural practices. It simplified things, but in relation to overall health outcomes, it didn't do us any good. And so they already identified in 1936, and it became the topic of a Senate hearing, and you can find that under Senate document 264 from 1936, where they're highlighting that there's already a major rise in disease at that point in time due to nutrient deficiencies that first stem from the soil and then make their way into the foods. Now, when we fast forward, we would have anticipated that there would have been a change in the agricultural practices, and you mentioned one of them, and that would have been letting the fields lay fallow, having a rest period, because during that particular time, certain weeds, or what we call weeds, will become prevalent depending upon the soil conditions. And they'll draw, generally, minerals from lower down, bring them up into the plant itself, it dies off, it decomposes into the topsoil and replenishes the topsoil. When you don't allow that to happen, eventually the topsoils will become largely depleted. And so when we take a look at the research that's happened on that, Anne-Marie Meyer out of the UK is one of the top researchers in relation to mineral content found in soils, and she also did follow-up studies analyzing the mineral content within common fruits and vegetables that many of us will eat on a daily basis. And what she found is that from the early to mid 1900s until about the 80s or 90s, that there was about a 50% reduction in the mineral content found in the soils, which is alarming. What she then further looked at was the common fruits and vegetables, and she published one article in the 1997 British Food Journal that highlighted that 20 common fruits and vegetables that her and her team had analyzed, taking the mineral content found from the analysis that happened in the 1930s and comparing it to what we were finding in the 1980s, so over a 50-year span, what they found is that many of the key minerals were lacking by up to 80% over that 50-year period. And so here we have all these fruits and vegetables available to us today through modern transportation techniques that we have better access than our ancestors ever did. But the problem is we're literally starving for nutrition because of the modern farming methods where the soils have become depleted. But there's also another element to this as well. What her and her team concluded, going back to Anne-Marie Meyer, is that it wasn't just soil depletion, because the math doesn't line up. A 50% reduction in mineral content found in the soils should, in essence, equate to, let's say, a 50% reduction of mineral content in the foods. But what they found, like I said before, was that up to 80% mineral reduction within the foods. And what her and her team concluded is that it was due to the use of these new agricultural chemicals. the herbicides, the pesticides, the fungicides, and that it was having an impact on the soil and the ability for the mineral content to uptake into those plants. And when you overlay the rise in chronic disease in all sorts of areas, including mental illness, which is where I generally speak to, you can actually see a correlation that in the 1970s, when glyphosate, one of the key ingredients in Roundup, when that was introduced to the marketplace, there was only in the single digits, about 5% of the US population would have qualified for a mental health diagnosis. By the time we get to the 90s, when we have all of these Roundup ready crops, what we see is we're now into the double digits for diagnosable mental health conditions. And by the time we get into the early 2000s, we're over 20% of the entire population qualifies for a diagnosable mental health condition. And so there's a direct correlation in relation to the nutrient deficiencies and the toxic overload that we're now receiving from those plants, but also the effect that those toxins or those agricultural chemicals are having in relation to the nutrient values being found in the foods.
Okay. To come at it from a consumer point of view, how would we know, if we go into the supermarket, how would we know if something has been treated with Roundup or glyphosate or whatever? Is there some organization or governmental entity that actually tests the stuff? And because if we look at an apple or a cucumber or something, on the shelf, how do we know whether it's deficient or not?
That's a fantastic question. So one, we can just assume that it's likely deficient unless that farmer is going above and beyond the standard practices and making sure that their soils are teeming with life, that they're facilitating the bacteria cultures and the fungi to be able to grow within that, which help facilitate the breakdown of the minerals and the uptake into the plants, so that there's a bit of a science to this, right? Okay. That it's not just about putting the minerals in, but it's making sure that you have all of the other companion factors in what many people would refer to as the microbiome within the soil, where it's similar to our gut. You have all sorts of bacteria cultures and you have fungi in balance, and it's breaking down material and feeding the plants, just like we find within our intestinal tract. And so you wouldn't know if you're getting nutrient-dense food out of the supermarket. There's nothing to test that. You can test it if you take it to a lab, but there's no governing bodies that are testing that. In relation to matters like of toxicity, like glyphosate, there's nothing that you can know of other than if you were to purchase organic, they're not supposed to be using Roundup. And so that would be one of your safeguards, is purchasing organic, but non-organic or conventional fruits and vegetables, you have no idea, or grains, and it's oftentimes in the grains. And it's not just about Roundup Ready either. If you have a soybean that's Roundup Ready, yeah, you can almost guarantee that it's been sprayed with Roundup, otherwise you wouldn't be utilizing that particular strain of soybeans. But when you're taking a look at different grains, barley, wheat, the problem is that oftentimes the farmers are using the Roundup at the end of the season to kill off the plant and act as a desiccating agent so that they can plan their harvesting better. They know exactly when it's going to be dead, and they know exactly that when it's going to be dried out, and they go and harvest. So they will use Roundup to actually kill the plant at the end of the season, and you end up with these grains that have Roundup on them. And it's quite often, it's very frequent. It's assumed that if you are not purchasing organic grain, that there's likely glyphosate that's going to be on that grain. Now, there is also, I would say, an agenda to prevent testing from taking place. And I speak from experience there because I signed up for a test. Back in 2014, I became a part of a big group where we were going to send away urine samples to a lab, and they were going to analyze the amount of glyphosate found within those urine samples. And the test, the research was being delayed, and it got delayed. And what eventually came out is that every lab that was willing to do it would eventually have to back down And so the study never took place that I was signed up to be a part of because of the pressure that was coming down on these labs to prevent that type of study from happening, to see what kind of levels of glyphosate were flowing out of the human populace.
Okay, so just to get back to this again, are there enforceable standards with respect to organic foods, organic produce? If you're a consumer, you know, is that something you can rely on? And you go to the supermarket. Say,
well,
okay.
As a family, we purchase organic because we know it's a better choice.
Okay.
But when it comes to one certification to the next certification, depending on if it's coming out of the US or Canada, there's going to be varying criteria as to what would make something organic. And so it's not something that I 100% trust myself, but it's a decision that I still make nonetheless, because I know it's going to be better than the standard conventional, even though it really hits the pocketbook.
I see in the material I've got here that you have worked with a company or organization called True Hope. And let me read it out here. You've worked extensively with True Hope, an organization on a mission to empower people in achieving mental wellness and hormone balance through the use of groundbreaking micronutrient solutions. Could you elaborate on that a bit for us?
Absolutely. So, as I'd spoken to before, we see this rise in mental illness across the board within the Western nations. And we see that it correlates with nutrient deficiencies. And what we've done is the exact reverse, showing that not only is there correlation there, but now when we put into practical application and we begin to supply people with balanced and very bioavailable micronutrients, talking about mainly the key minerals, the minerals that should have been found in our food, but they're not. And so when we begin to supply those to people, what we've found is that, one, we have to get them off of their psychiatric medications pretty rapidly. And the reason being is because they become over-medicated as their brain chemistry begins to normalize. Two, if they weren't on medications, generally within weeks to a month, they will see a major turnaround in their overall mental well-being, even if they had a significant diagnosable mental health condition, simply by putting the proper nutrition into their feed, or not into their feed, sorry, that's agricultural talk, putting it into their bodies. Okay. And where this concept came from, going back to putting into their feed, is that this concept came from agricultural practices where they identified within swine that if they had a condition called ear and tail biting syndrome, where they become hyper irritable and they'd actually bite chunks of their ears and tails off each other, and if you didn't pen them away from each other, they'd actually end up killing each other. They found in the agricultural practices that if you put the proper nutrition into their feed, it would go away. That particular, you'd call it a psychological condition, it would go away. And that's where the initial concept came from that was built upon back in 1996 by my father, where we put this into application with humans and found that it worked, and it worked very well.
Okay. I'm going to ask one or two more questions, and then I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners. But you talk in the material I've got here, there's talk about involving micronutrient approaches. How would you define micronutrient or a micronutrient approach?
Perfect. So back in 1996, when we first started doing this, and it wasn't, I guess not we, I was watching my father do this because I was in my early teenage years at that point in time. What we found is that many of the supplements out there, many of the mineral supplements, wouldn't have the impact that we were looking for. And part of the reason why is because they were not being micronized. They were not being put into a micronutrient formulation. So particle size matters. When you reduce the size of the particle, you increase absorption. And this naturally takes place within healthy soil as well. There's different cultures that will help break down the minerals. One of those cultures is different types of earthworms, where they have a gizzard, and they'll actually break down the mineral content into a very, very small particle size. Anybody who's worked with worm castings will understand the concept. And it makes it so that all of this nutrition is far more available to the plants because the particle size has been reduced so significantly. And so we've applied the same thing within a laboratory setting where we mechanically micronize the minerals so that the particles are so small that the body can rapidly assimilate them and actually use them at the cellular level. Because if you have a particle or molecule of calcium and it's larger than the cell can't really do anything with it. It has to be broken down to a size far smaller than the cell before the cell can actually uptake this nutrition and put it to use.
Okay, I think we've got about 6 minutes left in our time here. Are there questions by the commissioners or discussion, comments, whatever? Anyone? Krista?
Thank you very much for your testimony. Does this company of yours or the entity of yours, True Hope, do they sell these micronutrient pills or?
They do, yes. So True Hope does sell, and for the first almost 20 years of our existence, it was direct to consumer, and we would help people come off the medications. We had or have protocols set up to help people come off those medications safely and effectively, because it would be irresponsible to just throw a supplement that would correct brain chemistry and leave somebody to their own devices to try to figure out how to navigate their issues with medications and having that, because they become over-medicated very quickly. And the researchers from there's just over 24 independent studies that have taken place across the world in various universities on this, and in every case the researchers have determined that there is a need to reduce the psychiatric medications. Otherwise the participants will get worse. They get better at first, and then as soon as they go into over-medication, they get worse. So yes, we do sell, and we sold direct to consumer for the first about 20 years, and then we also sell now in Canada through various health food stores, hoping that we get to people before they end up in a psychiatric crisis.
And what's the name of the product?
The main flagship product that we utilize that's addressing the mineral deficiencies is called Empower Plus.
And then where could you get this?
In the western portion of Canada, just about every health food store carries it. In the eastern portion, probably about 30 to 50% of the health food stores do carry it.
And where's it made?
We make it in Canada for the Canadian market, and we also have a distribution center in the US that distributes internationally, and so that version there, which is the same ingredients, is produced in California. So we have 2 manufacturing facilities we utilize.
Oh, thank you. And where do you live?
And where do I live?
Yes.
I live 2 hours south of here by Waterton, Alberta.
Okay, you're a local.
I'm a local.
Albertan, okay.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Vincent?
Hi, thank you.
Oh, I think I
Hello?
had Vincent next, but to go ahead, Patricia. It's hard to hear you, Patricia. Patricia? Oh.
Yeah, I tried that the first time. Okay, now? Sorry about that. My voice wasn't coming through, so even switched on. The micronutrients that you're using, is it like a homeopathic? And is it based on vibration, or like what exactly is it that you're using?
Yeah. So it's really just the essential nutrients that you should be getting adequate amounts in your food every day, but we're not as a Western populace. It's literally things like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, molybdenum, magnesium, I said magnesium, vanadium, potassium, selenium. So 16 essential minerals, 14 vitamins, because they work synergistically together. In fact, one of the things that came out of the 1936 hearing over Dr. Charles Northern's work is that vitamins without minerals are useless. And so we've applied that particular concept, recognizing that they actually work synergistically in the body. That if you have vitamins without minerals, it won't do much good. If you have minerals without vitamins, it won't do much good. So we use 14 vitamins, 3 amino acids, 3 antioxidants, and 16 of your main essential minerals. It's making for 36 ingredients in there. So it's just basic fundamental nutrients that you get 33 out of the 36 ingredients every single day in your food. Like I said before, not in adequate amounts. And then there's just 3 other ingredients being ginkgo biloba, grape seed extract, and citrus bioflavonoids. And so if you eat grapes with seeds and you eat citrus that day, you get 35 out of those 36 ingredients on that particular day.
Okay. So is it like shoeless salts that you dissolve into your tongue, or?
No, they're just in capsule form.
Okay.
Yeah, we just take all of these raw form minerals and we chelate them, which is very important as well. And that's where a lot of the bacteria and the fungi come into play within agricultural practices, that if you haven't sterilized your soil, and that's one of the problems with these various herbicides and fungicides and pesticides, is that they'll sterilize the soil and kill off these different cultures that are necessary in the soil. But you'll end up with a chelation, which is the binding of an organic molecule to the mineral, which then makes it bioavailable to the plant, and it makes it bioavailable to you, so that you can actually assimilate that. So if you're not chelating minerals and you're consuming them, your body doesn't absorb rock form minerals. And so that's what we do with it. We micronize them into a very fine particle size, like what should be happening within the soil, and we chelate them. And so after mimicking what should happen in soil under ideal conditions, you end up with a product that produces therapeutic effects.
With this product being a natural product, have you had any issues with, the governing bodies today, the FDA, recently?
In July of 2003, Health Canada came and performed a gun-drawn raid on our head office. We would end up in the courts with them. We would end up beating them in the courts in 2005. And we would end up being one of the first under the new NPN regulations to receive an NPN number on our formula, even though just in the years previous, they were doing everything in their power to prevent Canadians from having access to it. It was all over the news back in early 2003, and it didn't look good for Health Canada. And unfortunately, because of the nature of the individuals that we work with, it was testified in court by an independent party, being Ron Lejeunesse, the head of the Alberta chapter of the Canadian Mental Health Association, that he personally knew of 2 suicides that occurred due to Health Canada's actions in depriving Canadians from having access to this for a short period of time.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Vincent? Yeah. Okay, Daniel?
I think you'd referred to a correlation between a chemical, I can't remember if that was the glyphosate, and the health implications of that. Do you have any specific studies that you could refer us to with respect to that correlation?
No, other than when we take a look at the timeline in how it was introduced and the overall usage of it, there's a correlation. And I'm not saying, and I should be clear here, I'm not saying glyphosate is the only culprit, it's just one of the culprits. But when you take a look at what glyphosate does, it makes complete sense because it's actually an antibiotic as well. And so when it goes into the soil, it'll help destroy a lot of the bacteria cultures. But further to that, its first patent was actually as an industrial agent to help bind up to different scale on industrial equipment, bind up to that or chelate and pull it off. So part of the problem with glyphosate is that not only does it help sterilize the soil, being an antibiotic in nature, but it will actually bind up to a lot of the key nutrients in the soil, and it'll prevent the uptake of those nutrients into the plant because it's now bound to the glyphosate.
Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? I'll take that as a no. Okay, David, I want to thank you very much on behalf of the NCI for coming and giving us your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe our next witness is joining us virtually. There he is. We have another David Grant. David Grant, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great. Would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
David Herbert Grant, Grant.
David, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. What I propose to do is just review very briefly my understanding of some of your background. I know you have a statement prepared to some degree of matters that you wish to cover, and we've got about half an hour between our back and forth a little bit, and the commissioners will probably have a couple questions for you too. You are a retired professional engineer, as I understand it. I've got you noted as president of Mid-Canada. Is it Mid-Canada Section? What is that?
Yes. AOAC is an organization begun in the 1800s to improve the quality of the analysis that was done by government agencies, largely for food. And it has spread, so it has chapters around the world.
Oh.
And Canada has several, the Eastern, Western, etc. And our Winnipeg chapter has been fairly inactive since the pandemic, but we still exist. And
okay.
So I do have a statement at the beginning to...
All right, well, let me just, AOAC International, so when I, Mid-Canada, you're the president of the Mid-Canada section of AOAC, and what does AOAC stand for?
In the 1800s, it was the Association of Official Analytic Chemists. And of course, it's branched out, and half the people in it are microbiologists and disease experts. So it's not just chemistry.
Okay, and I also understand you're a former elected council member of the Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists of Manitoba.
Yes.
And you've indicated you are retired now, but you were a professional engineer. In what field was your engineering expertise, and what did you do in terms of a career?
I guess I started off with most of a degree in analytic chemistry, honors chemistry, and then my first degree, my primary degree is in chemical engineering, and with a minor in materials study. And most of my time at my career has been in either manufacturing of chemicals, and then with the analysis, lab analysis, and developing new test methods.
Okay, thank you. You're joining us from Winnipeg, Manitoba today, are you?
Yep.
Okay, my understanding, and then I'll just hand it over to you to take over, but you'll be addressing my summary of your proposed evidence, the reliability and validation of laboratory testing, the evaluation of mandated disease response processes, infection vectors, and risk-based food protection decisions. You'll be addressing to some degree the Canadian Food Inspection, CFIA disease response and culling issues as a framework for arguing certain points you will advance on testing and mandated procedures. So I hope I haven't I hope that accurately summarizes the general thrust of your following comments. And you'll be, in that context, you'll be referring to what you see as being problems in the regulatory process involving the CFIA. And if I haven't, okay, let's leave it at that. If I covered very generally where you intend to go?
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, I'll hand it over to you now.
Okay, thank you. As I was introduced, I'm David Grant. I was a professional engineer in Manitoba and Ontario for several decades until I retired. I've been involved in microbiology and chemical and materials analysis for many years. I've worked on test method development and approval by the ASTM, American Society for the Testing of Materials. Then I mentioned the AOAC stuff. Like my father and siblings, I have devoted my life to materials research and accurate testing. I have written many test methods. Guiding each one through the regulatory hurdles is a lot of work. My son coincidentally, has devoted years to getting new medical products approved by the FDA in the US. Again, that is a lot of work, only because such agencies try very hard to prevent mistakes. The health, safety, and jobs of people around the world are dependent on ASTM test methods. Again, whether it's the test method for strength of concrete or a test method for the effectiveness at decontaminating drinking water. All those things are subject to ASTM tests. Materials testing is very orderly and established. They have to produce the results claimed. Those doing those tests must do the work right. The results must be interpreted and used correctly. The test methods all specify that stuff. So generally, nothing goes wrong if anybody is following the methods. Failure to do all these things could mean widespread injury or death if the methods are not followed. There's no room for spiteful abuse of test methods or protocols by government agencies. I'm hopeful that CFIA rules will be improved and closely followed to benefit us all. It is clear to many of us that CFIA makes mistakes. Some have been mentioned here. They seem to feel no responsibility for those mistakes. There seems to be no mechanism for CFIA to identify and fix all those mistakes. Hopefully, the NCI will help everyone realize that Canada needs CFIA to develop such mechanisms. So on topic one, a lot of the actions that CFIA takes are based on the results of their lab work and their contracted lab work. Much of that lab work is based on myth and wishful thinking. The primary point I want to remind folks of is that any lab test must be adequately reviewed and tested before it's put in service, and obviously periodically afterwards. That testing must include efficacy, does it work, and repeatability. Does the test method measure what they say it measures? If you carry out the test 5 times, do you get 5 identical results? No test should ever be applied by a government agency if repeated results are not identical. Since it was first developed by Carrie Mullis, the PCR test has not been able to fulfill all the promises made for it by flawed health authorities. The developer of it insisted that it could not diagnose disease, just the presence of fragments. Unfortunately, since the 80s, government agents have said it is a diagnostic test for disease, and that is a mistake, and he maintained that up until his demise just as COVID was coming on stream. The PCR test can identify fragments of big molecules. It could not determine that an organism is ill with a particular infection. It is well known that under a dozen PCR cycles can correctly indicate a high concentration of the molecules in question. It is also known that the results of testing carried out for 40 or 50 cycles are misleading and often indicate the presence of the subject molecule when none is actually present. When organizations are run properly, they test all the tests that they use. They confirm all the tests that they use. There's no indication that CFIA has ever done efficacy testing of any of their PCR tests. There is no indication that CFIA has published the actual test methods in detail for any pathogen or fragment of a pathogen molecule. We see no publication of actual raw results of their testing in a way that could be audited by a professional in that field. That is the test of open and transparent chemical and biological testing. If you publish exactly what you did in a way that somebody else in another lab could repeat it and the results, then you're being transparent. From all we've seen from outside, it doesn't seem that CFIA has ever adopted that transparency model. I've worked on panels with ASTM, AOAC, and CEA on new test methods. The panels that develop and approve new methods and who also perform reapproval of all lab methods must include government, industry, and public advocates. That way you're less likely for that organization, that panel, to make a mistake. If you've got the side that is government, the side that is industry, and a few public advocates, one of those people will come up with, will discover and bring forward any problems. If the test method has flaws, it will not be adopted by any ethical organization. I'll leave it there without getting into, you know, the degree to which I perceive that CFIA is wrong on their PCR tests. But we know in the case of COVID that there were huge leaps of faith or imagination in the interpretation of PCR results. And we can imagine that CFIA, being somewhat less technical than US agencies and Health Canada, may have made similar mistakes. On topic 2, health protection rules must evaluate mandated processes. Every step on the path that leads to a cull must be compared for efficacy with all other options, including delay and taking no action. The consequences of taking no action should be weighed carefully against the timing of a cull. A schedule for resampling and testing must be justified, and that justification must be published. The results of such evaluation of all mandated processes should be published in sufficient detail that third parties can repeat tests and recalculate risk numbers. There can be no justification for CFIA to prevent resampling and publication of those results if requested by the public or by the producer. The only benefactor of such a sampling analysis ban would be a bureaucrat who has made a huge mistake. Such persons, if there are such, should not be allowed to abuse the processes on a whim. More data always results in better and more certain decisions. And in my opinion, the costs of testing in this kind should be borne by the taxpayer, not the producer. But we spend a lot of money on CFAA and supporting it, and there's no reason it couldn't be carrying half, if not all, of the cost of every test called for. On topic 3, the agency must properly weigh all possible infection vectors. In typical quadruped farmyard infections, staph disinfection and culling can be very effective in slowing spread. The odds of an infected wildlife with TB or something contacting the herd is relatively small, but not zero. Both the method, the disinfection and culling, are less effective when migratory birds are known to be a common vector and when they're flying over the farm property. For example, birds which live in a building are less at risk of infection by migratory birds than birds which live outdoors, even part-time. To suggest that birds which are not infected are a danger to those outside that farm property, CFIA should publish their explanation of how known vectors could spread an infection and do harm beyond that property line. Now, there have been cases of the very large culls in the US of chickens and turkeys, and then the famous ostrich case. And in that case, I don't believe there was ever a published explanation by CFIA on their thought process that led to their significant decisions. And that's something, transparency is something that would help CFIA to do a better job and would certainly help us understand what they were thinking. Topic 4, when a harmful chemical contaminant is found in a food source area, domestic or foreign, there must be sufficient samples tested to establish risk data. Public health should outweigh political influence in a decision to protect Canada's from that food product. If shellfish are harvested in waters that are heavily contaminated with heavy metals, such food should never be allowed onto the Canadian market. Canada and its CFIA should regularly test product streams into which such food could be diverted. Because if there's a bay somewhere full of lead acid battery waste, the shellfish from that bay obviously wouldn't be allowed into Canada, but that shellfish could be diverted into a stream that pretends to be from over there. In those cases, that should periodically be tested by CFIA to make sure that we're not victims to mislabeling of product and poisoning. So if CFIA were to get serious about protecting Canadians, I believe that they would publish arguments supporting their related policies regarding contaminated food products and mislabeling. Basically, that's my notes. So, yeah, there are other issues, obviously, that involved. One of them that was raised at the time is that when the CFIA was intent on culling the BC ostriches, that was a population that, as far as we know, was not being maintained as a food source. At which point does CFIA have jurisdiction over other animals, horses, show horses, and so on? You know, they're not obviously primarily for food. So that's just another comment on maybe they jumped their bounds, went out of their lane. But thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for those interesting thoughts. I have a couple questions for you, and then the commissioners will probably have a few as well. In relation to the first area that you addressed, you talked about the PCR tests, how the founder of that particular science confirmed that it's not intended for the use of detecting disease. It detects fragments of particles, and that you can always achieve a false positive by just amplifying the number of cycles to the point where it shows you something that in fact isn't there. So it's an entirely unreliable process. And I guess my question is, in reference to the CFIA, can you give us some examples of where they would be using PCR tests inappropriately?
Well, that is one of the most exciting and dramatic ways of detecting or quantifying the presence of viruses, because viruses, the RNA, DNA, etc., can be amplified. And anyway, yeah, the typical example, whether I'm presuming, and I don't know for sure, but I'm presuming that the methods used by CFIA to determine virus infection are similar to the methods used by Health Canada to determine COVID infection in people. And we know that in the early days when Mullis was still around, that the NIH director, Fauci, was trying to say that PCR could diagnose people with HIV, and Mullis showed clearly that it could not be used that way. That's quite a few decades ago, but that's the sort of thing that if they are using this PCR test, and if they're abusing it, as Health Canada certainly did, and the health authorities like Manitoba Health certainly did, they were using 45 cycles when they shouldn't have been using more than 20. But anyway, if to the extent that CFIA is abusing the cycles and so on, then and calling it diagnosis of disease, then that is a huge mistake. Disease is from symptoms and maybe by plating. Like the microbiology used to have the tool of taking some slobber and wiping it on a plate of agar or whatever and seeing what resulted. So there are other methods. PCR is the most exciting and very, very specific, but it's too easy to cheat.
And because it's too easy to cheat and so reliant upon the number of cycles, and it's impossible to challenge the results unless there's a degree of transparency at CFIA so that people who are affected by its decisions have the right and to challenge. And they can't challenge it effectively unless they see how it was done. So it all kind of ties into what you said a few times about the need for more transparency at the CFIA.
Yes, and as I say, it's not just how they did the test method, how many cycles and so on, but even the output of the machine that does the test, that could be published. But more importantly would be the rationales for their decisions. You know, a lot of bureaucrats don't like saying, we're closing down this bridge because of this, or we're buying you a new bridge because of that. The decisions and rationales in the case of disease prevention and where they want us to trust the science, they should write down their rationale because trust the science, as we have found out since, is not something we should do.
No, I think that's very correct. I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners here who may have a few questions for you. David? Krista?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Grant. Did you have any role in the ostrich issue? Did you provide any evidence? Were you retained as an expert? Or did you just watch that from afar?
Just from afar. And as with the COVID rollout, I was at every stage comparing what real professionals would do with what government was doing. And I would think in the case of the ostrich thing, looking at other vectors, that's something that anybody who's trying to control a problem, an infection or any other problem, would look at the what ifs and the options. And certainly in the case of COVID, as things were done, we got glimmers of information, little bits of it, and we could see that Pfizer was violating every principle of normal testing and so on, and product development, and yet nobody was saying anything. So that sort of horrified me and a few others, that there's a right way of doing it, and we've been doing it that way for decades, and they're doing something really weird. And so that's where the ostrich thing struck me, as the contradictions and the rule breaking.
I wonder if you have any information or you've done any work on the CFIA and the relationship between that and their jurisdiction and the provincial jurisdiction. I'm thinking about laws in other provinces that call for compensation when property is confiscated, let's say. So I don't know if you know the interrelationship. It's rather a legal question, but you might have crossed paths with that.
No, it's I can't say that I have done either of those, comparing provincial and federal. Obviously the rules are there to make sure that mistakes aren't too ruinous or bad luck isn't too ruinous for the producer. But no, I have not done that.
Thank you very much.
Anything else from the panel? Okay. Well, David, as you know, the theme of this week's hearing is Are Farmers Safe in Canada? And inferentially, Canadians in general, given the importance of the agricultural sector and our food supply. You've pointed out some concerns of yours with respect to the very, very powerful CFIA, the lack of transparency, and you referred to the PCR test as an example of something which can be entirely misleading unless it's done right, and you can't challenge it unless there's some transparency. So I think this is a very important addition to the discussion we're having this week in terms of keeping farmers and Canadians in general safe. Is there any last comment that you wish to make before we let you go?
Sure. I guess the one thing is, as I mentioned before, the idea of government refusing to let an animal owner do resample and retest. Serves that violates every scientific principle involved. But the other is that if the CFIA were required to publish their data, that data would also have to include testing blanks. In other words, test a sample of water or a sample of pristine, the middle of an apple or something, run the PCR test on it, and how many of the samples show up positive for bird flu or COVID. And that's where the testing of blanks becomes a very important part of any kind of chemical or microbiological investigation. And we see none of that from them or from Health Canada. So if they were to actually conform to scientific convention, they would be publishing stuff like that. And as far as I can see, neither agency has done any of that stuff. And so that suggests that whatever results and claims they make could be fictitious if they're not willing to show that their method is truly effective.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, that's a very interesting conclusion, unless anything's arising with the panel on that. On behalf of the NCI, David Grant, thank you so much for attending today. Your comments have been very interesting, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we do have one other witness teed up, ready to go. She's set for 1 hour. Now, I don't mind if you wanted to take a quick break now, or shall we go straight through with the next witness? Do you want to take a quick break? Okay, Sally, we're going to take a quick break for 5 minutes, and then we'll get right back to you. Thanks so much.
So Wayne, we're all volunteers here with the National Citizens Inquiry, but you have done something incredible. You've spearheaded this program, and I want you to tell us all about it.
The National Citizens Inquiry Ambassador Program?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you where it started, okay? And I think I've already mentioned this a few times, but I guess it's worth repeating. In 2024, I ran into Ted Kuntz. And this is around November. I was spending a month near him, and we sat down and we had coffee a couple of times, and we said, why is the National Citizens Inquiry part of the national conversation? So then throughout 2025, we swapped communications, had a couple of telephone calls, met up at different events and things like that. And we sort of came to the conclusion that, yeah, we were holding all these hearings, but we weren't telling anybody about them. None of the politicians, the elected officials were being informed. There were being invitations sent out, and I guess in the nature of a subpoena. Yeah. But the NCI doesn't have subpoena power, so we realized that we have to start relying on other volunteers and citizens to step forward, because a citizen has a couple of responsibilities. It's not just to go and vote every 4 years. It's actually part of the responsibility of being a citizen is to keep track of what our employees, which are the elected representatives, are doing in between elections.
I love that. We don't see it that way, right?
Well, what business owner only checks on their employees every 4 years?
Yeah.
And so we said, okay, well, we need a mechanism, some kind of organization in order to start to get people together that are able to actually talk to our elected representatives, to talk to the media, to talk to the various institutions that are used by government to enforce the rules that they put on us. and also try to influence public policy. So we landed on this ambassadors program, and the idea behind it is to elevate awareness of the National Citizens Inquiry.
Well, you're doing an excellent job.
I don't know about that.
No, we are always grateful. What's your biggest challenge with it?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is the challenge that we all have faced since the pandemic.
Yes.
That, and I'm going to use this word. I was speaking with the head of a local newspaper here, and I had a great conversation with him last week before I came out to High River. And he said, and he's from Ontario, and he's now lives out here in the West, and he says, the level of hubris in our governments is unbelievable, and it's over the top. And he says, the higher up you go in the government, at the local level, you're able to connect more with the people that are representing you because they're closer to you. But when you start to get into the provincial level, they're further away. Like if, here we're in High River, well, most MLAs in Alberta spend their time in Edmonton.
Right.
So they're further away, and the same thing happens in British Columbia, where Victoria is the capital, or in Manitoba, where I think it's Winnipeg is the capital kind of thing, or in Ontario, where Toronto is the capital. But these provinces are huge. But then when you get to the federal level, this hubris, which is a synonym for arrogance, they think that they're doing everything right, that they've got all the answers to the solutions that we all are supposed to be following. But I can't remember the last time I was asked by our federal government what policies really need to be enacted. And believe it or not, the members of parliament, they actually censor their citizens, their constituents. They will block them on Facebook. They will block them on X. I live in Penticton, and we have a local MLA that is notorious for blocking citizens. As a matter of fact, our local MLA even came out, had a town hall, and a series of them. I attended the first one, I missed the second one, I went to the third one, and the third one that I went to, I had again raised the issue of why aren't they paying attention to the National Citizens Inquiry and the question, are children safe in Canada? And she just happened to be the shadow critic for Child and Family Services.
Oh, nice.
So anyways, I raised it, and I asked her questions like, I sent you an email, and you received it. I know you did. I sent it to you in, I believe it was May of 2025, and the town hall was being held in later on in August. And I said, I know you received it. Why aren't you sitting there addressing issues like the child mutilation that's occurring? Anyways, I said, this has all been spelled out in a National Citizens Inquiry report. And what she said was, the NCI should be taken with a grain of salt.
A grain of salt.
Yeah. That didn't go over too well. So anyways, I said that's enough, so I wrote a letter to the editor, which was actually published, and I didn't hold back. I said, instead of taking it with a grain of salt, you might want to take it to heart.
Yeah.
And I also went so far as to write to the leader of the party that she's a member of, and said, is this a kind of conduct that your MLAs are expected to follow, particularly given that in 2023, you said that the NCI, and I'll name him, his name's John Rustad, and I have it. He said that the National Citizens Inquiry has collected a lot of good information. It's something that should be being used. And he did that as part of his election campaign to get elected as then leader of the British Columbia Conservative Party. So anyways, I didn't hear anything back from him on that, but my MLA wrote me and said, oh, you're no longer allowed to attend my town halls. There's an example of censorship right there.
Unbelievable. Did you go?
No, I said I'm not going to go because I don't want them calling the police on me and stuff like that. But I have continued to work behind the scenes, and I go on social media. I get my digs in.
Yeah. Well, I love this program. I think it's exactly what we need because people are wanting to do more, right? We have all this information. We all know something's not quite right, whether or not you can articulate it, and it's through every facet. But the next step is, what do? We all feel little and insignificant, right, against whatever institution. But this is a good pathway and mechanism.
Yeah, what I've learned is that, I guess, you could probably end it here if you want. The best thing is, I guess one of the best sayings is that when institutions fail us or when silence is instituted, it's up to citizens to lead. And leadership is all about taking action.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wayne.
Hey, my pleasure.
All of us.
Commissioners, the next witness is Sally Fallon-Morell, and she's joining us virtually. Sally, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Could I get you to state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
It's Sally with a Y, Fallon, Morell, M-O-R-E-L-L.
Sally, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. You're joining us from Maryland tonight, I think, are you?
Yeah, yes.
Good. Well, thank you for doing that. I'm going to try and summarize a little bit about who you are, and then I'll invite you to add to that or correct me on anything or expand as you wish. And what I understand, some very basic areas that you want to address. And I also understand that you have a PowerPoint presentation all
Yes.
done up and ready to go, so I won't take too long with you. But I understand that you're going to testify about raw milk, nutrition, and food freedom. You have been exceedingly active in those areas. You are a founding president of the Weston Price Foundation. As you might know, we had a lawyer, Pete Kennedy, on as our first witness today, who told us a fair bit about what your organization does. So he was our first witness today. And you're also a founder of an outfit called A Campaign for Real Milk. So you can tell us about that. And you're the author of a book called Nourishing Traditions. So you're quite well known as an activist on these areas. And we've heard some evidence from other witnesses today about issues relating to the production and sale of raw milk. So your evidence on these areas is very timely. So unless there's anything else you wish to expand upon or correct me on, I invite you to take over, and you can start with your PowerPoint whenever you wish.
Thank you. And can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go quickly through the PowerPoint. I realize it's the end of a long day for you, but you will have this PowerPoint to go back to any slides that you want to get more information from. I represent a campaign for real milk, and by real milk, we mean milk that is full fat, the way nature intended, that comes from cows that eat the food that nature intended for them, pasture. And here's the controversial part, that's unprocessed, unpasteurized. And just as in Canada, in the States, nothing raises the ire of public officials more than the subject of raw milk. And researchers, public health officials claim there's no benefit from raw milk, no increased nutritional value, that it's inherently dangerous. It should not be consumed by anyone under any circumstances at any time. And that pasteurization of milk is one of the most important public health initiatives in history. I will try to address these rather quickly and perhaps superficially. So actually, raw milk is not inherently dangerous. It is actually uniquely safe. Consider the calf born in the muck and the mud. First thing she does is get up and suckle on her mother's manure-covered teat. How can that calf possibly survive? And it survives because raw milk contains multiple redundant systems of bioactive components that eliminate populations of pathogens. And no other food is like this. I'll go through these very quickly. One is an enzyme called lactoperoxidase that kills the pathogens, but not the good guys. Lactoferrin. Pathogens love iron, and lactoferrin ensures that all of the iron in the milk is quickly absorbed, so the pathogens have no iron. Raw milk has all the components of blood except for red blood cells. So leukocytes, lymphocytes, immunoglobulins, antibodies, all of these have action against pathogens. And special types of carbohydrates and fats in the milk, unique to milk, kill and damp down the action of pathogens. Enzymes, hormones, something called mucins, fibronectin, glycomacropeptide. We're discovering these daily, these compounds that are unique to milk, raw milk, and that protect us against pathogens, beneficial bacteria. B12 binding protein is another one like lactoferrin that ensures that all the B12 is absorbed by the infant and that the pathogens don't have access to the B12. So this is a five-fold system that we have in raw milk. It destroys the pathogens in the milk. It stimulates and builds up the immune system. It builds a healthy gut wall so the pathogens are not absorbed. It prevents their absorption in the gut and ensures the assimilation of all the nutrients. And this is what happens when we pasteurize. These components are all active in breast milk and raw milk. They're largely inactivated in pasteurized milk. They're mostly inactivated in UHT milk, and most milk sold today is not pasteurized, it's ultra high temperature treated. And look at infant formula. And one of the dirty little secrets of our government is how many babies have died from infection from infant formula. Overall, raw dairy, whether raw or pasteurized, is a relatively safe food compared to shellfish, compared to produce like lettuce, even compared to beef and eggs. And the latest statistics we have show the illnesses from leafy greens, oysters, pasteurized milk. Been a lot of illnesses from pasteurized milk. You never hear about those. And raw milk. And there was one death attributed to raw milk. This is 2005 to 2020. But that person had a pre-existing condition, so it's hard to say whether it was the milk or something else. We've had miscarriages and deaths from pasteurized milk that was infected with listeria. That's the really bad actor. And we have a very good example in California of a company that sold millions and millions of servings of raw milk, and there's less than one illness per 20 million servings. Meanwhile, there have been many recalls of pasteurized milk products during the same period. Pasteurization is no guarantee that milk will be safe. We've had many outbreaks in the last 50 years, and the greatest foodborne illness outbreak in history was from pasteurized milk in 1984 and 1985, when there were, by some estimates, over 200,000 people who got sick. So there's just many, many outbreaks of illness from pasteurized milk. The one that I want to point out is 2007. There were 3 deaths from pasteurized milk in Massachusetts. This wasn't cheese or anything, it was the milk. Now, the FDA loves to tell us how dangerous raw milk is, and a few years ago it put out this report on 15 studies that showed you that pasteurized milk was deadly dangerous. And we looked through these studies, and just like our previous witness was stating, the science that they use is very dodgy, very incomplete. For example, in 80% of these illnesses, these outbreaks, they didn't even have a positive milk sample. They just assumed that because the person drank raw milk, that's what made him sick. Anyway, we found that 100% of these studies did not show that pasteurization would have prevented the outbreak. And this is just one example I could show you of times when the governments have misrepresented the accusation of raw milk causing illness. So after the big outbreaks during the 1980s, it was clear that pasteurization was not enough to kill all the pathogens. And so they went to ultra pasteurization. So regular pasteurization is 161 degrees, ultra pasteurization is 280 degrees, which is way above the boiling point. So when they couldn't get cleaner, they got hotter. And by the way, these outbreaks were during a period when the industry was concentrating animals into CAFOs, confinement animal facilities, and we know how dirty those are. One thing you never hear about is anaphylactic shock, excuse me, which comes from ultra high temperature pasteurized milk. That's at least 10 deaths per year, at least, from ultra pasteurized milk, from anaphylactic shock. We also have a recent study that looked at what happens when you process the proteins in milk. The proteins in milk are very fragile, and they were subject to boiling, microwaving, spray drying, and even freeze drying caused the oxidation of the milk proteins, and that led to the rats being stupider, impair spatial learning and memory in rats. And they basically, the scientist says, we don't really have a good way of processing milk proteins that's safe. And the UHT milk, they've shown that it's cytotoxic, genotoxic, mutagenic. It can be concluded that the long life milk samples, and this UHT milk, you know, it doesn't have to be refrigerated, just sit on the shelf, cause significant genetic instability to cells of the examined tissue. So there really is a problem with this UHT milk, which is, of course, the basic kind of milk that's being sold today. I do want to say one thing about bird flu. There was this notion that if the bird flu could be transferred to the milk, and it turns out that there's a lack of scientific evidence for this. The transmission does not come from drinking raw milk. It comes between dairy workers. Many pathogens have become heat resistant and survive pasteurization through the formation of spores. So again, pasteurization is no guarantee that you're going to have pathogen-free milk. Very interesting that if you put pathogens in raw milk and let it sit there, especially at room temperature, they decline dramatically. So raw milk really does kill pathogens. The only sample where they didn't decline was a pathogen that's not a human pathogen. And I'm not going to go through all this, but Dr. Ted Beals, a number of years ago, estimated that you are actually 35,000 times more likely to contract illness from other foods than from raw milk. Plus, drinking raw milk protects you against illness from the other foods. It's a misconception that breast milk is sterile. It actually is very high in pathogens. And the interesting thing is that the bioactive components in the milk, they program the baby to have immunity to life to any pathogens he comes in contact with in the milk. So it's not good to have a very sterile environment for a baby. A baby needs to have a normal environment and be drinking breast milk or raw milk to develop immunity to that environment. Now, the campaign against raw milk started in the 1800s, and the death rate among babies in these filthy cities was 50%. And this was blamed on the milk. And they said, now we need pasteurization to pasteurize this milk. Well, this milk was being produced in inner city dairies in absolutely filthy conditions. And the milk problem was actually solved long before the pasteurization came in by outlawing these inner city dairies. Improved hygiene, water treatment, sewage treatments. A big factor was the replacement of the horse with a car, so the cities were no longer buried in manure. And the certified raw milk movement came in and increased consumer access to refrigeration. The so-called milk problem was not solved by pasteurization laws. There's a great photo of the manure in New York City. This is everywhere. There were no sewers, there's no cleanup and no clean water. And this was called the milk problem. So milk gets blamed. And also, I just want to address this idea that raw milk, or milk pasteurization, excuse me, was this great public health initiative. This chart shows the mortality rates from various so-called infectious diseases. They were all in steep decline before that red arrow there, which is the first state mandatory pasteurization law. So they really cannot make this claim. Also, this is typhoid fever, great decline after the chlorination of water. Now, I think there's better ways of making our water clean, but it does completely correspond with the decline in typhoid fever, which was blamed on raw milk. But you can see that all this happened before the first state mandatory pasteurization laws. So the summary of raw milk safety is actually safer than any other food. It is the only food that has its own built-in safety mechanisms, and claims that raw milk is unsafe are based on 40-year-old science that the health authorities, of course, ignore. But we don't believe that claims that raw milk is unsafe would hold up in a court of law. And then briefly on the health benefits. The ancients knew that raw milk was a curative food. There was something called the raw milk diet used to cure many diseases. And the Mayo Clinic was actually set up in the early 1900s to administer this milk cure. And it was very successful in treating a number of diseases. It only works with raw milk. Pasteurized milk does not have these curative powers. There were a number of orphan studies at the Boston dispensary, and here's one where they fed raw milk plus cod liver oil, raw milk plus cod liver oil. And the best one was just raw milk without cod liver oil or anything else. And the authors of the study said a larger use of certified milk in infant feeding should be encouraged by the medical profession. So these were health workers. This is back in the 20s. And they wanted to give raw milk to these babies. But the medical profession has consistently ignored this advice. Here's another one where there was more disease in the pasteurized milk group, more rickets. They also had studies where they looked at fertility in animals and found that their fertility went down or declined completely when the milk was sterilized. Again, lowered reproductive capacity in rats fed sterilized milk. That means pasteurized or boiled milk. These were done at Ohio State University in the 30s. Rats on whole raw milk had good growth, sleek coats, clear eyes, and they were nice little rats. They enjoyed being picked up and petted by the researchers. Those on pasteurized milk had rough coats, slow growth, their eyes lackluster, they were anemic. And that's interesting because there's the same amount of iron in raw and pasteurized milk, but they were not using that iron, obviously. A loss of vitality and weight, and they were very irritable, often showing a tendency to bite when handled. And one of the most frequent testimonials we get from parents when they switch to raw milk for their children is an improvement in their behavior. Another study with rats, the one on raw milk was very robust. The one on pasteurized milk had evidence of B6 deficiency, and when they sacrificed the milk, the rats on raw milk had longer bones and denser bones, much denser bones. And again, This is very interesting because there's the same amount of calcium in raw and pasteurized milk. But they were obviously using that calcium more efficiently in the raw milk. And these were my last animal study here. Guinea pigs, those on whole raw milk had excellent growth, no abnormalities. Those on pasteurized milk had poor growth, muscle stiffness, emaciation and weakness, death within a year. And when they did autopsies, they found that there was calcium streaked in the soft tissues where it does not belong. Under the skin, in the joints, the heart, the organs, and of course the arteries are soft tissues. And there was a theory back in the 40s that pasteurization was causing heart disease. So this is 1935, a doctor at London Hospital said, in certain institutions, children who were brought up on raw milk had perfect teeth and no decay. The result is so striking and unusual that it will undoubtedly be made the subject of further inquiry. But there was no further inquiry. Nobody cared. And in 1945, we saw the beginning of the real campaign against raw milk. This was a magazine called Coronet, where they had an article, seemingly factual article about a town called Crossroads, USA, where many died from undulant fever contracted from raw milk. Sounded really scary. There's just one problem with this article. There was no town called Crossroads, USA. The whole thing had been made up, and this was repeated a year later in the Reader's Digest. So these lies about raw milk continue to this day. The proteins in milk are the most fragile proteins in nature. They're very complicated, twisted, three-dimensional proteins, very fragile. And when they are heated and they get misshapen, and the body has to mount an immune defense, thinks that they're a foreign protein. And that's why we also see milk, not only pasteurized milk, not only causing foodborne illness, but associated with immune disease like juvenile diabetes, asthma, allergies, and this type of disorder. More and more people are unable to tolerate pasteurized milk, and this is the reason. The proteins are completely distorted, and it's one of the top 8 allergies. In fact, it's today the top allergy. And some people have violent reactions to pasteurized milk. This is a small print. You can get this from my PowerPoint, but it lists the nutrients in milk, the vitamins and minerals, and what happens to them when the milk is pasteurized. Either they are destroyed completely, or the enzymes that you need to absorb them are destroyed. In raw milk, 100% of the vitamins and minerals are absorbed, and that no other food is like this. But in pasteurized milk, these nutrients become very difficult to absorb. One of the ones we're so concerned about is iron, because anemia in babies is very serious. The behavior of anemic babies is very similar to autistic children. Anemic infants who did not receive iron supplementation never smiled, never interacted socially, and never showed social referencing. But the iron in raw milk is absorbed because of that enzyme called lactoferrin. And this was infants on pasteurized milk. They don't gain weight as quickly, especially premature babies. And the CDC notes that breast milk is the best protection to infants against salmonella, but warns against raw milk as a cause of salmonella, because the raw milk from any species is going to do the same thing as breast milk. And this was a study involving premature infants, giving them human milk. And the ones who did the very best were given raw human milk, only 10% infections. And yet all human milk given to preemie babies is pasteurized, and it completely goes against the science. And pasteurized milk is increasingly associated with problems in children, allergies, asthma, ear infections, especially digestive problems, diabetes, autoimmune disease, attention deficit disorder, and constipation. And this is why fewer and fewer people are drinking milk. The rate of consumption of fluid cow's milk falls every year by 1 to 3% because these children just cannot tolerate this milk, and adults can't either. Asthma, as you know, is a very serious, life-threatening disease. 9 people per day die from asthma in the United States, many of them children. What if there was a simple way of preventing asthma? Well, there is. We have a number of studies showing that raw milk protects against asthma. My grandson was one of these. He developed asthma drinking the pasteurized school milk. My son went out and found raw milk in Texas, and the asthma went away. And this, again, small print, but it's a list of 13 studies, peer-reviewed studies that show health benefits from raw milk. This was in the Washington Post. Allergies seem nearly impossible to avoid unless you're Amish. Amish don't have allergies. What they didn't mention was the R word because the Amish drink raw milk. And this was a study in Europe that showed that raw cow's milk can protect against respiratory infection in infants. And it was a very well done study, and it was a study that convinced European governments to continue to allow the sale of raw milk. What about lactose intolerance? We did a survey and we found that 82% of those diagnosed as lactose intolerant can drink raw milk without any problem. And same with casein intolerance. There's many components in the raw milk that help with the digestion of casein. And the milk needs to be whole milk. Many protective components are in the fats. And even in pasteurized milk, reduced fat milk is 3 to 5 times more likely to cause diarrhea in children and the elderly than whole milk. So raw milk is very digestible. It digests itself. It has enzymes and carrier proteins, friendly bacteria. Your body does not need any energy to digest raw milk, so you get an energy gain, right? But pasteurized milk, excuse me, is very difficult to digest, and for many people, it's impossible. Another component of raw milk is glutathione, which is in the whey proteins, and the whey boosts glutathione status, and glutathione is our key protection against toxins. So in summary, research has shown that there's a very significant difference in the nutritional value of pasteurized and unpasteurized milk. It is inherently safe. We believe it's one of the greatest health disasters in history. And what's at stake, the health of millions of children worldwide. As you know, we have a tremendous crisis in our children today, health-wise. And raw milk can mean the difference between a healthy, productive life and a miserable life. It is very important to get our children back on raw milk. So it's a very important food for children, builds the immune system, gives them healthy teeth and bones, protects them against asthma, builds a healthy gut wall. Here's some of our beautiful babies brought up in raw milk. Pasteurization is actually a Rust Belt technology. We have the technology today to do so much better. We have the technology to get clean raw milk to every child who needs it. One of these technologies is on-farm testing. We have stainless steel on farm. We have ways of testing the cows. We have ways of keeping everything clean. Warning, this milk is pasteurized and homogenized, may cause bowel inflammation, diabetes, eczema, asthma, and obesity. Allergen risk. We also do highly recommend pasture feeding for increase in the nutrients, especially the fat-soluble vitamins A, D, and K. And of course, you do this without any harmful chemicals. Just as one example, we tested confinement butter and grass-fed butter. We found way more vitamin A and more vitamin D in the grass-fed butter. So at our website, realmilk.com, we have detailed scientific information. By the way, we have this PowerPoint in a much longer form. We list raw milk regulations by state, and you put your zip code in, and you can find raw milk throughout the United States. So that's what the website looks like. When we set up this website, there were 27 sources of raw milk in the whole United States. Now there's over 4,000 listings, and there's many more that are not listed. And we've been working on, milk is regulated on the state level in the United States, and we've been working to liberalize the laws. And we only have 3 states left now where raw milk is, the farmer is not allowed to sell raw milk or provide raw milk. And that's it. That's it. So let me unshare. How do I do this?
I think you just did, actually. We can see you now.
Oh, okay.
Great.
You sure?
Oh,
wait. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
okay.
we've got you.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and as you said, and for the edification of people watching, your slideshow will be uploaded into the archive of evidence and be available to be reviewed by anyone interested. It's covered a fair bit. I've got a couple questions for you, and then I'll turn you over to the commissioners, who I'm sure will ask you a few. I'm just wondering what your personal journey is. What is your background that took you into being such an active advocate of raw milk and the founding president of the Weston Price organization?
Well, a couple long stories, but I'll just talk about the raw milk. So I was one of these breastfeeding Nazis. You know, everybody has to breastfeed, and if they didn't breastfeed, they were terrible people. And first child, I breastfed successfully, but my second child, a boy, I realized he was not getting enough milk. He was actually starving. And I didn't want to give him formula. I knew what a joke formula was. And so I had an old book which had a recipe for homemade formula based on raw milk. And I lived in California at the time. I could get raw milk at the time. And I gave him this formula, and he just thrived. And I had 2 more boys subsequent to that, and they were brought up in the raw milk formula. Mm-hmm. I put that in my book, Nourishing Traditions. We have a page on our website, and I would estimate that probably 10,000 to 20,000 babies have been brought up on this formula, and all with wonderful results.
Okay.
So see, raw milk is not just, it's every species of mammal feeds their babies raw milk. And if you can't breastfeed, then obviously the next best thing is going to be raw milk, clean raw milk from another species.
Okay. The other question I have.
So that's when we set up a campaign for real milk, because
right.
I want other mothers to have access to this wonderful food.
With an initial focus on infants, but of course a far broader application of this product to the population at large, from the sounds of things.
Yes, and it's very good food for the elderly. We've had several reports of women diagnosed with osteoporosis. They get on raw milk, drink raw milk for a year, go back and have the scan again, and no more osteoporosis. And the doctors are just amazed. They've never seen anything like this.
Okay, great. And the other question, you say in 1945, you showed us a picture of an old magazine, and then it's followed by a Reader's Digest piece, yeah. and you said it was the campaign against raw milk started at that point. Can you explain the backdrop?
In earnest,
right.
I would say. Before that, there had been some, for sure.
Okay, but who was engaged in that campaign? What would their motivation have been? What was going on there?
Well, I think what it was the desire to industrialize the industry, to concentrate the industry. I should have added that of these 4,000 sources of raw milk throughout the United States, they're mostly small farms.
Right.
And that's what we like to see, small independent farmers who can make a decent living selling raw milk. And non-toxic, pasture-based. the whole system of industrial agriculture is, to me, it's an abomination. We should not be doing food this way. We should be doing it small scale.
So you would advocate, as Pete Kennedy went through this morning, the advantages of promoting the raw milk industry because it decentralizes the control over the dairy supply. It gives farmers more options and gives the public more options.
Yes. Now, I think the situation is a little different in Canada. I do think that your dairy farmers in the system, I actually think they make money. They get a better price for their milk than the conventional dairy farmers in the U.S. The conventional farmers in the U.S. get the same price they got in World War II. So they're just going out of business, and we've lost tens of thousands of dairy farms in the last 20 years. And the beauty of raw milk is that they get a decent price for it. They get anywhere from $5 to $25 a gallon, whereas in the system they're getting $1.50 a gallon. And we want to see farmers make a decent living, and it's not like they're, gouging the consumer. They're just, the consumer pays, makes a choice of what he wants to buy. And they're getting a wonderful product for the price that the farmer sets. In the system and the pasteurization, the farmer has no control over the price he gets.
Okay. All right, I am going to turn you over to the commissioners now who may have some questions for you. Anybody? Vincent?
Thank you for your presentation. You just made a comment about losing tens of thousands of dairy farmers. Do you know what the current number of dairy farmers happens to be in the United States?
Oh boy, you put me on the spot. I think it's about 50,000. It may be less. And of course, they're not counting all these small raw milk farmers. So I really couldn't say, but I would say it's down 90% from a high.
Okay, do you know what that number would have been in, say, 1980?
Oh, see, you should have asked Pete Kennedy that question. He was the one who knows.
I'm just looking for some confirmation on the number that tens of thousands of dairy farmers have gone under.
Oh, well, I can supply that if you want me to.
Yeah, those numbers would be good to have if you can provide that.
Okay,
that would be appreciated if you can. Another issue is you had presented an article. I just want to clarify this because of inconsistency. There was a page in your report that was talking about, I believe it was speaking about raw milk in a negative way, and you said it was from Crossroads, and that Crossroads doesn't exist. I'm familiar with Lancaster County in Pennsylvania. There's a suburb called Intercourse, Pennsylvania, and underneath the sign it says formerly Crossroads. So I believe there was a town that was named Crossroads that had been renamed Intercourse.
Well, I can look into that, but as far as I know, there wasn't a town called Crossroads.
Yeah, I've been there 3 times, so that's why I bring it up.
Intercourse, yeah.
Yeah, Intercourse.
Well, they chose a much better name for it.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a gimmick or somebody thought it was smart, but everybody has to take their picture underneath the sign for some reason. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate that.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Tell us, and we're going to let you go in a minute, but tell us, your organization, we heard this morning about how it is lobbying officials both at state levels and in Washington. We understood there's 3 states still holding off on authorizing the sale of raw milk. We understand there's been tremendous progress in the growth of the number of states that are now opening themselves up to the distribution of raw milk. We understand there's no evidence from any of those states that have developed and authorized the commercial marketing of raw milk, no evidence of adverse health consequences from what we heard this morning.
Well, they have tried to make that argument that states that allow raw milk have more illnesses from raw milk.
What? Yeah.
But we have a gal named Peg Coleman who has pretty much demolished that argument.
Yeah, I mean, what are the state? Is it Hawaii and is it Nevada?
Hawaii, Nevada, and Rhode Island.
So what are they saying are the reasons for not going with the flow here?
That raw milk is deadly dangerous and that they don't want to allow it, and there's no health benefits from it. So.
But haven't there been
That's
millions,
what they say.
millions and millions of Americans in the last 5 or 6 decades proving the benefit, if not the beneficial health effects, at least the absence of any detriment?
Yeah, that's true. And we're working on these states. They're coming. The Secretary of Agriculture in Rhode Island is very reactionary. He said, we're just not going to have this in this state, which is kind of interesting because in Delaware, nearby, the Secretary of Agriculture supported raw milk and supported the bill that allows for the sale of raw milk.
Okay. Okay, well, if we're right up against the clock, so it's been perfect.
I'm going to check into this crossroads thing, and I was going to write this down. And I'll also get you the number of dairy farms, the figures on that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. And so we're about to conclude, and I'll offer you the last 30 seconds or so. If you have any concluding remarks, you're invited to make them at this point.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, we'd love to see raw milk expand in Canada, but I do realize it's going to be much more difficult because you've got this quota system for dairy farms, and the dairy farmers themselves are going to oppose it, whereas in our country, the dairy farmers are thrilled to make this change.
Right.
They start making money.
That's a very good point. Different regimes, supply management, we call it up here, and that's a very political issue, a very big difference between us
because the farmers selling raw milk haven't paid for their cows, for the right to sell the milk from their cows.
Right, they're not part of the quota system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, well look, unless there's anything arising from that, on behalf of the NCI, National Citizens Inquiry, we wish to thank you very much for your evidence here tonight. It's been exceedingly interesting, and we're very, very grateful. So thank you so much, and all the best to you way out in Maryland.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And commissioners, I see it is exactly 5:30, so we're going to take the evening break, and we'll be back here at around 6:40. Okay.
Well, here we are, the last day of the National Citizens Inquiry in High River, Alberta, and tracking down people like Mr. Ted Kuntz. It takes 3 days just to try to keep up to you, Ted. Like, I don't know where the time goes, but here we are, last day, and I can't believe it that there's now been 45 full days of hearings from nearly 500 witnesses, and evidence approaching almost 10,000 pages of sworn testimony under oath that to this day is uncontested by any public agency, by any public official, that the words National Citizens Inquiry haven't been mentioned in a single legislature across the country, that haven't been mentioned in the federal parliament, and I know that we've been reaching out to these people.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I don't know, Ted, why don't you just jump in with a couple of opening thoughts on how you think things are going so far for, I guess, the National Citizens Inquiry at large, and maybe a little bit about what's happening today, and maybe we can move into what we can look forward to in I don't know, the coming weeks and months following this, and let's just have some fun. Maybe we'll have a couple of laughs too.
Well, you know, this whole experience of the National Citizens Inquiry, it's far exceeded my expectations of when I was part of the group of 11 Canadians that came together in 2022 to dream up this dream of a citizen-led, citizen-funded, citizen-organized initiative as a way of conducting some kind of an inquiry with the goal of really understanding what happened during the COVID experience. And so, you know, to put some context to the National Citizens Inquiry, with COVID, we had just gone through, I think, probably the most egregious violation of rights and freedoms, certainly in my lifetime, and potentially the argument could be made in Canadian history. And there was, you know, as the evidence has come out, what we discovered is that virtually every mandate, every measure that was imposed by government, by public health, was flawed, was not supported by the evidence. And so the vaccines were neither safe nor effective. Masking was not effective. Distancing was not effective. And then in addition to that, all of those measures were incredibly harmful. Children lost 1 and in some provinces 2 years of education. We lost thousands of businesses across this country that were shut down, and the financial strain ended those businesses. The psychological consequences of the distancing, the isolation, I would say the psychological warfare that went on that convinced many Canadians that the right thing to do was to take this experimental genetic technology that had no basis in evidence of science, that it was safe or effective, and yet people were compelled to take it, and then convinced to basically pressure their neighbors, their employees, their colleagues, their friends to take it as well. It was a very difficult time in Canadian history. And this group of 11 of us believed that there needed to be some kind of a review, some kind of mechanism of accountability of what had happened. And we had a firm belief that we can't trust government to investigate themselves, that there's a conflicted agenda there, there's a conflicted ideology, and we saw, for example, with the you know, the review of the Emergency Act in Canada, you know, for them to come out and you know, give it a gold star and saying, you know, it was the best, it was the right thing to do based upon the evidence, et cetera, et cetera. That didn't fly, and it failed in the court of law.
Yeah, you know, I've got to jump in here. I was part of that, I'm going to say, trauma that was inflicted on all of us. Whether we believed in the mandates or not, whether we complied with the mandates or not, we were all 100% traumatized.
Absolutely.
But then, you know, along comes the National Citizens Inquiry in 2023, and I remember getting a call from you saying, hey, Wayne, how would you like to come to Vancouver and do a little bit of testimony? And I said, yeah, you know, and I felt nervous like anybody else would. But then I came to learn how important the National Citizens Inquiry is and its mission that it's got, which is to listen, learn, and recommend. And, you know, I probably had about 20 people sitting in these chairs so far over the last 3 days. And some of the words that they have used to describe the National Citizens Inquiry include things like truth, community, and you know, those two words by themselves, you know, here we have this community of the National Citizens Inquiry, and I haven't done any real hard math on it yet, but you know, every hearing that gets held, I know there's at least 30, maybe 40 volunteers that are attached to those hearings. And so if we think about 45 days of hearings times roughly 30 to 40 volunteers, we're well over 1,000 volunteers spending 8 hours a day. So we're looking at 8, maybe 10 to 12,000 hours of volunteer time where people like yourself and myself, we get paid exactly the same amount to sit in these chairs right now. You know, so this thing called the National Citizens Inquiry and Community is just, it's a gift. And, you know, and so here we are at the High River hearings, and, you know, we've been through the ones that were, are children safe in Canada? And now we're on to the question, are farmers safe in Canada? I don't know. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that thing called the truth and community and, you know, I guess the collegiality that comes along with that. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, you're right. I mean, one of the, you know, the messages that we deliver is that the truth matters. And what we experienced with COVID is that there was so much censorship that Canadians weren't allowed to actually hear much of the information that was available. Our doctors were censored, our research scientists were censored, our journalists were censored, our police officers were censored. You know, Detective Helen Grews is an example of that, where her ability to question the deaths of infants and the relationship that there might be to the COVID vaccine, you know, Ottawa Police Services came down on her extremely hard. And so there were the conversations that needed to happen didn't happen. But we need that. In order to understand and assess and then make recommendations about how do we respond in the future to these kinds of challenges, you have to have the truth on the table. And you know, it's liberating when you hear the truth. I mean, it's also disturbing. And so probably the most overused word that I've used throughout the 45 days of hearings is the word disturbed, because it is very challenging to hear this information, because it's hard information. It suggests to us that not only have we been harmed, but we've been betrayed, we have been lied to, we have been deceived, we have been coerced, extorted, but we can't address those issues. We can't rectify them. We can't hold people to account, and we can't do better next time unless we know the truth. So the truth matters. And I think that's what people find attractive and liberating about the NCI. They come here and say, wow, you know, like there's so much that I never knew. And they leave better informed. But they also, you know, and you just spoke to that, is that almost every witness that comes to the NCI, they're afraid to testify. As I said, we've lived in this culture of censorship, of shaming, of gaslighting, and so we have had many witnesses who at the very last minute, they arrive at the venue, they're sitting in the chair, and they then back away and saying, I can't testify because the fear is too great. But I've witnessed over and over again, for those witnesses that do stand up and speak, they find their voice, and that makes them stronger. They claim their authority, and it changes them. And it changes them to become, what I say is that we need more people to take authority. We need more people to take responsibility for this democracy. And I see the NCI as a vehicle of change. It is inviting and assisting and supporting Canadians to stand up and claim more responsibility and more authority.
You know, one of the things that I've learned, and it's a phrase that I think I need to work on a little bit more, is that when the truth is silenced, citizens must lead. And the National Citizens Inquiry, in just the last couple of months, I've learned the meaning of a new word that I've mentioned a few times in some of the other interviews, and it's civics. I always thought that civics meant, you know, how do you get elected? Or how does somebody get elected to be in a public office? How does a bill get passed through a legislature or parliament? You know, that sort of thing. But really, what I've learned is that civics is a lesson in power. And that power is, and how it's used, what it's used for, and who uses it is the real core questions behind civics. That then brings us around to this thing called citizens. Right. And the National Citizens Inquiry is actually a lesson in civics that empowers citizens to realize that they are the ones that actually make the difference. And so, You know, when I look again at things like the mission of the National Citizens Inquiry to listen, learn, and recommend, it's actually a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, it is.
And you know, it's that sort of thing that makes me grateful for having an opportunity to serve. I consider working with the National Citizens Inquiry and all of the other volunteers, it's a service. Yeah. And you know, and being in service to something is extremely it's invigorating.
To be in service to something bigger than ourselves, and to recognize that you're actually contributing to the welfare of this country, you're contributing to the future for your children and your grandchildren. And the quality of people that you get to be in this experience with I mean, you talked about the 30 or 40 volunteers at every hearing, the thousands over our 45 days. These are beautiful people that what a privilege to serve with them. But you mentioned it, Wayne, is that we're actually, in addition to providing information that is valuable to us to understanding the challenges we face and doing something about it, we are strengthening community in Canada. And that really, it wasn't part of our original design when we began to think about the NCI, but it's something that we discovered in the process. And that, you know, at the end of a hearing, at the end of the day, people didn't want to leave. They wanted to sit around a table and talk and discuss and hear from each other and wrestle with some of the things that they heard. And so we started to provide opportunities for that to happen. And one of the things we did is we simply started to provide a meal. And that we discovered is that was a way of building the community, of strengthening the community. Now meals is a part of every one of our hearings. And so, you know, we're sitting in the meal hall right here, and last night this was filled with people and rich conversation. It was just a buzz of activity because of the strength and the richness of the conversation. And so this is more than a hearing where you sit and listen to somebody testify. This is building of community, it's strengthening of community, and it's deepening our understanding. There's an opportunity here to have conversations that probably most of us aren't able to have in our own dinner table or in our own families because of how polarized the conversation has become. So I think we're discovering as we go along that the gifts of the NCI are getting bigger and bigger.
Well, you know, it's made things, for me personally, the National Citizens Inquiry has made it possible to talk about things that I probably couldn't talk about even 3 or 4 years ago. And, you know, this is kind of a funny thing. I ran into a guy, and he was actually running for public office. He said, yeah, there's 4 things that you can't talk about anymore. And one of them is, you know, can't talk about sex at the dinner table or politics. And there was another one, too, or money. And then I guess the last one, you can't talk about Amway. But the beauty is you can talk about the National Citizens Inquiry just about anybody. And it's a real icebreaker. So I know that you got to get back here pretty quick, so I won't keep you much longer. Where's the National Citizens Inquiry going next? What are some of the things that people can look forward to following this hearing? And then we can wrap it up.
Okay. Well, there's a couple of things. One is that the commissioners are completing their report from the hearings on our children safe in Canada. And so I expect that commissioner's report to be available in the next couple of months. That testimony was very difficult testimony to hear. I'm very much looking forward to the recommendations that will come out of that commissioner's report. We've made a decision that we're going to move to a new topic in the fall. The next set of hearings will likely be in November, so that means that the commissioners will be putting together a report for the hearings on our Farmers Safe in Canada. So that includes the Kelowna hearings that we held in March and these hearings. So there'll be a second commissioner's report that will be available this year. And then the topic that, you know, we've put out a survey a couple of times to Canadians to say, what would you like the national...
Now, I want to just jump in there for a second. That is a real lesson in democracy right there. Because when was the last time we had our politicians, the elected representatives, actually ask us what topics do they want to, or what topics should they be discussing? I haven't seen that in a long time. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a part of democracy is that you get feedback. And so we put out the question a couple of times saying, what would you like the National Citizens Inquiry to provide a conversation about next? And I would say, without any doubt, the number one issue for Canadians that we hear from is they're concerned about, do we still live in a country where the rule of law is the highest law of the land? You know, is this a law-abiding country? You know, the Charter says that, you know, it's based upon the supremacy of God and the rule of law. And I think there are many of us that are questioning whether, in fact, the rule of law is being applied uniformly, fairly, appropriately. I mean, we've witnessed over the last number of years the number of court cases that have failed to stand up and defend and protect our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And Canadians are genuinely concerned about the quality of law in this country, of our justice system. I mean, we have the Chief of the Supreme Court of Canada is willing to hear the case on the invocation of the Emergency Act, and he was the one who, during the Freedom Convoy, was very vocal and negative, accusing the truckers of being
no conflict of interest there,
of being, you know, I don't know the exact words, but you know, treasonous, I think was his word, and so he's been asked to recuse himself from hearing that case. He's refused to recuse himself. Those are genuine concerns that Canadians have. We've got the Helen Grews decision. So just this week, Ottawa Police Services Tribunal came down with a punishment for Detective Helen Grews for having the audacity to ask questions of the vaccine status of mothers whose infants died suddenly. And, you know, she was part of the policing unit that is responsible for investigating the sudden deaths, unexpected deaths of infants. She's doing her job. She gets charged and found guilty of discreditable conduct. And just this week, her punishment was she's demoted for 2 years. And that sends a very strong message, not only just to Helen Grews, but to every police officer in this country that says, if you even ask questions that may challenge the government's ideology, the government's position, the government's narrative, you might be putting your career at risk. We saw that with doctors. Very good doctors lost their livelihoods. They lost their license to practice medicine for questioning the government's narrative. We are now seeing that in policing. And Canadians are genuinely and rightfully concerned. And so we've had a long list already of people that have asked to testify on that topic.
Wow.
I expect that we may conduct multiple hearings on that topic because of the demand of witnesses to testify and the interest of Canadians. And so we are targeting November is the next date for a set of hearings. We will formulate that question more precisely, but in general, the question will be, are we still living in a law-abiding country?
Well, I'll tell you, Ted, I'm going to be right there with you when it comes to those commissioner reports. I'm going to be sharing them with every elected representative I possibly can on the question, the final report on are children safe in Canada, and on the question, are farmers safe in Canada, is our food supply safe in Canada? I'll be doing my best to draw attention to those issues, and I really hope that people understand that those things, they are there for citizens to use for free. There's no charge for them, and in my mind, it's every reason why there should be donations coming in as rapidly as possible, because I also have the concern about the rule of law in Canada, and I know I put in my 2 cents on that, and I'm grateful that the National Citizens Inquiry Board listens and actually acts on the concerns of Canadians and citizens. And that rule of law, like, my understanding of it is that everyone is supposed to be treated equally under the law. And I think we can all come up with a few examples of how we aren't.
Absolutely.
And you know, one thing about being treated equally, I know that we are here at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I mentioned this before, we both get paid the same amount of money to sit here. There's no harder worker than an unpaid volunteer, and I'll vouch that there's no harder worker than Mr. Ted Kuntz. Ted, I am so grateful to have met you and to have an opportunity to hang with you for a while. I know you got to get back, and take good care.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you.
Awesome. We are here on just about the final hours of the National Citizens Inquiry, day 45. We've got David Stephan, who came back. I believe you testified before at the NCI.
I have in Vancouver in, I believe it's October of 2024.
2024, just a couple of years ago. That's awesome. I actually testified in 2023, so you're not alone.
All right.
And it's quite an experience. And we want to just talk about the National Citizens Inquiry from your perspective for a few moments here. Just take a little bit more of your time, and thank you for your testimony today. I mean, it's a gift, and just like all of the other nearly 500 witnesses that have testified, it's a true gift to the people of Canada that we have people that are willing to step forward and tell their story.
Awesome. Well, it's fantastic to be a part of it.
Well, I guess let's just start out with, we want to get to know the David Stephan, not the one that was on the stand. Okay, that was swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But the David Stephan that people might not know. So just take a couple moments and let us know about you.
Wow. Well, okay. So I'm a father of 4 children with my beautiful wife of 22 years, Colette, and we live in southwestern corner of Alberta on a small acreage, maybe not too small of an acreage, but an acreage, where we are involved in organic growing of fruits and vegetables, and we just love the homesteading, self-sustainable lifestyle, and that's what we do as a family. And I'm also been part of True Hope for 23 years now, where we help people come off psychiatric medications while getting them onto proper nutrient supplementation and get them feeling better than they ever have.
Well, you know, I tell you, I would encourage people to take a look at that testimony that you had in 2024, because that is quite a story. And I followed it. I've actually seen the documentary on it. And it's a gift in its own way. It's a tragedy that I think has turned out really well. And hopefully that will encourage more people to take a look at that as well. So the National Citizens Inquiry, it was started for the purpose of letting people tell their story. Let's just have a little bit of a conversation about, what does the National Citizens Inquiry mean to you?
Well, I love the court process as much as I've spent time in court, and
successful time too.
Successful time, and it held its own form of trauma for us. Right, being wrongfully convicted in 2016 and all that, and having to get all that overturned through the Supreme Court. But I appreciate the process of court. I really do. In its fact-finding abilities, in being able to determine the truth. And I see NCI in the same light, where, you know, I just testified and I had some good questions. You know, the last question, right? Hey, do you have any studies to reference? Well, no, there's no studies on that, but when you take a look at it, you can make sense of how it would get to that point where you see that glyphosate would create these issues and be a compounding factor as to why we have so much mental illness, right? Because of what it's doing in the soil, doing to the plants, that type of thing. And so that's one thing that I really appreciate about the NCI, is that people are able to share their stories, that they're doing so under oath, and that they're being, in some instances, scrutinized, and that's a beautiful process.
Yeah, the total pages of transcribed evidence to date for the National Citizens Inquiry, I'm told, is now approaching 10,000 pages. And what's really interesting is, and this gives me a little bit of comfort after having testified myself, and it should you too, all of that testimony from the nearly 500 witnesses remains uncontested.
Amazing.
By any government agency, by any government official. Not one person has stepped forward to say that is not true. So having that as a bit of an arsenal, what are some of the ways that we can use the National Citizens Inquiry ourselves to maybe overcome, I'm going to call it the silence that we hear from our so-called elected representatives?
You know, that's a good question. Oftentimes, the truth comes about and is disseminated through grassroots. And so the nice thing about the NCI is that it's being recorded and it's shareable. It's shareable information that we can then disseminate to the, amongst the masses. And eventually, hopefully, when you get enough people that are seeing the truth for what it is, that we can affect change within the system.
Well, I'm told that the final report on the question, Are Children Safe in Canada, which is as a result of the testimony that you gave, is going to be released fairly quickly. And I will personally be sending that to every member of Parliament and every member of the Legislative Assembly that I possibly can be. I chair the National Citizens Inquiry's Ambassador Program, and I'm going to be encouraging everybody that participates in that program to be doing the same thing. Also, I'm told that pretty soon, and as soon as possible, the testimony from the question, Are Farmers Safe in Canada, is also going to have a report issued, and that testimony is also going to get shared as well. So your efforts are not going to waste. And if you want to get involved with it, be careful what you ask for, because I just might give it to you. So we wrap it up with just a couple of other questions here. The one question that I think that people need to hear from you, if there's one thing that's important about the National Citizens Inquiry to you, that you think should be important to everybody else, what would that one important thing be?
Well, I think first and foremost, there's so much information out there, and being able to discern whether or not it's truthful is a process in itself. Whereas with the NCI, it comes with a great level of trustworthiness right off the bat. So the information that you're getting, you can put a lot more weight on it. And so if there's a particular topic, which obviously many topics have been covered, many important topics that should be important to every household across Canada, if there's a topic that's important, it's one that's shareable and reliable, and that's the beautiful thing about it.
Well, before I testified in 2023, I actually watched about 2 or 3 testimonies. And what I realized at that time, and I think this reiterates what you said, the collection process for the testimony is as rigorous as any public inquiry that has been held by any government to date. And given the fact that that testimony remains uncontested, that in itself gives a high degree of trust that we can have in sharing it. So I actually, and other people encourage too, that all you need to do is watch 2 or 3 testimonies and then share them with people. Let them know about it. To wrap this up, the final question is this, and I always forget it. If there's one thing or one message that you want to send to people that you hope that they can also send to other people as well about the National Citizen Inquiry, what is that one thing that needs to be pushed out there as far as possible?
That there's a format where truthful, controversial information is coming forward that people should be watching.
That is very well said. I'm going to steal that from you.
All right.
Because I do research, R&D, and that doesn't stand for research and development. It's called, what is it? Research and duplicate. David, thank you so much for the extra time that you spent. We really appreciate it. Have yourself a wonderful day and take care.
Well, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
You bet. So here we are. This is the heartbeat of the National Citizens Inquiry. This is where everything really happens and the blood really flows. We've got Georgia here. Georgia, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing here?
Hi, I'm Georgia Swanson. I am from Merrifield, Saskatchewan. I am making supper for everyone here with all my helpers.
And what's for supper tonight?
It is beef stir fry.
Beef stir fry. Awesome. Were you here last year?
I was.
So let me ask you, what keeps bringing you back to the National Citizens Inquiry hearings?
I love the aspect of that people are spreading truth and that it's on record, that you can go back and listen to it throughout the years to come.
That's coming from somebody that cooks things up all the time?
Yep. Mostly food, though.
What do you want to say yourself there, Scarlett? You got anything?
I just want to say what a phenomenal cook Georgia is. I don't know how she does it. She puts on this huge spread, and it's amazing. We're so thankful for her, and it's nice to see the younger ones coming out and taking part, and you see how much work goes on behind the scenes in all aspects. And these great meals really bring everybody together, and it gives everybody a chance to talk and visit and share. We thank you for that, Georgia.
And Teresa, Teresa's too shy. Georgia, seeing as how she's too shy, why don't you give us an idea of how many people does it take to put together these lovely dinners? Maybe Teresa could jump in there. How many people does it take to put together these lovely dinners?
I would say many hands make light work. So we have some, Georgia and I, we come up with the ideas, and we have lots of helpers to make.
About how many?
I would say there's been 5 people here in the kitchen, and then there's other people that are volunteering to keep the drinks and cookies and everything all stocked up.
5 people keeping about 50 people fed every day. That is awesome.
Yep.
And I guess last question for both of you. If there's one thing that you want people out there to know about the National Citizens Inquiry that's important to both of you that they need to know, what is that one thing?
Come meet your family.
Come meet your family. Definitely a sense of community, Georgia.
To spend time with like-minded people and just experience it.
Both of you and all of you folks, all 10 of you or however many that you really got into this, I feel so grateful for you guys, and I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done.
You're welcome.
So here we are. This is the heartbeat of the National Citizens Inquiry. You know, it's day 45 of the National Citizens Inquiry, and trying to pin down the commissioners or any one of the commissioners is almost impossible because they sit there for hours at a time, and then they get a couple of minutes for a break, and everybody wants to chat with them. And I'm fortunate now to have Vincent Gersey with me, and we're going to talk about the National Citizens Inquiry and a little bit about him, add a little bit of a human face to this magnificent thing that's happening right now. So Vincent, welcome. And I start out this with, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what it's like to be a commissioner for the National Citizens Inquiry, you know, a little bit of your background so that people get to know you better, and then we'll go from there.
So my background was in law enforcement my entire life. I spent 32 years with the Ontario Provincial Police. And then retired just prior to COVID, and when COVID came along, that really woke me up to a lot of problems that were taking place in this nation, from a lot of decisions that were made by government that was quite frankly shocking. And so I became quite active and aware of a number of things that were taking place that were just wrong in this country, and I say wrong on a number of levels. And eventually, you know, I came to discover a number of people that I now know as good friends and valued Canadians. And when the National Citizens Inquiry started, I was extremely supportive. I saw a need for the ability for Canadians who still had the opportunity to put together a venue or forum where information that was not readily available to the public could actually come out. Those that had different viewpoints on things, those who understand what's going on that our media is not talking about, can actually come out. And back in April of 2025, last year, I was approached and asked if I would take on the position of commissioner for the NCI, one of 4. There are 4 commissioners that operate at any particular time. So I took on that position. I agreed to, and I saw the importance and necessity. And so here I am today, having done, I think this is my 4th or 5th hearing that I'm on. and sticking with it to this point?
You know, this just occurred to me as you were talking. I think we go back a little further, you and I, than we might remember, because I know that you've been on lots of online calls all the way back to, I'm sure, 2021. And I want to share something with you that you might remember. And it goes like this. I was volunteering for another organization, and you'd actually came on a call with this, or it was Action for Canada.
Yeah.
And so I was sitting there, and there was another event that you were at, and you asked a question, and it resonated with me at the time, and it still resonates with me today. And I ask people this question all the time. The question you asked was, what do you stand for? I don't know if you remember that or not, but you were talking about other members of the police and things like that. And I've taken that question and I've added to it. And I ask people a question that goes like this: what do you stand for and what are your values? And I've asked my family questions like that too, to try to get to increase the awareness of, you know, like the COVID response and all the rest of that. So I just remembered that now, and it's an important question. And I don't know if you want to jump in on, you know, that question. What do you stand for and what are your values? I think it wouldn't hurt for people. I know this is a little impromptu, but it wouldn't hurt for people to hear from you on that.
So on that issue and to that question, it was something I was asking myself and asking the entire law enforcement community back in 2020, 21, 2022. But you know, we are a ways away from that now. We are in a different place. And as much as that particular question is something people should ask themselves every day, and it's extremely important, I'm shifting to this awareness issue with the National Citizens Inquiry into, you know, is this my opinion or is this your opinion? Do we just have a difference of opinion? No, we're getting way beyond opinion here, and we're into mass propaganda from our media, which started back in 2019 and 2020, and I'm sure it was existing prior to that. But the importance at this point, with so much geopolitical change that we're seeing that our media will not cover, and that provide us with, well, yesterday we heard about the destructive process of over-processed foods. Well, I have to say, you know, these vastly processed foods compared to vastly processed information is kind of the same thing. They're feeding you just a bunch of crap, and you're eating it. Likewise with information. So the big questions I'm asking now is people like, what is it going to take for Canadians to unlock their paradigm? That is, you know, that segment within their brain that says, this is the puzzle in which how I see the world play out. This is how I see education tied to politics, tied to governance, tied to law enforcement, tied to justice, tied to our food system, tied to everything. This is kind of how I see it, and I'm not really worried, and it's not a big deal, and so what? Versus, you might want to really pay attention because there's some really important issues here. And if you dare try to have that conversation, people just don't want to talk about it. And I understand why they don't want to talk about it, because, you know, that saying, the old saying from Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth. It's true because it causes pain. It would really actually cause you pain if you knew the truth, because this is what we're hearing with the NCI. We're hearing truth.
The truth, and the truth matters. I got to jump in for a second. Some of the questions, I actually had a fuller suite of questions that I used to ask. And it started out with, and I got this from Julie Piness, who was one of the people that testified at the NCI in the early days on the matter of ethics, and it was, how free do you feel? And I was asking that back in 2020, 21, 2022. Next question would be the question that you raised, what are your values and what do you stand for? And then the third question, it sort of goes along the lines of what you're talking about, was how far are you going to let them go? What's your breaking point? And for me, I know where my breaking point is, and I reached it a long time ago. That's why I'm doing the things that I do. And it's one of the reasons I actually volunteer for the NCI, to help get the truth out there as much as possible. So I testified in 2023, which at the Vancouver hearings. I know that you've testified as well, but now you're a commissioner. So what's it like being a commissioner? for the NCI? Like, just in a short and sweet statement, what's it like?
Well, first of all, it's the understanding, it's a privilege to have been asked to take upon this role. And it's the understanding that we are going to listen to the testimony of individuals, and it's the commissioners that get the opportunity to do what we would normally call it, even though this is a quasi-judicial process, to cross-examine the witnesses. And we're not specifically cross-examining, but we are doing is asking questions for clarification. And that could be that either I don't believe what you're saying and I want more details associated to this for clarification, or I do believe what you're saying, maybe I just don't fully understand it, but we want clarification. We want to make sure that we fully understand what the witness is saying, that there's no doubt to the testimony that's being presented, that there's often accompanying documentation or further data or evidence to support what it is saying, and there's a tremendous amount of consistency there. As well as all the work that takes place afterwards, which is going through the totality of the information. Because here at High River, this set of hearings, all of this information that's obtained is going to be compiled together with all the information that was obtained in Kelowna back in, I believe it was March.
Yep.
So all that information that we obtained from those witnesses, all on the same subject matter this year being our farmers safe in Canada, as our food supply being safe in Canada. And most of these people, they don't know each other. And many others have been invited to come and testify, such as members from government or media have been invited to come and testify. And quite frankly, they have the opportunity to come and speak to the NCI, at the NCI, either just to watch the event or to speak, but they choose not to. And I think it's important at this point to name them, so that we know who are these individuals in government media that are always being asked to come here and not attend.
I heard you yesterday, and you wanted to know who is invited to attend and what their response is, and I agree with that. And
I want that on the record. Yeah, I do.
So I also know that you've only got a limited amount of time to be here, so I got 3 more questions, so it'll be a little bit of a recap, and then we can wrap it up. And those questions are, I guess, we'll start with it again, a bit of a recap. What drew you to the National Citizens Inquiry, and why do you keep coming back?
So I was very impressed when I heard about the National Citizens Inquiry starting to form up in 2023, that it was necessary that we have a public citizens-led inquiry so that we have the opportunity to ask whatever question we want to ask and allow the witnesses that come forward to speak, that there is no collusion by our governments that are masking this information. The governments have had, various levels of government have had all kinds of opportunity to come forward and tell us what's going on, and they have not. They've chosen not to. They either lie, obfuscate the information, or just don't want to talk about it. So the NCI is that forum where that can happen. So I'm very impressed by that, and that's what drew me to the NCI.
Me too. Second last question is if there's one thing that's important to you and that you think might be important to everybody else out there that has an opportunity to hear this, what would that one thing be when it comes to the National Citizens Inquiry?
One important thing?
Just one important thing, or the most important thing.
I think that when you watch testimony, and it won't matter which testimony you watch, when you start watching testimony, you are going to realize that you have been lied to by your government, you have been lied to by the media, and that's assuming you can unlock that part of your brain that says, I'm going to be open-minded. I'm going to open up my paradigm to listen to these witnesses and then make your own decision, and that the NCI gives you the opportunity to do that. And I think that's the one most important thing.
Yeah, we got things that are going to be starting up. We can hear the music here right now. The last question is if there's one thing that you would like people to remember about the National Citizens Inquiry and that they themselves can carry forward, what would that one thing be?
Is that it is citizen-led and it is opportunistic. You have the ability to come forward and become a witness if you have information to provide, and if you're looking for information, this is the place to get it.
You know, Vincent, I want to say thank you very much for the time that you took. Again, I know you got to get back to work, and there's no harder worker than an unpaid volunteer. We're getting paid exactly the same amount to do the things that we're doing today, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
So here we are with Carrie Ann, and I first met Carrie Ann in Kelowna last March on the hearings, the first set of hearings into our Farmers Safe in Canada, which is interesting. But I guess I want to talk to you a little bit. Well, let's start out by telling people again, like, where are you from? And you know, I guess just where are you from and a little bit about Carrie Ann.
I am from Kamsack, Saskatchewan. So it's a bit of a drive to get to some of these places, but that's okay. It's worth the adventure. I live on a small farm, and obviously, because I live on a small farm, farm safety and farm health is very important to me. Raised on a farm, grandparents farmed, so it's in my blood, and I'll fight for my farm. And that's just, yeah. I also work in the funeral home, so that's my 9-to-5 job.
Oh, wow.
Which leads me to why I'm here as a compassion leader.
So you're actually, you work in a funeral home to support your habit of being a farmer.
Yes, exactly.
So it's really quite interesting. You know, there's numerous volunteer positions that are involved with the National Citizens Inquiry. Everything from people that make meals to, you know, so that we can have some dinner together, through to people that schedule witnesses, the lawyers, and then there's the witnesses. And you mentioned compassion leader. Well, you know, I testified in 2023 in Vancouver, and I don't mind admitting that I was a little bit nervous, and there was no compassion leader there at the time.
Yes, I wasn't there.
And anyways, and that's fine. You know, like, we can't be everywhere all the time and the rest of it, but why don't you just talk to us for a few moments about, you know, what has been your experience with the witnesses, and, you know, what do you learn, and, you know, like, what, like, just tell us about being a compassion leader.
A compassion leader. It's some witnesses who are experts and do this on a regular basis, and they bring their information out to the public. They don't have the emotions that others might have, who have gathered up every ounce of courage they have to share a story that's very important to them. And they're up there shaking in their boots, delivering a message that they feel is very important. And even if it's not an emotional message, just the emotions going through you will, when they come down off the stand, it's like they've come from another world. So it's nice to have somebody meet them, and you know, do you need a drink of water? Do you need a Kleenex? Would you like to go for a walk? Do you want to have a little chat? And it depends on some of the messages. We've been through the COVID messages, we've been through our children safe messages, and now with the farmers. This isn't as emotional as the other ones were. But we just heard about a fella who lost and had to kill his whole deer population. And that makes
So he had to call his entire
He had to
herd.
call him and his family had to call his entire herd. That makes me and the audience feel emotion. So how is he feeling when he's sharing this story? So for them to have somebody come and be able to kind of guide them back and walk them down through their emotion, so they're back to, you know, they can sit in the audience again as a gathered, collected person again.
So here's a person that's actually a professional farmer, an expert in what they do with regarding deer, and then at the same time, they have the emotion of like just a regular person, if that's the right way to put it. You know, like, and it's kind of, for me, personally, when I testified, I got to tell my story.
Yeah.
And, you know, that included, you know, the impact of the government mandates on my family, myself too, and explain why I decided to testify and stuff like that. But it's really interesting how even somebody that has that expert, if you want to use that, or that professional expertise to still sit there and experience this thing called the National Citizens Inquiry, where they get to tell their story and how yeah, they might come down a little bit jittery, but isn't it at the same time they got to tell their story, and it's a bit of a relief?
Telling the story is part of the healing. It really is. And being able to have a venue where somebody understands and you have an audience who feels your pain and your loss and what you've gone through, and then have a group that you can visit with afterwards and they're sharing in your story, that is huge, because it helps the healing and it makes what you had to go through worth something. Like, your loss and your tragedy is now something that can help other people.
So in some ways, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it's not really a loss and a tragedy. At the same time, there can be a lot of joy attached to it.
Yes. Yep.
Describe that, if you had to describe, I guess, a witness from the perspective of what's the joy of the National Citizens Inquiry. And like, I know it's a difficult question that none of this is scripted, but if there's something about, if there's a joyful side to this, what would that joy be?
Look at you. You were a witness. Where are you now? We have a family. We have a community now that we have built by gathering up our courage to go up there and give our stories. And now we have a community around us. So it's really there. How can you say there's joy in a loss and a tragedy of a child or a farm or a livelihood? There's not. But there is something that comes out of it on the other side when you can share that with a community that understands. So there is a joy on the other side.
You know, that you mentioned community, and there's one thing that I learned. Like, I actually retired from a full-time government position where I went to work for 35 years, pretty well to the same place for all of those, however many weeks that is. And it was really interesting when I wasn't working and I moved out of the city where I had my job, and I read this book called The Joy of Not Working. It was actually written by a guy out of Edmonton. And in it he said, work gives you three things that are absolutely essential to your well-being. And they're purpose, structure, and a sense of community. And to me, the National Citizens Inquiry offers those three things to people. And it just occurred to me now how those three things are here. The National Citizens Inquiry has a purpose, and its purpose is to listen, learn, and recommend. So there's a good mission statement by itself. The structure is there so that we have all of this testimony from the nearly 500 witnesses that have testified to date under oath, and I mention this every time I possibly can, the witnesses' testimony under oath to this date remains uncontested and unanswered by every single government agency. But the beauty of it, the joy of this is the community.
Yes, absolutely.
And every time I get an opportunity to attend these hearings, like, I sit there and volunteer like everybody else does here, from the commissioners right through to the people that greet people at the door, to the people that cook the food that we're going to eat and things like that. But we have a community here that is something that it's a beautiful thing.
Yep.
And so I also like to ask just a couple of questions. You may have already gone over this again, but we'll use this as a little bit of a recap. The first question that I've got for you is, I guess, just tell us again, why are you here, and why is the National Citizens Inquiry important? And then I've got one final question for you that will hopefully wrap it all up. Why is the NCI important, and why are you here?
Well, NCI is important to me because it is people. It is the people there. To think that there's something happening, records being put together that aren't being muddied or misdirected by a government or a higher corporation. It is just the people's words and their true stories. That is important to me. So truth is important. Sorry, the rest of your question?
It's why are you here and why is the NCI
Why am I here?
important?
Well, I'm here to support something that is of value, and to me, I can stand behind this. This is of value.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah.
And I guess the last question, and again, this may be repetitive, but it's worth repeating. If there's one thing out of all the things that you've mentioned so far that you want to leave people with when it comes to the National Citizens Inquiry, what is that one thing you want them to know?
Two things came to mind, so I'm going to mention them both. One, the first one is, like, again, I'm going to say the truth of it. The honest, raw truth that has not been changed by a misguiding influence. That is important. So to know that this is real. This is honestly raw, real truth. That is important. The other one is, do not miss out on the hugs and the community. Those are really important things. You walk in the door. I have finally, after many years, I'm not a outgoing person like that, but I'm finally able to walk up to a stranger and say, "Hi, how are you? I'm Carrie Ann, welcome," and give a hug. And that's not who I used to be, and all of a sudden you have a new friend, and you're lifelong friends.
That is so awesome.
Yeah.
Carrie Ann, I am so grateful that you spent the last 10 minutes with me or so, and with everybody else as well. I consider it a gift to get to know you, and thank you so much. It was awesome.
Take
care.
Thank you.
So Wayne, we're all volunteers here with the National Citizens Inquiry, but you have done something incredible. You've spearheaded this program, and I want you to tell us all about it.
The National Citizens Inquiry Ambassador Program?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you where it started, okay? And I think I've already mentioned this a few times, but I guess it's worth repeating. In 2024, I ran into Ted Kuntz, and this is around November. I was spending a month near him, and we sat down and we had coffee a couple of times, and we said, why isn't the National Citizens Inquiry part of the national conversation? So then throughout 2025, we swapped communications, had a couple of telephone calls, met up at different events and things like that. And we sort of came to the conclusion that, yeah, we were holding all these hearings, but we weren't telling anybody about them. None of the politicians, the elected officials were being informed. There were being invitations sent out, and I guess in the nature of a subpoena.
Yeah.
But the NCI doesn't have subpoena power, so we realized that we have to start relying on other volunteers and citizens to step forward, because as a citizen has a couple of responsibilities. It's not just to go and vote every 4 years. It's actually part of the responsibility of being a citizen is to keep track of what our employees, which are the elected representatives, are doing in between elections.
I love that. We don't see it that way, right?
Well, what business owner only checks on their employees every 4 years?
Yeah.
And so we said, okay, well, we need a mechanism, some kind of organization in order to start to get people together that are able to actually talk to our elected representatives, to talk to the media, to talk to the various institutions that are used by government to enforce the rules that they put on us, and also try to influence public policy. So we landed on this ambassadors program, and the idea behind it is to elevate awareness of the National Citizens Inquiry.
Well, you're doing an excellent job.
I don't know about that.
No, we are always grateful. What's your biggest challenge with it?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is the challenge that we all have faced since the pandemic.
Yes.
That, and I'm going to use this word. I was speaking with the head of a local newspaper here, and I had a great conversation with him last week before I came out to High River. And he said, and he's from Ontario, and he's now lives out here in the West, and he says, the level of hubris in our governments is unbelievable, and it's over the top. And he says, the higher up you go in the government, at the local level, you're able to connect more with the people that are representing you because they're closer to you. But when you start to get into the provincial level, they're further away. Like if, here we're in High River, well, most MLAs in Alberta spend their time in Edmonton.
Right.
So they're further away, and the same thing happens in British Columbia, where Victoria is the capital, or in Manitoba, where I think it's Winnipeg is the capital kind of thing, or in Ontario, where Toronto is the capital. But these provinces are huge. But then when you get to the federal level, this hubris, which is a synonym for arrogance, they think that they're doing everything right, that they've got all the answers to the solutions that we all are supposed to be following. But I can't remember the last time I was asked by our federal government what policies really need to be enacted. And believe it or not, the members of parliament, they actually censor their citizens, their constituents. They will block them on Facebook. They will block them on X. I live in Penticton, and we have a local MLA that is notorious for blocking citizens. As a matter of fact, our local MLA even came out, had a town hall, and a series of them. I attended the first one, I missed the second one, I went to the third one, and the third one that I went to, I had again raised the issue of why aren't they paying attention to the National Citizens Inquiry and the question, are children safe in Canada? And she just happened to be the shadow critic for Child and Family Services.
Oh, nice.
So anyways, I raise it, and I asked her questions like, I sent you an email, and you received it. I know you did. I sent it to you in, I believe it was May of 2025, and the town hall was being held in later on in August. And I said, I know you received it. Why aren't you sitting there addressing issues like the child mutilation that's occurring? Anyways, I said, this has all been spelled out in a National Citizens Inquiry report. And what she said was, the NCI should be taken with a grain of salt.
A grain of salt.
Yeah. That didn't go over too well. So anyways, I said, that's enough. So I wrote a letter to the editor, which was actually published. And I basically didn't hold back. I said, instead of taking it with a grain of salt, you might want to take it to heart.
Yeah.
And I also went so far as to write to the leader of the party that she's a member of, and said, is this the kind of conduct that your MLAs are expected to follow, particularly given that in 2023, you said that the NCI, and I'll name him, his name's John Rustad, and I have it, he said that the National Citizens Inquiry has collected a lot of good information, it's something that should be being used. And he did that as part of his election campaign to get elected as then leader of the British Columbia Conservative Party. So anyways, I didn't hear anything back from him on that, but my MLA wrote me and said, you're no longer allowed to attend my town halls. There's an example of censorship right there.
Unbelievable. Did you go?
I said I'm not going to go because I don't want them calling the police on me and stuff like that. But I have continued to work behind the scenes, and I go on social media. I get my digs in.
Yeah. Well, I love this program. I think it's exactly what we need. because people are wanting to do more, right? We have all this information. We all know something's not quite right, whether or not you can articulate it, and it's through every facet. But the next step is, what do? We all feel little and insignificant, right, against whatever institution. But this is a good pathway and mechanism.
Yeah, what I've learned is that, I guess, you could probably end it here if you want. The best thing is, I guess one of the best sayings is that when institutions fail us, or when silence is instituted, it's up to citizens to lead. And leadership is all about taking action.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wayne.
Hey, my pleasure.
All of us.
So you meet the most amazing people at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I was graced with meeting Grace, and we go back about 5, maybe 10 minutes now, which is all the time that we've had to talk with one another. So Grace, I got just a few questions for you, and we'll see how it goes from here. Can you tell us just a little bit about yourself, and share whatever you want, whatever you feel comfortable.
Okay. I come from a small farming town in Ontario, where I work on my family's horse farm, and I'm excited to be here.
You're excited to be, well, I got to tell you, I think we share something more than we thought. I've got a granddaughter, and she has a shirt that says, "Just a girl in love with horses."
Oh, my sister has the same shirt.
Get out of here. Okay, so Grace, we're going to jump into another question here, and it goes like this. Why did you come to the National Citizens Inquiry? Like, something drew you here, and I'll jump in and I'll give you a little bit of an example for me. Like, I come to the National Citizens Inquiry largely because I get to meet a lot of different people.
Okay.
And, but that's just me. Like, what drew you here today? Like, there had to be something.
I find it interesting to meet lots of different people that are like-minded.
Mm-hmm.
And looking for answers.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also, I came here because I have the horses at home, and looking at the government overreach with the ostriches in BC and other cullings of herds, that it concerns me for my horses' well-being, which is why I thought it would come make a difference.
Yeah, the question that we're trying to get to the bottom of here is, are farmers safe in Canada? And that certainly includes taking care of the animals that they're in charge of. And, we heard testimony, I think it was yesterday, from one of the guys that was first talking about injecting horses during pregnancy and stuff like that. Like, man, I tell you, people need to watch that stuff.
Yes.
So there's another question that I got for you too, Grace, and I only got 2 more. And the question goes like this, is, what's important about the National Citizens Inquiry to you, and what do you think might be important for everybody else?
It's important to me that everything is on record, and everyone's sworn under oath giving testimonies, and there's nearly 500 people who have given testimonies under oath, so that it's on record so that people can share it and look back at it throughout time. And I think everyone should take a look at it because it's important.
Yeah, no kidding. We have nearly 500 people testifying under oath, and to date, not one government official or one government agency has contested any of the evidence that's been given by every single witness. So that's huge. Last question for you, because I know that you're busy. It goes like this. If there's one thing that you think people need to know about the National Citizens Inquiry, and one thing that you want them to remember, based on what you know so far about the National Citizens Inquiry, what would that one thing be?
That everyone should get involved and listen to the hearings, because they're the witnesses are very knowledgeable, and they're giving testimonies sworn under oath.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You maybe can jump in there a little bit more if you want, but one of the things that I've learned as far as, like, we've got all this amazing evidence that can be shared with people.
Yes.
Like, who can we share this information with? Like, you can think of, like, got any ideas?
With friends and farmers and like-minded people.
Friends, family,
Family.
neighbors.
Neighbors, yeah,
Yeah,
anyone.
awesome.
Yes, for sure.
You know, it's volunteers that make the National Citizens Inquiry go around. Nothing happens without a volunteer here. And I tell you, I feel most grateful that you took the time to come here all the way from Ontario to spend some time with us. So thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you.
Yeah, just take care. You take good care, and we're all done.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It is day 44 of the National Citizens Inquiry hearings that have gone all across Canada. And just this morning, I met someone that I never imagined I would meet. I call her the secret weapon. She is someone that has been working in behind the scenes for a long time that I think everybody needs to get to know better. Her name is Scarlett, and Scarlett is a member of the board. And that's where all the policy decisions are made regarding the National Citizens Inquiry, all the big decisions and so on. So let's just get a quick introduction from Scarlett. Scarlett, let people know who you are, and, we'll go from there.
Okay. No, I'm happy to be here. Mostly I'm happy for all the volunteers and all the work that's being done. It's always an awesome time. I've been with the NCI since the beginning, so we were kind of a group of founding members, and yeah, we've been trucking away at it since the get-go. So we brought our hearings across Canada, and we're still at it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like hearings in, what is it now, 15 cities from coast to coast, nearly 500 witnesses, of which there's about 160 experts ranging from healthcare to law enforcement to you name it. And yeah, I'm thrilled that there's nearly 10,000 pages of testimony that we can share with the elected officials, our public institutions that are supposed to be there to protect us that aren't. The media that's supposed to be, and I'm surprised that they're not here, and then of course the general public at large. But I guess I got a question for you at the very outset. We're all volunteers here. We all get paid the same. And the first question is what actually prompted you to get as deeply involved as you are in the National Citizens Inquiry?
Oh, well, I've worked my whole life in emergency services as a paramedic, like kind of boots on the ground in an ambulance caring for patients. And when the pandemic hit, we'd already been through a pandemic. We were through the original SARS. So to be honest, when paramedics hear about a pandemic, the media might tell you how scary it is, but we don't really worry. We're trained to deal with germs. If you didn't like germs, you wouldn't be a paramedic, right? And on the scale of things, we do, calls for suspected Ebola. So on the grand scheme of things, as much as this was novel, I would say that my colleagues and I were not terrified like the news would say. So as it progressed on, what happened during the pandemic, I just realized that I would leave for work and enter one world, and then you would turn on the TV and you'd see a totally different world. And that's the case with a lot of things. But when that narrative was costing people their lives, like people were having heart attacks, but they were too afraid to go to the hospital, and they were dying in their homes, I couldn't take it anymore. I thought somebody has to just calm the public. And there's a germ out there, and we're good with it. We can take precautions, and we can still take care of you. So I started speaking out, and I don't regret it. But yeah, it was a tough thing to do. I was naive. I thought that if I speak out and tell people the truth, I have nothing to gain from it. It's kind of an uncomfortable thing to do. I thought, well, people will listen. I'm a professional. I've done the job for decades. I'm a mother. I'm just me. But no, when you speak against the narrative, there's a lot of backlash that comes your way. So I learned the hard way, and in time, I ended up declining to take the vaccine, not because I'm an anti-vax or a terrible person, just because I had natural immunity. And in our job, when we have natural immunity for chicken pox, we just show that and go, no, we're immune, we're good, we don't get it. But COVID was different. You had to take this clinical trial, and I just thought that's unethical. That rides against every shred of medical ethics. And I thought, I cannot pave this road for my children. If I participate, they will suffer. And so I declined, offered to do testing. You know, I didn't want to expose anybody, and I was terminated. So during that time, you started to connect with people that had the same views and were concerned, and it's kind of how the National Citizens Inquiry was born, that we wanted the government can't investigate itself. How did these policies come to be? They just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Like, this thing about, you know, what's the cost about speaking out, and what I've learned, and it's still, I haven't got the answer to it yet, but I testified in 2023, and I've shared testimony and the commissioner's reports with every member of Parliament, every member of the Legislative Assembly, at least in British Columbia, Alberta. I did it ahead of this hearing for Alberta. And, you know, even today I walked over to a member of Parliament's office and said, you know, here's some information about the National Citizens Inquiry. Why aren't you here attending? Mm-hmm. And it was interesting.
Welcome back from the break all. Our next witness is going to be Stuart Stoudinger. It's going to be a virtual witness. Stuart, are you online and can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. I can hear you loud and clear as well. Yeah.
Excellent.
Good evening.
Evening.
Okay, let's start out by giving us your full name. Spell your last name for me, and then I will do an oath with you to tell the truth.
Okay, roger that. My name is Stuart Stoudinger, and my surname is spelled Staudinger.
And Stuart, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God in the proceedings today?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have a couple of pages of information that has been given to me. In a quick summary here, and you can add to this if you wish. You were a military pilot for 16 years, and then you stopped that career and went back to the Bison Ranch, which was owned by your family. Am I correct so far?
That's correct.
Okay. And what you've been doing once you've gotten back to the farm is taking steps to decide whether it's a viable operation in terms of money and expenditures, and see if you can get it to that. If it's not viable, you're prepared to work on getting it there. So, I think you've taken some courses or some training with respect to analyzing these things. And so I think I'll stop there and let you launch into your presentation. Tell us what you've been doing. And if I need any more information, I'll ask you a couple questions. And when we're all done, this half hour or close to it, we'll have the commissioners ask you a few questions if they have any. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Right then, I'm Stuart Stoudinger, and in keeping with my military background, I'm going to start with a bottom line up front format. I've provided the the commissioners with a loose minute that roughly follows what I'm about to say, but has more detail. I won't be able to go through it all in this short time period, but it's there for review after the fact. I spent 23 years in military service, starting in 1992, and came back to the ranch part-time in 2013 and then full-time in 2017. As was already mentioned, my first concern when I came back was to figure out how things worked, and it didn't take me long to come to the conclusion that they didn't. And this is a very common theme across farmers and ranches in Canada and across North America in general. I'll start with my conclusions. What I concluded was we're dealing with an industry where the average age of a producer in Canada is 57 years old. And in any industry where the average age of a producer is above 30 means that you've got a dying industry. And so my problem was to figure out why is the industry dying and where are we at as a family-owned ranch. And so what I got to was that we were unsustainable in all three key areas of sustainability: economic sustainability, ecological sustainability, and we were operating on unsustainable labor. And unfortunately, in my time with the bison industry and talking to ranchers in beef and bison, as well as colleagues in grain production stuff, that describes the large majority of Canadian agriculture. Now, there's a few key issues that drive the failure of our industry to be sustainable economically, ecologically, and in terms of applied labor. The first one is a big one that a lot of people might not jump into, but that is a failure of our fiscal system. And this goes all the way back to the late 18th century. But it comes down to, in the 20th century, a relaxation of banking regulation, allowing the creation of credit for non-performing assets and retail consumption. And what that's done is it's driven asset inflation and retail inflation completely outside of the realms of sustainability. And we're in a situation now where the average ROI for a Canadian farmer ranch is a negative 1.6%. So that's an industry average. So it means that we're quite a long ways off economic viability as an overall industry.
Can I stop you?
Second issue.
Can I stop you for a second? When you say that's the industry average, okay, I'm assuming you're talking about Canada, or I believe this bison ranch is in Alberta, is it not?
It is, yeah, that's right.
I think the profitability metrics will be different depending on which province you're in, I'm guessing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. That's correct. There are regional variations. This is just a Canadian average. It doesn't cover Alberta specifically. I couldn't find the figures for when I was going through business school training. We didn't get a hold of the figures for specific regions. Okay. It was just a countrywide average.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Okay. So the inflation of asset inflation driven by banking policy and banking regulation is a major problem, and has meant that overhead costs have far outstripped gross revenue off of production agricultural land pretty much across the economy, with very rare exceptions. The second issue I've run into is a cartelization of agricultural industry, and I'm talking about, in this case, agribusiness. So it's the supporting industries, machinery, chemical production, biotech, etc. We've got to the situation where in central Alberta, for instance, machinery dealers, for example, are pretty much all owned by an unofficial cartel. And an example would be if a farmer from the Stettler area wants to go and buy a John Deere tractor from the dealer in Camrose, he'll be turned away, or vice versa, because the dealers, the large scale dealers that now cover most of Alberta have got agreements that they won't serve customers outside the local area, which effectively means that farmers are left with very few options to shop around for a more economical option when it comes to machinery overheads or input costs. And it comes as a direct result of a failure to legislate and then enforce robust antitrust legislation, and it's led to a breakdown in free market forces. The third issue that we've got is an ecological problem. This stems back to the mid-19th century, where the agricultural schools and research operations that dominated the world were in England and France. They were based in areas that were in a area of perennial humidity and a coastal European climate. And so a lot of the science and practices that those developed and then drove around the world through the colonial period with the British Empire and the French Empire were not and remain not appropriate for seasonally dry or seasonally humid continental climates, which is where most production agriculture occurs, specifically in Canada, the entire Great Plains region, all the way through to Ontario, areas of Ontario and Quebec. When you get to the Atlantic provinces, it's a little bit different. Now, this has resulted in a breakdown in ecosystem services within agriculture, and mineral cycling, energy cycling, and in particular the water cycle are, for all intents and purposes, broken on most agricultural land, particularly in the northern Great Plains region, but even in the coastal areas. However, those paradigms that came out of 19th century Europe are still drive the education system at most agricultural colleges and university campuses in Canada. So we're quite a long ways behind in science and education in terms of being able to repair the problem that we're facing from a point of view of maximizing the productive capability of the land itself. And the final one that I think is a big issue, specifically pertaining to agriculture, is unsustainable labor. A large percentage of farms and ranches in our local area are supported by off-farm income or non-agricultural enterprises that just happen to be co-located with the farmer ranch. And in many cases, the farmer ranch has just become an expensive hobby because the family happens to be in it. And that's not a healthy place for an industry that society requires to survive, because you can't eat Teslas or iPhones. That's not a healthy place for society to be. So that's an issue. And then a sideline issue, which I became involved in dealing with autoimmune disease in my own family. And then I operated a artisan butcher shop and pantry market in Sylvan Lake for 6 years, is the large gap between government healthcare advice on diet and health versus the actual science on human health and diet, and that cascades into the effect on agriculture in terms of what type of foods or food inputs are produced and what those effects are on farm and ranch economics and ecology. And so that is a bit of an issue where we've got a society now that has a massive amount of chronic metabolic and inflammatory disease. It eats up about 85% of healthcare budgets. It's all preventable with a healthier, more species-appropriate diet. But agriculture, due to government policy and long-term campaigns by certain aspects of government, means that farmers are being pushed into producing products that are not particularly healthy for humans and certainly not healthy for farm economics or farm ecology. So with that covered, those are kind of the conclusions I've come to. My background, as we've already mentioned, I spent 23 years in the military. Once I qualified, I spent 16 years flying tactical aviation, mostly in the British military, but then I came back to Canada and joined the RCAF as a reservist. So I flew for 3 years out of Edmonton flying helicopters. So my background and my education is aeronautical engineering. So my background is in applied science, specializing in atmospheric physics, atmospheric chemistry. And then being in the military, my management training is in complex soft system management, and that in the military is called combat estimate planning or tactical estimate planning, but it's an iterative planning process. And it's concentrating on managing soft systems, so reactive systems that are not necessarily predictable. So it's an open loop management system. Most management taught at a lower level in most industries for most human activities is hard systems management. And that's because what we manufacture and produce, things like vehicles, airplanes, all that kind of stuff, those are hard systems. So we get to learn the difference of that in the military because our aircraft, our technology required hard system management techniques. But the people, the institutions, and the actual operations themselves required soft systems management. So that's my background. And when I came back to agriculture, I found that a lot of the management techniques that were taught and employed by a lot of agriculture were what they would call hard systems techniques, when they're actually dealing with a complex soft system. And any biological processes are part of complex soft systems, and human societies are complex soft systems. So we're using the wrong technique. And I came out of that complex soft system management training, looked at the industry and said, there's got to be something wrong here. I then discovered that I'm not the first to think that, because in 2018, I went off and did holistic management training in Wyoming with Crosslands Ranch Consulting out of Montana. And I found that the holistic management process that they were teaching comes out of British Army originally, British Army tactical planning system. So it's what we now call the tactical estimate process. And I recognized immediately, and it made sense to me because it helps you manage a reactive system that has multiple variables acting on it, and gives you a process by which you can monitor the effects of different inputs and alter what you do as you go along. And so it kind of stuck with me. It didn't give me the financial skills I needed to really have a look at our own operation from an economic perspective. But I went off in 2021. I did the Ranching for Profit Business School through Ranch Management Consultants, and that gave me a much better handle on the business, the finance and economic side, to be able to work out where I needed to go. And through that whole process, I was heads down in the books, looking at our own operation, looking at other, case studies, scientific research. I spent a lot of time looking at stuff out of University of Nebraska, Texas A&M, a couple of the German universities that had started looking into managing agricultural land in a non-coastal environment, in a seasonally humid environment. And so that's what led me to move our ranch operation to a completely different model. So we were conventionally managed, rangeland, set stock grazed, producing our own hay, that sort of thing, as of 2022. And starting in 2023, we started transitioning to adaptive multi-paddock grazing. Now we were in the middle of what turned out to be a four and a half year severe drought at that stage. So it's hard to manage anything through a severe drought, but we're coming out the other end of that, and we can see the improvement in forage production that we're getting already. But we're talking about on our soil types, probably a 5 to 7 year process to get to the stage where we could be considered economically sustainable. Now, just to caveat that, our ranch here in central Alberta, our overhead costs per acre, if I break it down per acre, it's easier to then look at different scales without getting confused. Per acre overhead costs are $184 an acre per year. Our gross production value in terms of custom grazing rates in 2024 would have been $60 an acre, and our gross last year would have been $90. So we're still upside down to the tune of 50%. It's fixable. I've looked at the numbers. It's fixable. Our potential production with a healthy water cycle, taken 2025's precipitation levels, would be about 280 stock days per acre, whereas what we actually managed was 50. Bear in mind that 50 is coming out of 4 years of drought and set stock grazing, so quite overgrazed land. So, there's repair work to be done. But the potential, looking at all the data, is significantly better. And that could take us to somewhere in the order of $450, $500 per acre gross revenue, with $184 overhead costs. That puts us in a decent position for most businesses where your overhead costs are 40% or less of gross revenue. And that's a valuable sort of benchmark for sustainable business long term, particularly in farming and ranching. So that kind of gives you a feel for where we're at as a ranch. Now, I'm just going to dive into a few of the issues that I've run into. Is that we have an industry that is not necessarily supported by government for long-term success. In fact, in many places, it's opposed by government. And I'm just picking pieces out of my whole testimony here just to fit the time that we've got. But I'll bring out an example. Right now, Health Canada is advising Canadians on what they consider to be the Canada Food Guide, dietary guidelines. Those dietary guidelines are based on assumptions and data that have been out of date for a number of years now and have been disproven in many cases for several decades, 3 decades at least. And what they do is they directly drive farmers and ranchers away from sustainable economic and ecological model. The contrast is under the, what is the thing called? Under the route program, for example, which is I'll just quickly get my notes here so I get the terminology right. Under the route program, which is under SCAP, which is Canadian government. It's a collusion between provincial and federal government agricultural departments. There's RALP and ALICE and a number of other programs that help farmers and ranchers adopt more sustainable practices on their land to sequester carbon, recover ecological function and health, recover water cycle health, and all this sort of stuff. Those programs coming through the agricultural departments of government are in direct opposition to Health Canada's advice to Canadians. So Health Canada's advice is driving Canadians away from the products produced by farmers and ranchers that are working under the RELP program to improve Canadian agriculture, and vice versa. So we've got government money, taxpayer money being spent on programs in 2 different government departments that are working in complete opposition to each other. And so this is creating a problem for farmers and ranchers because there's lots of farmers out there. I talk to them every day, weekly, farmers and ranchers who want to make improvements and want to change their production models, but are concerned about the fact that their customer base is being pushed in a different direction or is not coming along quickly enough because of advice that they're getting from public health agencies and that sort of thing. And I've even talked to Alberta agriculture people dealing with the RELP program, and they just kind of laughed and said, well, that's just government. But it's deeply unhelpful for an industry that's already struggling, where we can't get youth into agriculture. For example, when I gave you my numbers on our production, right now, the economic value of a quarter section of land on our ranch, if you look at our gross revenue from last year, is $56,000. Even if I achieve everything that I want to achieve and achieve the maximum possible biomass production off the land in 5 to 7 years, it still only gets to an economic value of about $260,000 per quarter section. And yet the same land right now at market value, with institutional investors coming in to try and hedge themselves against inflationary pressures, the land is selling for between $600,000 and $1 million a quarter. So the values from an agricultural economic value perspective are still upside down to the tune of 75%. And this is causing an issue where we now have a youth, whether it's sons and daughters of current farms and ranchers, or whether it's a kid that's currently in high school and just would like to be a rancher or like to be a farmer. They're looking at the business model of farming and ranching and figuring that there's no way that they could possibly get in unless they find a rich benefactor or win the lottery to get into the industry. And so I'll finish with that thought is that we have an industry that is struggling to create a case where we can actually bring in the next generation. We're at a tipping point where we've got a lot of people who are going to be retiring in the next 20 years, and there's literally no one who can see the business case for replacing them. With that, I'll end with that, and we can do some questions.
Okay, let me put a couple of scenarios to you then. There's obviously a whole raft of factors that are going to come into this, because just for example, if our currency devalues by 30%, I mean that's going to have an effect. These are all economic items that come into play. So.
Yep.
This may be a tough question to answer, but if you look into the future, what do you see as the viability then of the agriculture industry for Canada in terms of feeding the Canadian population? Are we going to have to get out of certain types of industries that we just can't do economically and make money at it? If so, and if there are some specific factors that are going to be problematic, do you have any ideas how we would handle that? So.
Well, yeah, I think the biggest factor that we're looking at is there seems to be no change in the intentions of any of the current political parties, whether it's provincial or federal, to reform our fiscal policy to rein in asset inflation. So the non-performing asset credit creation problem within the banking sector has been going for at least since the Second World War. Actually, it started before that, but that's where the big break happened. And so what we need is some serious reform in restraining non-performing asset credit creation. That's a complex issue. If that doesn't happen, the problem we're going to have is not that we can't feed the Canadian population, but there will be sectors of the population that will not be able to afford, there already are sectors of the population that don't feel they can afford a healthy dietary choice, and that will become larger and deeper in certain sectors of society. So we'll end up with a very stratified society in terms of haves and have-nots. Because a lot of farmers and ranchers are going to be, and already are, producing crops for industrial markets as opposed to food markets, simply because that's where they can pay the bills. Big example is canola. The original use of rapeseed was for lubricating steam engines and through-hull machinery on ships, and it's still one of the biggest consumers of it because it sticks to wet metal. And so, but canola as a food product doesn't actually provide anything, and is a serious, omega-6 linoleic acid is quite high in most seed oils, and so provides cheap but inflammatory junk foods. And there's more and more of the population being pushed into that. So the greater societal effects won't be that people won't eat. What it means is they'll eat foods that are of declining nutritional quality, and they'll have a growing number of attendant chronic disease problems and as they go through life. And that's a major societal problem, and especially when it creates a have and have not dichotomy in society. It creates problems, certainly, social problems.
Okay. We're almost at our half hour. I've got a couple of other scenarios I could put to you, but I think maybe at this point I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions or comments or suggestions, and then come off of that. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Thank you for your testimony. I have a son who actually is trying to become a farmer, so lots of good information here. For what exactly is adaptive multi-paddock grazing? Can you explain that to me? I have no idea what it is.
Okay, adaptive multi-paddock grazing goes by multiple names: holistic plan grazing, management intensive grazing. There's multiple terms, but AMP is the general scientific term that, as a general rule, it was kind of coined by Dr. Richard Teague in Texas A&M University, who's kind of pioneer in researching it. It's a system by which you avoid overgrazing perennial forages by ensuring that you have a short graze period followed by a long rest period. So what you end up doing with the plant is you ensure that you do not graze the plant twice when it's in stage 2 growth. And that prevents root biomass loss, and it prevents the plant being weakened and becoming susceptible to disease and that sort of thing. And through a process of maintaining that over time, you can restore a forage stand to, in some cases, 6 times the biomass production of a conventional ranch for the same precipitation level.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. Quick question I have is, what is the likelihood these problems that we're experiencing are by design rather than by mismanagement or poor leadership?
I think it's highly likely, particularly within the banking sector. We know full well that the Japanese were operating a high growth economic model with very severe restrictions on non-performing credit creation up until about 1980. And under pressure from the American Central Bank and the European Central Banks, the Japanese Central Bank was pressured into pushing legislators in Japan to ease off on restrictions on non-performing credit. The purpose behind that was to rein in an economy that was sustaining year-on-year growth of give or take 10%, and did not suffer the boom and bust cycles that we see in the high credit fiat currency economies of the West. And so that we know from the research of Dr. Richard Werner from he's a University of Southampton professor now, but he's a German economist who did this research work in the 1990s in Japan. We know from his research that was done deliberately. And so a lot of these factors are deliberate, because what they do is they allow a small sector of people to consolidate influence and power in a small set of hands. And that, unfortunately, is a perennial problem in human societies, has been for years. But there's also a sideline thing, is that your average person on a day-to-day level, they're working to try and feed their family and do the normal stuff of life, and they have a hard time freeing up the time to be able to look at these deeper issues, systemic and wider societal issues. And so that's not deliberate, that's just real life hitting real people. And so it's a combination of the two issues.
Are farmers safe in Canada?
I would say conditionally. In some places and in some communities, they're safer than in others. And I think that's just because the safety in terms of just sustainability from the point of view of physical safety, economic safety, and everything else is a lot of that depends on local community. So I think in some areas people are in a much stronger position than in others, but that would vary based on what a potential threat against farming and agriculture might look like in the future, whether it's a deliberate effort by another industry to push people out of the industry or whatever. The threats can come from various directions, and so it would vary depending on what the threat was in the future. But I would say it varies quite widely depending on where you're at, and it's largely based on local community.
Do you see any signs or incentivization anywhere in Canada with respect to farming by our government to support farmers in a meaningful way to heal, restore, or repair any of these processes?
Actually, I do, yeah. Agriculture Canada, probably the provincial agriculture departments are a little bit better. Funding has been limited, but the actual departments themselves, like for example, the RELT program in Alberta, Saskatchewan has a RELT program as well. I don't know about other provinces, but they're all done in coordination with the federal programs. The agricultural departments are, from a structural perspective and from a knowledge perspective, are very supportive of improving sustainability and regeneration within agriculture. However, those departments, in terms of their budgets and influence, pale in comparison to some of the other departments of government that may not have the same intents. So this is the issue we have. We have some excellent people in government, in the ag departments, who are very supportive of farmers, but their resources are severely limited compared to some of the other departments that might not be on side.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Krista.
Thank you very much, Mr. Staudinger. I have a question about your comment on local community and that being a major factor for determination of whether farmers are safe in Canada. I raise this because it seems we've heard quite a bit of testimony about, let's say, federal agencies posing a problem, or even provincial issues. And so I don't quite understand your answer as to why local community is so relevant in that context.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about in terms of a threat to safety of farmers. I had a conversation with a friend of mine today who's a retired RCMP staff sergeant, and he concurred with my assessment. When you have a strong local community with strong local community bonds, it's much more difficult and the appropriate mindset. And this is the thing: some people don't have the inherent instinct for how serious a problem this could be. But for example, in my community, I've got a bunch of veterans in my community, and friends and families of veterans, lots of which are sort of Bosnia and Afghanistan veterans, guys who have actually seen serious issues up close and personal. And their willingness to face off with a genuine threat as a community to protect their friends and their neighbors is vastly different to some other communities that might not have that strong bond or that understanding of the severity of the problem. So that's where I would say community is a big one. The community I'm in right now, I've got a strong community, and it's not just veterans. It's based around the local farming community, mostly family-based farms, where you have a community of people who are behind the scenes talking and have decided that they're willing to stand shoulder to shoulder. If push comes to shove, they're willing to stand shoulder to shoulder and decide that the old statement that George Orwell said, people can sleep easy at night because there are rough men standing ready to do tough things in their name. And there are communities forming across Canada, particularly in agricultural communities, that have come to the assessment that that's where things might go, and they're willing to protect their friends, families, and neighbors.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just following up on that, I was just thinking about that a minute ago. We had a witness on yesterday by the name of Michael Yon, right at the end of the session. And basically what he said was that food scarcity can be a tool in the toolbox of the military, because if you want to cause people to migrate from one spot to another, the way to do it is to make food scarce in that one place, and the people will then find a way to move to a different place where food is not so scarce. So, I mean, there's all sorts of things involved here. You know, again, we can, if we're lettuce gets too expensive, we can try to bring it in from Mexico, where people aren't paid very much. So it becomes a real, a larger global problem than just Canada. So, do you have any views?
Oh, you're right. It does.
On that?
I could just add something to that. I spent a good part of my military career in special operations in the British military, so I'm familiar with Michael Yon and his background because I worked with his contemporaries, and that issue of food scarcity being used as a lever of power. A lot of people don't realize, but it works both ways, and it's just that people in the civilian world haven't had to think in those sort of terms in mind and with that mindset. But the farming and ranching community has those same levers of power. They can't employ them in the same way, but if you're willing to think unconventionally, those tables can be turned by a population that's willing to look after itself. And there are plenty of historical examples of that. So it's not that I'm saying it's not a problem. It is a major problem, and it is a serious threat, particularly from the sort of authoritarian mindset that we have in some of the technocratic institutions of this world. But like I say, they have vulnerabilities from reliance on overextended supply chains as well. And if you get a place like Canada that is a net food producer with tight local communities, we can feed people and get people to food or food to people far more reliably in a breakdown in civil order than perhaps some of these establishment goons might be able to do themselves. So it's not all a one-sided issue. For a positive note.
Okay. And any further questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, I think it's an issue we could talk about for probably a few days, if not several hours.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think we better leave it there for tonight. Anyway, thank you very much for coming to the NCI and giving us your take and your expertise on this. Okay, thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Wayne. Commissioners, we do have 2 witnesses left. We're waiting for one to join us from Ottawa virtually, so we're having a few technical problems. We haven't been able to hook up with her just yet. So what I'm proposing is we try for another couple of minutes. We stand down for just a couple of minutes. That may allow us to hook up, and then we can start with that witness. And if we can't do that, then we'll start with John Graff, who was scheduled to be our last witness, but we can do that. So if we can just stand down for about 2 minutes, we'll see if we can hook up with our friend in Ottawa.
So you meet the most amazing people at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I was graced with meeting Grace. And we go back about 5, maybe 10 minutes now, which is all the time that we've had to talk with one another. So Grace, I got just a few questions for you, and we'll see how it goes from here. Can you tell us just a little bit about yourself, and share whatever you want, whatever you feel comfortable.
Okay. I come from a small farming town in Ontario, where I work on my family's horse farm, and I'm excited to be here.
You're excited to be, well, I got to tell you, I think we share something more than we thought. I've got a granddaughter, and she has a shirt that says, "Just a girl in love with horses."
Oh, my sister has the same shirt.
Get out of here. Okay, so Grace, we're going to jump into another question here, and it goes like this. why did you come to the National Citizens Inquiry? Like something drew you here. And I'll jump in and I'll give you a little bit of an example for me. Like I come to the National Citizens Inquiry largely because I get to meet a lot of different people.
Okay.
And, but that's just me. Like what drew you here today? Like there had to be something.
I find it interesting to meet lots of different people that are like-minded and looking for answers. But it's also, I came here because of I have the horses at home, and looking at the government overreach with the ostriches in BC and other cullings of herds, that concerns me for my horses' well-being, which is why I thought we'd come make a difference.
Yeah, well, the question that we're trying to get to the bottom of here is, are farmers safe in Canada? And that certainly includes taking care of the animals that they're in charge of. And, you know, we heard testimony, I think it was yesterday, from one of the guys that was first talking about injecting horses during pregnancy and stuff like that. Like, man, I tell you, people need to watch that stuff.
Yes.
So there's another question that I got for you too, Grace, and I only got two more. And the question goes like this, is, what's important about the National Citizens Inquiry to you, and what do you think might be important for everybody else?
It's important to me that everything is on record, and everyone's sworn under oath giving testimonies, and there's nearly 500 people who have given testimonies under oath, so that it's on record so that people can share it and look back at it throughout time. And I think everyone should take a look at it because it's important.
Yeah, no kidding. We have nearly 500 people testifying under oath, and to date, not one government official or one government agency has contested any of the evidence that's been given by every single witness. So that's huge. Last question for you, because I know that you're busy. It goes like this. If there's one thing that you think people need to know about the National Citizens Inquiry, and one thing that you want them to remember, based on what you know so far about the National Citizens Inquiry, what would that one thing be?
That everyone should get involved and listen to the hearings, because they're the witnesses are very knowledgeable, and they're giving testimonies sworn under oath.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You maybe can jump in there a little bit more if you want, but one of the things that I've learned as far as we've got all this amazing evidence that can be shared with people.
Yes.
Who can we share this information with? You can think of, got any ideas?
With friends and farmers and like-minded people.
Friends, family, neighbors?
Neighbors, yeah, anyone.
Awesome.
Yes, for sure.
It's volunteers that make the National Citizens Inquiry go around. Nothing happens without a volunteer here. And I tell you, I feel most grateful that you took the time to come here all the way from Ontario to spend some time with us. So thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you.
Yeah, just take care. You take good care, and we're all done.
Perfect. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It looks like we did not resolve that technical problem to bring in our witness from Ottawa, so we're going to move on with our next witness, John Graff. But before we get started with John's evidence, Commissioner Gerkes has something he'd like to put on the record. So, Vincent?
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, I had requested the names of individuals who were invited to the National Citizens Inquiry, both in this inquiry and the preliminary inquiry that took place back in the spring in Kelowna, just to, on the record, list the names. I had anticipated 25 to 30 names that would be called out specifically to the audience and in video. I made my request, and I was somewhat mistaken, and I can understand why those names cannot be read out. The total number of people that were invited to the National Citizens Inquiry to attend, from government and media specifically, was 871 names. These are confirmed invitations to federal and provincial representatives, senators, regulatory officials, agricultural stakeholders, and organizations. The only response that we received was thankfully from Western Standard and Western Wheel Okotos that had actually published something within their newspapers about this event. So the names are listed extensively in a report that is now going to be introduced. I'm asked that it be introduced as an exhibit to be part of this file.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I understand that it will be marked as an exhibit and be available online for the public to see who has not responded even to the invitations. And these are elected officials and people in positions of power with government and the media, as you say, 871 invitations. Okay, thank you very much for that. That will become an exhibit. Now, we will start with the last witness of this 3-day hearing. John Graff, you can hear me okay over there?
I sure can.
Great. I'll get you to put your full name on the record, please. Thank you. And spell your last name.
My name is John Daniel Larry Graff, Graff as in Frank.
John, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
So
do.
be God. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you for that. And I would say welcome back, because this is the second time you've testified. But you've done much more than just testify at the NCI. You were a founding participant in the inception of the organization and have been incredibly active over since the outset in the organizing of all of these great events that the NCI has had. So you're very well known to all of us here, and I assume much of the viewing audience for your ongoing efforts in pulling together the NCI. We're very grateful for that. But tonight, we're going to be talking about another subject. You have a PowerPoint all lined up and ready to go. I just wanted, though, introduce a little bit about you so those of us, those watching can know a little bit more about who you are. You are a farmer primarily, involving a sizable operation in Saskatchewan. You have a tremendous amount of agricultural experience. You've got more than 3 decades of experience in livestock production. You've also been actively involved in areas including livestock nutrition counseling, and you have involving beef and dairy cattle. You have taught at various educational institutions in these areas of. You have considerable engineering and operational experience in running farms and ranches. You've been engaged as a consultant on farming-related issues, and like I say, you've been hugely active in the NCI from the outset of this organization. So, with that very little bit of background, I don't know if you want to expand on any of that or clarify anything I've said about that. I understand, and very generally, just before you get going, that a focus in the presentation we're about to see is on the electricity demand associated with artificial intelligence data centers and the consequences of providing power at the scale required to make these things happen. And these, of course, some of these are being established in agricultural lands, in proximity to ranches and farms. And so the interplay between this evolving industry and the agricultural sectors of obviously great interest. And I understand you're going to be commenting on that. So electricity demand, generation models, emissions and solutions are the way we've broken down your presentation. So I think by way of an introduction, that may assist as we get going. Is there anything else we should add at this point before you start?
No, I can probably cover a few things as I get into it.
Okay, well let's do that then.
Okay, well thank you everybody, and thank you to the commissioners for listening. The presentation I'm going to be giving kind of bridges a few areas of agricultural issues that we're dealing with. I called it "We Are What We Eat," because at the heart of that, that's what we are looking at, and all of the controls that we put on. If you put controls on food, then you are controlled. If you put pollution into your food, then you are polluted. If you have GMOs, then you become a GMO, according to the science. So what we're looking at is we are what we eat. As you said, my experience and my training and background is primarily related to agriculture and those areas, where I was a livestock nutritionist and consultant all over North America and other places in the world. And one of the areas that I did a lot of work was in Alberta, where we were dealing with things from the environment and things that were being brought out. We know that we are what we eat, drink, and breathe. Everything that we have in the environment around us is affecting our food and is affecting our bodies. And so it's important to know exactly what that is and then correlate that to what is around us. So we're made up of protein, fat, and minerals. Your bones are nothing more than basically minerals or ash when it's broken down, but minerals with protein and fat making up the different structures in the body that hold that together and make all of the organs and systems work. Our immune system, motor function, neurosystems, and reproduction is fueled by this food that we eat. And if you eat something that is detrimental to that, that's what we're talking about, all these experts and everything, and what David Stefan was talking about earlier. When these nutrients are messed up in our farmland and in our environment, then that affects the food we eat, and then it affects all of our systems as well. A lot of my career was spent dealing with the problems that are associated with this messed up food systems feeding the animal. So we worked with a lot of ranches that had, and feedlots, dairies, other farm types that had breakdowns in their fertility, breakdowns in their immune system and their health, neurosystems, and that kind of thing. You'll see when animals have a breakdown in nutrients that they're being fed, or tie-ups, that we see the immune system, the failure to be able to build immunoglobulin, IgM, IgG1s, G2s, those type of things. All of those they do not have the building blocks in order to build the structures that you need in order to stay healthy. The same thing happens, and you'll experience this if you ever have heat stress, where you simply have a breakdown or a deficiency in things like sodium and potassium and calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, those type of things in your body. Quickly take a little bit of sodium or eat a banana or something like that. You replenish your system, and you see your neural function in your body come back to start working again. Energy comes from this. Mobilization of your glucose is done by magnesium glutamate, and so a magnesium or mineral-based system. Proteins, energies, and vitamins and enzymes are based upon all of these proteins, fats, and minerals that we consume in our diets. So it becomes important to know and understand what is coming in order to know what is happening to us and what is happening to the animals that we are caring for as farmers. And it becomes very difficult for a farmer to be successful if his animals are sick. And our animals a lot of times are sick from what happens in the environment. Industrial emissions affect the land, the water, and air all around it. So they're typically, when you drive through oil country and you see the flares, which in the old days were quite prevalent and quite dirty. I've noticed that it's been cleaned up quite a bit in the area, in the region. But still, there is emissions. Those things come out, and we see all of those aspects taking place. We are what we eat, drink, and breathe. So when you see those those flares, it doesn't end at the end of the flame tip. That isn't the end of the pollution. It continues on. It's just changed from a highly toxic into something that is maybe a little more long-term. These emissions contain compounds that interfere with nutrient uptake and bodily functions. So in Alberta, gas flaring and venting, prior to 2025, the limit was set at 270 million cubic meters of flared gas across all companies, across all flare stacks and venting operations in the province. But in 2024, in 2023, it was exceeded. 2024 massively exceeded with 912.7 million cubic meters of natural gas flared in that time period. Each cubic meter has a certain amount of pollution associated with it. So, the easiest way to not violate a flaring limit is just to change the limit. So they removed limitations in 2025 to make the problem go away. So currently we have, the latest data is 2024, so 912.7 million cubic meters. And it's important to remember that number as we get looking into other things down the road. There's 273 million cubic meters that was just straight vented to get into the atmosphere. This is a lot, because if you think about how much we actually use, we only use in the entire province, we only use about 194 million cubic meters total, and we have 273 being vented. So every house, every factory, every business, barn, shop that is being heated by natural gas only is 194 million cubic meters. I have, there's footnotes and references at the end to back up the numbers. Of that gas that was flared, 912.7 million cubic meters, 36% of that gas that was flared in Alberta is sour, above 10 ppm. It's very difficult to find any reference to what the actual number is. Is it 1%? Is it 2%? Is it 5%? Is it 2,000 ppm? Is it 50 ppm? Very difficult to find that information, if not impossible. But we can find that 36% of the gas flared is above 10 ppm of hydrogen sulfide. Above 10 ppm is considered sour and toxic, but you can find information on the number of critical sour gas wells, but they don't tell you what the percentage is from the regulatory bodies. We know that it can be as high as 10% sour. And H2S, when it goes through one of those flares, and typically that flare is the waste stream off of the oil well or the battery, it's the excess flow that they can't deal with, those types of things. They have to get rid of it some way, so they send it to a flare. That flare goes up, and H2S is converted to sulfur dioxide, which then it's the burnt sulfur. The hydrogen burns off, and you're left with 2 oxygen bonded on, and that floats out in the ash or in the emissions. If we just assumed 1% H2S, because they don't tell us exactly, and so this would be a very good educated guess of the amount of H2S as an average across all of the wells, you would produce 26,077 metric tons of sulfur dioxide per year in Alberta. This is 2024, using 24 data. It's depositing then, you can extrapolate it out when you realize how far the emissions will float from that flare or from the smokestack, how far it will go out away from that. You can determine that there's approximately 1.5 million acres. That's affected by wind, trees, mountains, hills, that type of thing that affect the wind and the pressures, air pressures and stuff that affect that distribution area. But using an average, you would see a 38.3 pounds of sulfur per year per acre on an estimated 1.5 million acres surrounding these flare stacks and emission points. To compare that to what farmers would use when fertilizing canola, which is one of the highest, canola and alfalfa and some of the beans would be the highest sulfur using plants. Sulfur fertilization is in the 15 to 30 pounds per acre on high requirement canola. So we're at 38.3 from the typical flares over 1.5 million acres. That excess above the plant utilization. So the plants all take these sulfur compounds up. It's used, sulfur, the primary use of it in the plant is in the amino acids. Typically methionine and tryptophan are high sulfur containing amino acids. It's taken up in the plant and then converted by the plant into those amino acids, which are part of the protein structure. So your legumes have higher levels of methionine and tryptophan, that type of thing, and canola uses it in its protein, which is around that in the seed around 18% protein there. So that canola uses higher levels, beans, alfalfa use higher levels, but they still don't use as much as what the average production is. And when we're saying average, there's going to be some wells and some flares that are less than this, that are sweet wells, and it will be a low level. But on the other end of the spectrum, when you have a well that is at 10% hydrogen sulfide, they will be producing 383 pounds to the acre. So 10 times the average that I'm estimating here. This excess sulfur that's not utilized by the plant or taken away, and in the case of, say, a wheat crop leaves some of that sulfur back in the straw that just goes back into the soil. All of these crops that you are only harvesting the seed head takes off a small amount. In the case of, say, like corn, it has only 9% protein, very low sulfur utilization going into the cob or into the seed on a corn. All the rest goes back, so you're getting 38 and 38 and 38, and it's not all being hauled off in a truck. It's staying, most of that sulfur is staying, building the limits in the soils, and eventually the plants all start to take in more nutrients. We would see in testing on things like alfalfa and grasses, the sulfur levels increasing and increasing up into the 3.5% range in the feed stuff. We're getting leaching into the water, and the water levels being high in sulfur. Sulfur kills in cattle, it kills rumen bacteria. What we would see in some of that is the breakdown of the production of some of the vitamins that the cow needs, and I'll talk about that in a minute. These animals eat the plants, they drink the water, they breathe the sulfur dioxide that's in the air, and that sulfur enters into their system. This sulfur ties up micronutrients like copper, selenium, chromium, and zinc, manganese, and other things. That, in the case of copper, which is an extremely important nutrient in a lot of the aspects of what we're looking at, copper, in the presence of molybdenum and sulfur, one part of molybdenum in the presence of sulfur will tie up 7 parts of copper. You only have 3 to 15 parts of copper. Really, in our region, we'll never see 15 parts of copper in the environment or in the feed stuff. We'll see 2, 3, or 4, typically, parts per million. You have a requirement between 15 and 40, depending on the type of animal. 15 to 40 parts per million in the diet of copper. We're providing 2, 3, or 4 parts per million in the diet. And then you have sulfur, which 1 part sulfur ties up 1 part copper. So all of a sudden that goes out the backside of the cow. Or you, in the presence of molybdenum, you tie up 7 parts of copper, making copper thymolybdenate. That goes out the backside. And all of a sudden you're into a negative level of copper being brought into the animal. Selenium, it's used in micro trace amounts. So 1 part of selenium tying up 1 part or 1 part of sulfur tying up 1 part of selenium puts you into that deficit area. Same thing with chromium. Zinc, there's a requirement for approximately 100 parts per million, but we could see sulfur in water of 1,500 or 2,000 parts per million. It ties up a lot of these other nutrients. Those lacking of those nutrients, say if we look at copper, copper is one of the nutrients that's involved in growth hormones, bovine somatotropin or human somatotropin. Copper's involved in the makeup of that hormone, and when you have a lack of copper, you have a lack of growth hormone. Growth hormone, not only is it used in helping stimulate growth in the body, but it's also involved in the stimulation in the production of milk. It's naturally occurring in milk cows, and that's why you see Holsteins, which have the highest amount of milk, being one of actually the fastest growing animals, beef or cattle, bovine animals out there. The problem with the Holstein and the beef business is they don't have a lot of beef, but they sure grow fast. So lacking in copper because of a tie-up from sulfur in the environment will cause a decrease in growth and milk in the animal. That hurts profitability pretty quick. You also see in some of these nutrients a broken neurosystem. So with the case of sulfur, it's a toxin that when it gets into the rumen of the cow, and a cow has 4 stomachs, reticulum, rumen, abomasum, and omasum. In the rumen, you have bacteria. Cows don't live on grain and grass. That's not what they live on. Most people would be shocked. Deer don't live on grass. They actually live on the bacteria that are in the rumen. It's like a big tank. And this tank has water in it and has this mass of bacteria and fungi and other microbes. And the grass and the feed that comes in feed the bacteria. Then the bacteria flourish and they grow and they produce volatile fatty acids and they make proteins out of their bodies and all this stuff. But they flush out of the rumen into the abomasum and the omasum, and they're absorbed and digested like we digest a steak. Acid digestion on them, breaking down the microbes, and that's what the cow or the deer or the moose actually absorbs, is the nutrients that come from that. And so sulfur, when it gets into that rumen, one of the antibiotics that you take is sulfur pills, right? Sulfas. That kills bacteria, and so when you get this excess sulfur, typically in water, coming into the rumen, it kills the bacteria, and there is not enough bacteria to produce the vitamins that they need. Most of the B vitamins that the cow takes in is produced by these bacteria. One of those is thiamine. And thiamine is used in the rebuilding of the myelin sheath on the brainstem. And so anybody who's a doctor and listening to this, you'll see a lot of similarities between MS and polioencephalomalacia, which is a cattle disease where the myelin sheath is broke down and there's short-circuiting there. And the treatment is to give thiamine shots daily to the animal to help boost that up. But the problem is that the rumen isn't producing thiamine, a B vitamin. And so we have to address that by addressing typically sulfur or lead or one of these toxins in the system to try break that system and help the rumen bugs produce thiamine so that the brain will not short circuit as it's going on. It's called polioencephalomalacia. I did lots of work on that, of how to repair that in animals. It's something that is kind of interesting, and luckily we had the other witness bow out. It was expensive to get her to do that, so I could talk longer about chemistry. But these things, what you see in animals, people don't even realize this is happening around them. Cowboys go out and they round up the cows and they start bringing them through the pasture, and there's this one animal that keeps just curving off. Off it curves, and they bring it back in and it curves off. They bring it back into the herd, and it curves off. That's a symptom of polioencephalomalacia, affecting the brain aspect. The other aspect, you might see a group of animals, and there'll be an animal that dies in the corner of the pasture because it starved to death and wouldn't go for water, and you missed it. Like, do you look at every animal that's just standing in the corner as you drive by? You don't check, it looks fine, but they can't think to get out of the corner. They can't turn back to come back to water. And a lot of times people miss those. Polioencephalomalacia, something that very rarely diagnosed, but affects a lot of animals. The other thing we see that caused a lot of problems here in Alberta was just the suppressed immune system, because copper, for example, is used in the IgM immune globulin, the memory cells that remember the diseases. This is part of our natural immunity. And so when you get sick, you build a memory cell of IgM immune globulin, which will remember that disease if it ever sees it again. And when it does, then it calls out its friends, IgGs and IG1s and IG2s, IgAs, IgBs, all those different immune globulin and macrophages, and they come and T cells and stuff, they come and attack that disease that's there. The memory cells remember it. That's what when you get the disease, you want to have memory cells be produced so that you can identify that disease the next time. G1s and G2s and stuff like that are based upon zinc. So you know how you take the zinc sprays and lozenges and stuff like that? What you're trying to actually do is boost the zinc levels to help produce the killer cells, the killer immune cells. But they don't work unless they have the memory cells, which is based upon copper. So sulfur, which has the highest affinity toward copper, it also ties up all these others, but it goes after copper first. And copper is in such small amounts in the environment that when it gets tied up, there's not enough time for it to be represented to the digestive tract to be able to be absorbed. And so we see the diminished IgM immunoglobulin, typically in copper-deficient animals or animals that are exposed to high levels of sulfur, and they get sick. In mothers, like in the last trimester, but really the last month, the buildup of colostrum in the milk, which is transferring IgM immune globulin, IgG1s and G2s, transferring it through the colostrum to the calf. It needs higher levels of copper in the diet in order to build that immune globulin in the cow to what she's being exposed to. She then builds the immune globulin, transfers it into the colostrum. The calf is born without any immune globulin himself, and it's in that first 24 hours that he sucks on the cow and gets that colostrum and then is able to reproduce that immune globulin in his own body and take off and fight diseases. Without the colostrum, he dies. Without the cow having adequate nutrients, the colostrum is weak, he dies. We did tests and traced from the birth of the calf and measuring the colostrum. I think we did 10,000 calves of testing to identify the levels of IgM. There was a study done quite a while ago and then corroborated and replicated by ourselves that we tested to find out the amount of IgM immune globulin, the amount of copper in the calf, and correlate that to a sickness time. And you can do that by those. It's a very accurate way to identify the sickness time. The other one is lack of fertility. When you see animals that are open, the animals that can't calve, some of the problems related to nutrition is usually because the uterus is unhealthy. The immune globulin, the cow doesn't have immune globulin that keep the uterus healthy, and so then when the semen comes in and unites with the egg, the resulting conception dies because of an infection in the uterus. Or there is not enough uterine milk that's secreted by the ovaries due to these nutrients that floods that baby calf with nutrients for the first 30 days before it attaches to the placenta. So those things affect fertility and affect the farmer's profitability. This is all kind of long in telling you that this emissions affects farmers' abilities to make a living. Cows die. Baby calves die, sheep die. Now, sheep has a little higher tolerance to sulfur because this wool has a lot of sulfur in it, and so it can take a little more sulfur and divert it to the wool. But in most of the other animals, sulfur results in these issues and results in a loss to the farmer. Now, in an animal that shows copper deficiency, if you can see, this animal should be black like its head is, but you see that reddish tinge to the hair. It doesn't die out. Now, that happens in the spring naturally when the winter coat dies and is shedding. But when you see this other times, this is a problem because copper is also involved in hemoglobin, and the hemoglobin is not transferring oxygen to the hair follicles, and they die and do not shed out, and you see that brownish tinge. So if you're driving down the road, you can look and you can see a black Angus animal, and if it has that tinge, you can say, "Ha, friend, guess what's wrong with that animal?" And they won't know. And you can say it's copper deficiency. And that's a sign that you can take a look at. So animals, as well as humans, are what they eat, drink, and breathe. And so the Canadian cattle industry, it's about $41 billion per year industry in Canada. It's estimated that $6.5 billion per year are lost due to health issues. It's approximately 15.8% of the GDP of the cattle industry. There's $370 million per year in losses due to fertility issues. So these little things, these little emissions are not cheap. It's costing, close to 20% of our income in additional expenses or losses. They're also in those flare stacks that are flaring off back up and down the country. There's a small amount of mercury, not a really big deal, but it's could be a problem in certain locations. And the other nutrient or compound that is being emitted is benzene. It makes up an estimated 1% of the volume of the natural gas over the entire area, with large variations up to 12%. It's a highly carcinogenic. It's a toxin that leads to leukemia and bone marrow diseases and a list of other things. When you think of the dangers and the toxicities of plastics and epoxies and stuff, it's typically related to the benzene, which is the basic building block of those plastics. So all of these things where we talk about carcinogens and that kind of stuff coming from plastic and stuff, it's the benzene, which is approximately 1% of the volume of natural gas as an average all across the area. I've been on farms where I was called in by a veterinarian to help deal with an animal illness from where a massive amount of the herd, sometimes 50 to 75% of the herd, is sick, scouring cattle. If you guys know what a Hereford looks like, the Herefords are yellow instead of red. They have fertility issues where half of the herd doesn't breed, those type of things. That puts someone bankrupt. I've been in those type of situations, helping the farmer, doing the tests on the feed, looking at the animals, designing a solution to deal with that. And we go into the house and we're sitting at the table and you get this weird feeling. It just doesn't feel right. There's tension. And you look around, it's the middle of the afternoon, kids should be at school or something like that, and you look over you got a couple kids. Yeah. And they're like, we used to. They both died from leukemia as children. And do you think that I'm dealing with one problem on the cattle and the illness in the kids is a different problem? It's the same problem. It's the same nutrient problems, the same upwind problems that are upwind of them. Beef, pork, dairy, chicken, they're all affected by the environment they live in, the food they eat, and the water they drink. And so as we have increased flaring, and now since 2025, no more restrictions or no limits on the amount of flaring and venting allowed in Alberta. This signifies a return to these dirty old days when it was no restrictions and no management. It has been in the past, and it will be again affecting animal health and farm profitability. It makes it hard to be a farmer when your animals don't breed and they're sick all the time. And it also will affect the health of the people around these things. But I've been looking and I see something even bigger coming on the horizon. All of those problems are minuscule compared to what I think we see coming now. If you look at the amount of electricity that Alberta produces right now at 9.384 gigawatts of electricity, an AI data center uses 1 gigawatt, or 12,264 gigawatts per hour. They typically work at about a 40% efficiency, or a 60% efficiency, 40% inefficiency, sorry. One AI data center is approximately 10.6% of Alberta's total energy usage. One unit, one system, like possibly the one that was currently it was denied north of here. Would have used 10.6% of Alberta's total energy. Currently, the proposals before government here in Alberta is for 13.2 gigawatt hours of usage, which is 140% of all current electrical generation in Alberta. All. Not of Calgary, not of Wetaskiwin or a city or Olds. All electrical generation in Alberta currently that has taken, 100 and some years to be built. These data centers that they're trying to bring on quickly are 140%. In other areas, they're trying to let the grid supply them. And so the issue with the grid is there isn't transmission and there isn't generation to do this, and so everyone is worried about brownouts and shutdowns, and then throw in EV vehicles. The biggest people that should be standing up and shouting against AI data centers is these guys that drive Teslas. That's who is going to be left out in the cold. The government of Alberta is currently supporting their idea, and what they've been presented is on-site power generation. So they're not going to utilize the coal plants or the power grid or anything like that. They're going to have generators on-site. Now just think for a second, for 13 sites, they're going to have 140% of all the power generation, all the coal-powered plants, all of them, 140% located on 13 sites. 10.6, so 1/10 of all the power generation in the province is going to be located on each site, basically. That's what they say will solve this. They'll have natural gas, typically, natural gas wells in the region that are piped to these power generation on-site power plants to be able to supply them. Seems like that'll take the burden off of the grid, right? How many people here heat their homes with natural gas? You just have changed from the grid problem to the pipeline problem. So a typical power plant, these combined cycle gas turbines operate at 63% efficiency. 37% of that fuel that comes into the turbine goes out the smokestack. Okay? So 37% of all that natural gas that we were just talking about affects the animals and the humans around it. 37% is going out, the top of it. when you have 140% in these 13 plants, so 10.6% of all the power generation, 37% of that in that one site goes out the smokestack into your backyard. A 1 gigawatt AI data center requires 295.8 million cubic meters of natural gas per year. 295.8 million cubic meters. Currently, in all the houses, all the factories, all the barns, all the shops, all the stores, everywhere that burns natural gas in Alberta currently only uses 194.3 million. So one AI data center at 1 gigawatt uses more by 100 million cubic meters than everything that we use in the province. With the 13.2 gigawatts of new AI data centers, if you're using this Alberta model of local on-site power generation, they will use 3.9 billion cubic meters of natural gas per year. We don't even know what that looks like. So all of the proposed AI data centers will burn 20 times the total natural gas usage in the total province of Alberta. 20 times. So all the wells you see out there, we need 20 times more wells. All of the proposed AI data centers will burn 3.2 times the total flare and vented gases. Now, something just kind of hits you when you see that number. The total amount we use is 7 times or 6 times less than what's flared and vented. Think about that for a second. What we just waste, blow off into the air to float around to the animals and into the grass and into the hay around it, is about 6 times more than everything that's used in the province. That includes the natural gas powered plants, electrical generation plants, includes all that. About 6 times more is flared. But these data centers will burn 3.2 times more than that of all the flared and vented gases, of every oil well and every battery flare in the province. And they will burn 2.8 times the total amount of natural gas flared, vented, and used. Of total number of amount of natural gas waste or drilled or used, we will be 2.8 times the total amount. So that sounds like it's a boom for the oil industry, right? It is. And the politicians that they pay. I mean, I didn't say that. Imagine all the pollution and all the sulfur and all the benzene from every well flare and every battery flare in Alberta and from every natural gas power plant being concentrated onto one of 13 plants, AI data centers in your backyard. All of that pollution, all of that funneled to one spot. One smokestack, one flare in your backyard or in your field. Imagine all the sick animals, all the infertile cows, all of the leukemia, all of that resulting from the pollution from all these flare stacks and all these industrial smokestacks and every furnace in every house and building in the province. And that's from Northwest Territories to U.S. border, from Saskatchewan to BC. All of them being funneled to your backyard. But it's 2.8 times more illnesses than all the illnesses in the province. Construction of the proposed data centers will result in increased animal health issues, adding, by my calculations, when you extrapolate how many animals are probably ill from the environment issues versus other naturally occurring issues, it probably adds $9.1 billion in cost to the cattle industry for health issues. The increased financial losses of an estimated $518 million due to fertility issues. These have to be borne by the cattlemen, and I'm just talking cattle. I'm not even talking pigs, goats, bison, elk, those other things, or the wild animals around them. This is what has to be borne just by the cattle industry due to these 13 sites. It's a massive increase in cancers such as leukemia from this increased benzene production and pollution. I'm not sure that we're ready to deal with this. I'm not sure that we've had that discussion yet. But these are things that are real, and when you hear about depopulating, and how many of you were crying over the last 3 days over the stories of depopulation? What will you feel like when you're holding the animal and trying to keep it alive in your arms? If you've ever seen what happens when newborns come out of their mother, who have had at the 30-day mark of after conception, and that little baby is trying to attach onto the uterine wall and build the cotyledons between the placenta and the mother. And these sulfur particularly is restricting the hemoglobin and the proteins that are needed to build that connection. And so that baby then goes through its entire gestation with a small pipe between the wall of the cow and the baby, and it looks like a broccoli that joins the two. But it's in these high sulfur, low copper environments, they're tiny. At birth, they're like a size of a quarter when they should be, that size of a small football or a tennis ball. Those babies, because of the diminished amount of blood that's able to transfer and nutrients from the mother to the baby, is born small. Instead of 80 pounds, might be 40 pounds, 35 pounds. It was born weak. You think you're crying when they're depopulated and hauled off. What about when, in the case of, say some of the people you've heard this week, what if 1,000 of their babies just sit there and can't quite get up, and you hold them and they go, eh. They can't suck, they can't do it, and you as the farmer have to just try keep them alive. They can't stand up, they can't get that colostrum, so you have to milk the cow, tube it down the calf, try to keep it alive, and it eventually dies anyways. That's the type of things that we as farmers are faced with and what we have to deal with when we see these types of things. It hurts you in the heart. We raise animals not because we like to produce meat and kill them. We raise animals because we like to bring life. We like to see growth. We like to see things. One of the funniest things is to see your big, tough sons. My boys, one sitting over there. Big, tough, strong boys. And you ask at supper time, where are they? And they're over there by the sheep, watching the little baby lambs skip around and just play and dance around. That's what we do in our heart. And these things, these pollution and these industrial uses that we do not have the concept. There is no discussion in the halls of power, in the engineering offices, or in these computer software and hardware offices. They don't think about the little calf dying. And we need to. I'm not sure that we're ready for the impact of these AI data centers. Because we are what we eat. I think that's about enough. And sorry.
Well, thanks, John. I was going to say, tell us how you really feel. Now, you know, you've pulled together some tremendous stuff here, and we haven't gone into like $9.1 billion is your estimated increase in the cost of the health issues that will accrue to these animals if we have the output of this sulfur pollution to the degree you contemplate, and 518 million in loss of fertility. I think these are numbers you've come up with, and presume. And I didn't see them footnoted, but I guess you're getting them from. I don't know where you're getting them from. Maybe I'll just ask you that.
Sure. So, in my footnotes is the estimate from the industry. So you can look at the footnotes. In there is the estimate of the impact of those things on the animals currently. How much is the cost of infertility? How much is the cost of illness? When you take that number, and in my work as a consultant, when I would go onto these farms, my job is to look and determine what are the different what's the illness and what is causing it, and you look at all of the other aspects. So we test everything. Okay. We're testing water, we're testing feed, we're testing blood, testing liver. Blood doesn't actually tell you much. It's the liver you need to look at. We test all of those things, and then you start to look for the problems. And over time, you come to realize that when you go onto a farm, half of the time you're looking at a environmental type of an issue. And I'm not meaning, some tree hugger type environmental thing. I'm meaning the water is coming, as deep wells a lot of times have high sulfur content in them. They might have iron in them. They might have all of those things, high levels of manganese, carbonates and bicarbonates. And so there's a lot of times it's the water. Some of the times when we do feed tests, we see that it's an imbalance in the feed, which is related to what's in the soil, which is related to what comes onto the soil for fertilizers or the emissions. And so when I look at this, typically 50% of all of our illnesses and fertility problems is due to some environmental issue. Numerous things that it could be. So when you increase by this number the amount of emissions that are going to be produced, and you extrapolate that off against the amount of existing problems, you have a percentage of increase. And so that is approximately 50% increase over what we currently see extrapolated against the amount of emission increase that we have. If that makes sense.
Yeah. That's good. Let me ask you another thing. You towards the end of your testimony there, you talked about what you have in your heart as a farmer. This idea that your sons are out there cavorting with the sheep who are having their little lambs dancing. I mean,
we call it lamb races.
What's that?
We call it lamb races.
Oh, okay.
The little lambs they run and race each other back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, then you refer to the halls of power where there aren't any discussions, there aren't the considerations that you've described. None of this is evidently happening, and I guess the question is, why not? I mean, the case you've presented here tonight is so compelling. Is it really the case that in the province's consideration of these AI data applications, the kind of material that you've put before us tonight is absent from those debates? Are they getting any of this stuff?
Probably it is absent because it doesn't. It isn't conducive to the agenda that is and the desired outcomes, and the other aspect is we all know from previous hearings that these are the same people that vote for funding vaccines to kill people. So are they going to do anything about some animals.
But is there a sufficient lobby pressure, whether Saskatchewan or Alberta or anywhere else, where the development of these industries in agricultural areas constitutes the kind of threat that you've described? Surely there are sufficient numbers of people who can be awoken to these risks and put some pressure. I know what you're saying. We saw what happened throughout the pandemic, and it was horrific. But isn't there a chance that there can be some meaningful debates in relation to these issues?
I would hope so. The reason why I brought this topic forward is because I don't hear it being talked about anywhere. And so maybe something can come from the NCI. Hopefully some farmers and stuff will. There is a kind of a competition out there where surface rights and leases of the oil companies in these wells, they pay big dollars, maybe not what it's quite worth sometimes, but they pay big dollars to farmers to be able to use the surface. The farmer doesn't typically own anything under the dirt. He just owns the surface, and so he'll get paid a certain number of dollars for that surface rights. A lot of people don't want to jeopardize their payment that they're receiving, especially in the area where these wells would be done. Those people already are receiving a lot of money in surface payments. They may not want to jeopardize it by bringing this type of thing up. But the rest of us, the rest of the people who are outside of that area where the surface rights will be being paid to the farmer, we get the emissions. We get the downwind blow. We get the lost animals. And these things are piped, the natural gas or whatever, the energy is piped out of that area over to where the AI data center is going to be. And they utilize that there, and the emissions take place at that location, not necessarily where the surface rights are. So I think some of it's competing benefits that stop it from being spoken about.
Right.
Oh, very, very interesting. Yeah. Why don't I just flip it over to the commissioners now, who I'm sure have a whole bunch of questions for you. And if they don't, I've got a few more. But you guys, Vincent.
First of all, I want to thank you for your very comprehensive presentation on this matter. It's something that hasn't been brought up here yet. And I understand that there is a series of complexities between the consequences of the actions of doing something and the consequences of the actions of not doing something. I think the one biggest question I have for you is, since you are a board member of the National Citizens Inquiry, and I know you have been very, very attentive to all the issues that have been brought up since the Kelowna inquiries, including this inquiry, there's a number of issues that have come up that need immediate attention. If you were the Ministry of Agriculture in Alberta, what major changes would you make and prioritize?
Out of all the things that are probably before us right now, I would first probably ask for Alberta to use possibly the notwithstanding clause, something like that, to eject the CFIA from within the province. Transfer it over to a provincial body or something like that in order to administer it. Second thing, we have to stand on guard against the CFIA's attempt to convert the ear tag system from a VHF to a UHF system. That would be highly detrimental to everyone out here. If you know how your smart meter can be picked up by an airplane or potentially a satellite flying or a drone over, and the smart meter is read from that as they come over your home, the same thing would happen with the ear tag in the animal. We don't have to have regulations. We don't have to have paperwork. If they get UHF, they will know where every animal is at any second, every time it moves, where it is, and you cannot hide. And if they want to depopulate, they know where your animals are. You can't there's no getting past that. It also, they have the technology in those to be able to read body temperature, heart rates, and all those, and be picked up by an airplane. So we want to, for your freedom and your ability to operate, because one of the problems with this isn't just freedom. It isn't just a restriction on our ability, to privacy. They then know exactly how many cattle are and what areas they are, and they can play with the markets and play with things so that you lose your opportunity to get the animal to market before the price crashes, or that type of thing. You give up your ability to be your own manager of your own markets. They know everything. They know when you put it on the truck. That's not a good thing. So those would be part of the issues. I would look at this. I know Manitoba has made the statement that there will be no AI data centers in Manitoba, and I applaud them for that. So that's a good thing. I might not agree with everything that they do in Manitoba, but that is a good thing that they did, because these issues are not being addressed. And when you look at the scope and the scale of what we're talking, I don't know how you can address it. When you're talking about 20 times the current usage of all natural gas in your province, and we're going up 20 times, how do you deal with that? The current Alberta industry would be 20 times bigger, excluding the export amounts. How do you deal with that? I don't know. I don't think I can use scrubbers or anything like that to deal with it when you're in that scale and that scope.
Thank you very much for your testimony, John. When you talk about the 13 proposed AI data centers, there's no sense in which they're going to approve all of them, is there?
Can't.
Well, they can't. So you've made the case in relation to 13 data centers. Mm-hmm. And so presumably, I mean, that's our the worst case. Yeah. And presumably that's not a likely case.
Right.
So
right. Can't do it.
Is there any number in your mind that is sustainable or viable? And what would that be?
So if I lived in Lethbridge and they wanted to build one by Edmonton, that might be sustainable. but in reality,
just NIMBY, not in my backyard.
Yeah. But whoever backyard is in, they're in for devastation. And it'll probably, at these scales, and now this is just speculation, I have not ran the models or anything like that, but it potentially goes 100 miles out.
The effects?
The effects, 100 miles out. And so everything within a 100-mile radius of that AI data center will be feeling the effects of this. And it'll be a diminishing amount. Like right beside the flare stack or the smokestack, there is a little zone where there's very little impact. It kind of comes out and then it floods out. And as you get into the 3 mile plus, you start to pick up deposits. And then as you get toward the 100 mile, it's decreasing again. And so there's that type of effect. But if you're in that 30 mile zone, and that's a lot of people when you go out and around 20 miles out, a 20 mile radius would give you a 314 mile circumference. That's a lot of people being affected. And we're talking in one of these sites, you're talking 1.4 times everything that's burnt right now in the province. 1.4 times concentrated in your backyard. That's a lot of impact. And so if it's not in my backyard, at least I'm okay. But I don't know what our health system is going to be able to handle, the farmers in that area. If there's vegetable farms in that area, those vegetables that you eat will have this levels of sulfur. They'll have the benzenes in them. All of that will be transferred into the soils and up into the plants. If you're growing hay on that ground and that hay is trucked out of the area into another area, those animals in that other area are going to be affected. People haven't thought about this. And now when you take a look and you extrapolate that across all of North America, I'm glad I live in Saskatchewan. We only got one dumb one so far.
Anybody else from the panel? Dan?
The other resource, John, that you haven't talked about, of course, is water. And these data centers are going to consume enormous amounts of water, and that's a resource that is certainly going to impact the agricultural industry as well.
Definitely. So I haven't ran the numbers, but part of my work as a process engineer in the past has been in developing, industrial refinery and mass cooling systems. And it's a tricky thing when you're talking to, like, anyone who is talking to the designers and engineers of this. When you're going to hear them all say, well, our AI data center doesn't use any, it's a recirculating system and we just run it through. That could be true, but they're just talking about the computers. They're not talking about the power generation system. And at this type of scale, remember, all of these plants, these big coal-fired plants and stuff, if you go look at where they're located beside a water source. Wabamun, Duffield, all of these places, they were beside a water source because they use that water in the cooling. Now, it's not technically lost to the ecosystem. It goes up, it's evaporated, and it blows into Saskatchewan, and we get more rain and get more crops. So thank you, Alberta. But you have a loss in your system, and that water has to be evaporated. That's how it cools. 20 Fahrenheit drop for an evaporative cooling. You have to do that, and you have to do a massive amount in order to decrease this volume. One 1 gigawatt AI data center is using 140%, I think it was, of all of the natural gas or all of the electricity in the province. You have to build that power generation system in the scale you see when you go past one of these great big coal-fired plants. That coal-fired plant is small compared to these AI power generation. And so and they're beside a lake. So you're going to use it. It doesn't matter what they say. There's tricks in how you can say things, and they're going to use them in order to get their permit. Look over here, not over here. And so when we're looking at that, that's decreasing irrigation potentials, it's decreasing wildlife, it's decreasing fishing opportunities, it's decreasing people who bought their beachside house. Now all of a sudden they're on a mud flat. All of those things are impacted by this.
Anybody else? Okay, John, I'll just throw a comment at you, just get your response. So it's the pollution from the flaring of the gas, primarily the sulfur, which has that effect on the minerals and the spin-off health implications, and you went through that in a really clear way. But it's all prefaced on the idea that you're using gas as the power source for the cooling and operation of these AI data centers that you quite reasonably fear. We can see coming to Alberta and elsewhere.
Yeah.
But if the power source for these facilities is changed to something like hydro or nuclear, seems to go a long way towards addressing your concerns. And isn't it likely the case, because this industry of AI data centers is really in its infancy to some degree. It's just started in the last decade, if that. And the future seems destined towards more of these kinds of things. It's a question of how they're powered. Right. And do you feel there's a prospect that we can develop that industry safely by using a different kind of power source like nuclear, or Churchill Falls or Site C Dam, for instance, that would be excellent areas to power up these kinds of things. What are your thoughts on that?
So, very good question. So hydroelectricity, in most of Alberta, we do not have enough drop in the river systems to power enough hydro in order to do this. So you would be looking at mountain, really mountain power generation. And again, the massive amount of power that's going to be needed for this is going to be in the scale of Grand Coulee Dam.
Right.
Okay, so massive amounts. I guess you might be able to do it. You have to get through the native issues on that, and you have to get through, there's a lot of hoops to do on that, and we're talking not next year. That size of dam and that size of backwater is going to require years and years, like maybe 10 years or 20 years before it could come online. By that time, the AI data centers are obsolete. Now, nuclear, that could be the way they go, because it would just make sense, because the main nuclear powered plant company for that is Westinghouse, owned by Brookfield Capital.
Well,
so maybe that's the play here.
Well,
$80 billion given to Westinghouse by Donald Trump and the U.S. government to build nuclear power plants in the U.S. The play could be very likely. The play is to do that, and certain companies make a lot of money off of putting in nuclear power plants in your backyard. Which do you want? A nuclear plant in your backyard, which requires massive amounts of water to keep cool. You can't do that on a well. It has to be lakes and rivers, and even rivers might be too dangerous for that. So, but in the eyes of a politician, that might be the play.
Sure. Okay, well, look, it's 10 to 9 right now. We've had a long day. We've heard some excellent stuff, and your presentation was excellent. So you're the last witness, and you're going to get the last few remarks to sort of pull it together if you want. General theme of this week being, are farmers safe in Canada, the food supply, the implications to the industry and the public. Can you tie it all together, maybe in the context of your presentation, and we'll then conclude the evidence in this hearing.
Well, I think the aspect of we are what we eat, and the idea that in Kelowna that was kind of presented is if whoever controls the food controls the people. And between some of the things we've heard about the food systems being and the food quality being decreased, we are what we eat. Those who control our food and turn that into controlled items, we are what we eat. When we look at our communities and the degradation that's happening when you remove farmers from in the community, I've kind of had a theory most of my adult life that as you decrease farmers, you have an inverse relationship to crime, brokenness in the family, illnesses. All of those things are inversely related to the population of a farm. It's partly why I want my kids to have a farm and be farmers. Honorable profession, and helping people every day, feeding them, and hoping turning the tide of what we see happening in our communities. And if we can do that, I think we've had a good life. If we can serve our Lord and keep his creation good for the next generation, if we had that theory in everything that's happening, if our politicians had that thought in their mind, we would have a different world. There would be a different conversation taking place now, and especially in this province. But are farmers safe in Canada? When you look at everything I just said and how the farm community pushes back against all of those aspects of society, is it any wonder they want to take us out? Is it any wonder they want to diminish us and take out the number of farmers, decrease it down to whatever, to the crazy number of 5 or whatever? I think we know the answer to that. It just once you start thinking about it, it just makes sense. And so I think it's things like this that the NCI. I think the NCI is, and we heard it before, is one of the only places where you're going to be able to hear truth from an independent, unbiased, citizen-led, citizen-funded organization that just has the whole goal. Like if you talk to everyone sitting here, everyone in the audience, everyone on the stand, our one bias, our subjective thing that we all hold to and we push is that truth matters. We set aside all of our other things, all of our other biases, and the NCI is the one place that you get to look at the evidence in an objective way. I hope it continues.
Well, thank you for all you have done in helping to set up this organization and make it work, including this hearing and the last number of hearings over the last 3 years. Very much a function of the effort that you've made and a few
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people.
I know, John, and you've organized those people, and you've gone to bat this week for the farmers and therefore the public who depend on them. So much credit to you and your colleagues and the folks here tonight. So, and also, thank you tonight for once again being a witness and presenting us with this excellent evidence, which will be online and part of this amazingly invaluable resource of evidence that's been accumulated by the NCI. Again, just it's a tremendous organization. You've made a tremendous effort, and I'm sure it will make a tremendous difference going forward. So,
thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you. So, Commissioners, that does conclude the evidence for this week's hearing, and I think Ted Kuntz has a few closing remarks.
We've had some pretty sobering conversations over these last 3 days. I'm thinking about the phrase that I'm sure you've heard that says, unless we change our direction, we're going to end up where we're headed. And when I listen to the testimony that we've had here in High River and previously in Kelowna, I think it's pretty compelling that we are not headed in a very good direction. If I was an emergency room physician, I think I would deem the patient critical. We came here with two questions. Are farmers safe in Canada? And is our food safe in Canada? And I think the answer to that question is that none of us are safe at this moment, with the direction and the priorities that seem to be expressed by our governments, corporations, and institutions. We heard lots of evidence of the challenges faced by farmers, such that we can see how that profession is at risk. There's a decline in the number of farms in this country, the number of farmers, their ability to earn a living, to be financially stable. And so that's a serious concern, because without farmers, we don't have food. But then we look at the question is our food safe in Canada? And again, we heard compelling evidence that while we may have an increase in volume of the production of food, that the actual nutritional value of that food is diminishing at a rapid rate. And we're seeing the results of that diminishment of nutrition in our physical, emotional, psychological health. I think David Stefan's experience with his family and the results of their research and the relationship between the poor nutrition and mental health issues is disturbing. I wonder how much of the illness in our livestock population is not a result of so-called spread of illness, but a result of poor nutrition. But instead of addressing the nutrition issue, we simply invent either more vaccines that we think will prevent those illnesses, or we look for synthetic ways of producing food. But the evidence that we receive from those that have researched the synthetic milk and meat and other products suggests that that's not the solution. If anything, the direction that that's headed is even more illness. Commissioner Gersey asked, I thought, a very interesting question when he asked, is this by design or is it mismanagement? And I would suggest that the outcome is the same. We need a major course correction. And I don't know anywhere other than here at the National Citizen Inquiry that these conversations are happening. And that's deeply disturbing. As Commissioner Gersey shared, there was almost 1,000 individuals that were invited to attend these hearings on behalf of government, public institutions such as the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, and every seat that was reserved for them is empty. So it's difficult to have confidence that our governments and our institutions will make better decisions when their attendance at these conversations is a zero. So there are reasons not to be very hopeful. There are reasons to be discouraged. There are reasons to be alarmed, and I think we should be alarmed. I don't think we should be placated by mantras of safe and effective or trust the science. They seem to be more interested in building control structures than they are in building the health of Canadians and the health of our livestock, the health of our food supply. What does give me hope is the conversations that we had with farmers, with researchers, with citizens. Their passion for their craft is infectious. Their commitment, their dedication, their persistence is inspiring. The wisdom that we heard shared in this room gives hope that there are enough smart people that will keep speaking out and helping us to find the answers. But it means many more people need to know what we've learned over these last 3 days and the 3 days before that. And I suspect that what we've received is a fragment of the information that we need to make better decisions. But I also suspect that we probably know more than most Canadian Food Inspection Agency officers. At this point, I believe that we are the best hope for a solution. And so we will persist in these kinds of conversations with your support, with your assistance. And so I want to express my gratitude to all of you who support the National Citizens Inquirer with your time, your talents, and your finances. And with your support, we will continue to do more hearings and search for the answers, the solutions. And as I've said before, these hearings are more than just collecting information. Our commissioners are tasked with analyzing that information and providing recommendations, and they've asked some very good questions. And I also have some confidence that they will help to provide some of the solutions that are needed. So thank you to all of you. And now I want to thank those that are in this room who made these 3 days possible. And I'll start off with thanking our 4 commissioners for their dedication, for carving these days out of their life and being as attentive and committed and passionate about the truth as we are. And their task and in reality, their task was just begun. They have many more hours of work ahead of them as they analyze the testimony and write those reports. And so my gratitude to them. I want to thank our lead counsel. They too take time away from their work and their lives and their families to come here and offer their talents so that we can have robust conversations. And so my gratitude to Wayne and to Paul for their contributions. And then there are many, many volunteers who make this happen, and they are standing in this room. And they take care of all those little details from registering, welcoming, reassuring, assisting, making meals, taking away dirty dishes, making coffee, baking cookies. And each one of those tasks makes this an easier experience for us to host, but it also helps to build a community. And what we've discovered, in some ways quite by accident, is the hearings are powerful in of their own because of the information that's being provided. But the community that's being built, town by town, city by city, as we go in there and host these hearings, I think has more benefit than we can even would have imagined. I love now that we are having dinner together. And as I watch the tables fill up with all of you, the conversation, the buzz in the room, the exchange of information, the deepening of relationships that happen as a result of the National Citizens Inquirer, I know that that's just as important as the information that's being developed. And so I'm grateful for all of the efforts to build this community. I want to thank the ambassadors. Wayne Llewellyn is here. He has passionately taken up the lead of leading an ambassador program and is inviting others to do that. And he is finding innovative ways to get the message out to the rest of Canadians about the secret of the NCI. And so I'm grateful to the ambassadors for all their contributions. And in particular, I want to thank the Graff family. I don't think there's one aspect of the hearings that they don't touch. From food to audiovisual to guidance to direction to witness testimony to monitoring our finances to serving as governance. We are grateful to the Graff family. I can tell you that these hearings would not exist without them. So thank you very much to them. And finally, I want to thank the witnesses who stepped forward to testify. And they do that under some duress. The Canadian society has not been receptive to hearing this kind of information. And we've shared before how we have experienced witnesses who will withdraw at the last minute because of the intimidation, the gaslighting, the censorship, and all of those means of trying to silence the kind of information that's being shared. And yet they step forward. Many of them have dedicated their lives to the information that they have accumulated, and they generously share that with us at no cost to the NCI. And so we are enriched and strengthened by those witnesses. The NCI would not exist without witnesses. And so you see, there are many hands and many hearts that make this happen. And that's, if anything, what gives me hope and confidence and faith in the future. And so I thank you all, and I look forward to you joining us later this fall, this winter, as we conduct new hearings. And I think that we will, again, bring forward information to the Canadian public whether they want to hear it or not. Thank you all, and good night.